Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. Story number 1. My name is Alex, and it all started with a joke. My husband came home that Tuesday night with that grin, the one he gets when he thinks he's being clever, and plopped this dusty cardboard box on our kitchen counter. A trophy, he announced, and pulled out the ugliest thing I had ever seen: a cheap plastic Ouija board. The kind you would buy at a Halloween store, with a weird dark burn mark seared into one corner. "Old man Marconi's," he said, laughing. "The crazy guy from the boarded-up house on Elm. He told the paramedics he used it to talk to his business associates. I thought we could get a laugh out of it. He put it up on the mantle like it was some kind of weird art piece, and I remember feeling this little cold tickle in my stomach, just for a second, looking at it. But I shook it off. I called myself silly. It was just a piece of junk from a sad old man's house. My husband is a cop, and he brings home weird stories and weirder bits of evidence sometimes. This was just another one. We ordered pizza and forgot about it. That was the first mistake, laughing it off like it was nothing. A few days later, I woke up with a stiff neck, slumped over the kitchen island. The clock on the microwave said 4:13 a.m. I never get up in the middle of the night. My head felt fuzzy, like I was swimming up from a deep, deep pool, and under my elbow was a napkin from the holder. It was covered in these frantic, swirling lines drawn in blue pen, loops and circles, and what looked like streets. I just stared at it. I did not remember getting up. I did not remember drawing. I must have been sleepwalking, which I had not done since I was a kid. I showed it to my husband when he woke up, joking, "Guess I am channeling my inner cartographer." He chuckled, but his eyes got that look, the cop look, and he studied the napkin for a long time before he said, "Huh, that is weird, babe." He took the napkin and pinned it to the fridge with a magnet, right next to the grocery list, and we went about our day. But I kept catching him looking at it. A week went by, normal and quiet, and then he came home from work really late. He was quiet, too quiet. He made himself a coffee even though it was past 9, and he opened his laptop at the table. I was reading on the couch. After a few minutes, I heard him whisper, "No way." I looked over. He was staring from his laptop screen to the napkin on the fridge, back and forth. His face was pale. "What is it?" I asked. He just waved me over. On his screen was a satellite map of the city, a grid of streets. He pointed to a section on the map, then to a similar set of swirls on my napkin. "See this curve? And this intersection?" I squinted. One particular loop on my napkin was a perfect match for the street layout around an old warehouse district on the west side. "That is impossible," he said, more to himself than to me. "That is the old granary building. My unit has had the area under passive surveillance for weeks. We think it is a stash house for counterfeit pills, but we have not had enough for a warrant." He looked at me, and his eyes were wide with something that was not quite fear, but was not excitement either. It was disbelief. "How could you know that?" "I did not know," I said, and my voice sounded small. "I was asleep. It is just a coincidence." "It has to be." He nodded slowly, but he did not believe it. He took the napkin down from the fridge and carefully put it in a clear plastic folder, the kind he uses for evidence. He did not say anything else about it that night, but the air in the house felt different, charged, like before a thunderstorm. I tried to forget it. I told myself it was stress, a fluke, my brain mixing up things I had heard him talk about in my sleep. But then, a week later, he came home early. He burst through the door. His face was pale, but his eyes were blazing. He did not say hello. He just held up his phone for me to see. The screen showed a local news headline: "Major fentanyl bust in West Side warehouse. Police seize millions in street drugs." My heart just stopped. He scrolled down to show the address. It was the same one, the exact same warehouse from the satellite map. He looked from the phone to me, and he whispered, "We got the warrant because of your map." The captain said an anonymous tip came in with a perfect sketch of the property layout. They thought it was a rival dealer. I just stood there, cold all over. I did not send any tip. I did not even know the address. The only thing I had done was sleepwalk and scribble on a napkin. We stared at each other in the quiet of our kitchen, the only sound the hum of the refrigerator. The ridiculous Ouija board sat on the mantel across the room, and for the first time, I did not see a joke. I saw a door, and I felt like we had just heard something on the other side of it knocked back. My husband finally broke the stare, running a hand through his hair. "This is crazy," he said. "This is the best luck I have ever had." He sounded like he was trying to convince himself. He came over and hugged me tight. "You are my good luck charm," he murmured into my hair. But the hug felt stiff, and when he pulled away, he would not quite look me in the eye. That night, we celebrated with takeout. He was buzzing, talking about the bust, about the commendation he might get. He called me his psychic detective. It felt good for a moment. It felt like we had stumbled onto something amazing. We had done a good thing. We went to bed, and I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the adrenaline. I woke up again at 4:13 a.m. The digital numbers on the clock were a bright, accusing red in the dark. I was not in bed. I was sitting at the kitchen island again. My hand was cramped. In front of me, on the polished wood of the countertop, was a new drawing. This one was not on a napkin. I had used a permanent marker from the junk drawer. The lines were dark, angry, and focused. It was another map, but simpler, tighter, centered on a single, boxy building that looked like an apartment complex. And in the margin, in my own handwriting, were two words written in that same black marker: snitch. Silenced. I let out a sound, a little gasp that seemed too loud in the sleeping house. I dropped the marker. It clattered on the tile floor. I heard our bed creak, then footsteps. My husband appeared in the doorway, his hair messy, squinting in the low light. "What is going on? Are you okay?" He saw my face, then his eyes dropped to the counter. He froze. He walked over slowly, like someone approaching a wild animal. He looked at the drawing, at those two words. His face went from sleep-softened to hard and professional in half a second. He knows that building, I thought. He knows it. He grabbed his phone from his pocket, pulled up an app, and typed something in. A picture of the same building appeared. He looked from the phone to my drawing, his jaw tight. "That is Charlie's place," he said, his voice flat. Charlie, his confidential informant, the one who gave the first whisper about the warehouse. He is supposed to be in protective custody. I just shook my head, wrapping my arms around myself. I was so cold. He did not say another word. He turned and ran back to the bedroom. I heard him throwing on clothes, the jingle of his keys. He sprinted back through the kitchen, grabbing his jacket. "Stay here. Lock the door. Do not answer for anyone but me." And then he was gone. The front door slammed shut, and the lock clicked into place. I was alone. I stood there in the silence, staring at the black words on my counter. Snitch. Silenced. I had written them. My hand had done it. But I did not think them. I did not know them. It felt like someone had used my body like a rented car and left this terrible message behind. I did not clean it up. I could not touch it. I just sat on the couch in the dark, waiting, watching the window for his headlights. The minutes stretched into an hour. I jumped at every little sound the house settling, a branch tapping the window. Finally, I saw the familiar glow of his car pulling into the driveway. The engine cut off. The door opened and closed. His footsteps were slow, heavy coming up the walk. The key turned in the lock. He came in. He did not look at me. He did not say a word. He walked straight across the living room, past me on the couch, to the mantel. He reached up and took the Ouija board down. He held it in both hands for a second, just looking at it, at that stupid burn mark. Then, with a sudden violent movement, he brought it down over his raised knee. The plastic cracked with a sickening, hollow sound. The little planchette piece flew off and skittered under the TV stand. He broke the board again and again, until it was just jagged shards of white plastic and cardboard in his hands. He stood there, breathing hard, pieces of it falling from his fingers to the rug. Then he turned to look at me, and his face was empty, washed clean of all feeling. "He's dead," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "Charlie. Apparent overdose in a motel room 20 miles from where he should have been." He paused, and his eyes, so empty a second before, filled with a pure, uncomplicated horror. It wasn't. The celebration was over. The joke was dead, and we were left standing in our living room, surrounded by the broken pieces of a game, knowing something had started playing for real, and we had no idea what the rules were, or if we were players or just the pieces on the board. We had our closure. The bust was a success, but a man was dead because of a path we had started walking, and the map that led to his end was drawn in my own sleeping hand, a question etched in permanent ink that we could never scrub away. We cleaned up the broken pieces of the board in a kind of daze, sweeping the plastic shards into a dustpan and throwing the whole mess into the outside trash can. It felt good, final, like we were taking out the garbage. We did not talk much. What was there to say? We had both seen the same terrible thing, and destroying the object felt like the only action we could take. We went to bed early that night, holding onto each other under the covers like we were on a life raft in a dark ocean. I think I slept a deep and dreamless sleep, and when I woke to the normal morning sun, the world seemed to have clicked back into place. The mark on the counter was still there, a dark stain we would have to sand out, but it was just a stain. My husband made coffee, and he kissed my forehead before he left for work. It felt almost like a fresh start. That feeling lasted about a day. The next night, I woke up on the cold kitchen floor. Not at the island, not in a chair. On the hard linoleum tiles. My whole body ached. I pushed myself up, my mind foggy with sleep and dread. I had not used a napkin this time. I had not even used paper. I had used the permanent marker again, right on the beautiful, polished wood of our breakfast table. The map was not a frantic swirl. It was precise, almost clinical. It showed a single city block, with a little square building in the middle labeled in my neat, sleeping handwriting, Sunny Day Dry Cleaners. There were no words like before, no snitch. Just a big, inked-in X right over the building, so dark it had soaked into the wood grain. I just sat on the floor and stared at it. A weird calm settled over me, a resignation. It was not gone. Breaking the board had done nothing. Whatever this was, it was not in the plastic. It was in me, or it was using me. When my husband came home and saw it, his shoulders slumped. He looked more tired than I had ever seen him. He did not get angry. He just pulled out his phone, took a picture of the table, and said, "I will call it in." An anonymous tip. He left the room to make the call, and I heard his low, professional voice explaining something about a concerned citizen. He came back and tried to smile. Maybe it is nothing. Maybe this time it is just a dry cleaner. We both knew he did not believe it. The next 24 hours were a strange limbo. He went to work like normal. I tried to scrub the marker off the table, but it was etched in there. I was on my hands and knees, the chemical smell of cleaner making my eyes water, when I noticed something. The map had a tiny, perfect little bell sketched over the door of the dry cleaner's shop. A detail so small I had missed it. How could I have drawn that in my sleep? How could I know a detail like that? A cold certainty settled in my gut. This was real. This was happening. The next evening, he came home early again, but this time he was not excited. He looked confused and a little scared. He tossed his keys on the counter. A squad car did a routine check, he said. They walked through the whole place. Nothing. Not a single thing out of order. Just a dry cleaner. He laughed, but it was a hollow sound. I guess we are losing our minds. I felt a crazy mix of disappointment and relief. Maybe it was over. Maybe it had just been a bizarre, terrible coincidence followed by a sleepwalking episode. We ordered Chinese food and tried to pretend everything was fine. We were watching some forgettable movie when his work phone buzzed. He picked it up, looked at the screen, and his whole body went stiff. He stood up so fast he knocked the coffee table. "What? What is it?" I asked. He just handed me the phone. It was a news alert. Internal Affairs conducts surprise raid on local business. Allegations of police corruption. The business was the Sunny Day Dry Cleaners. They had not found drugs. They had found ledger books, detailed records of a high-stakes gambling ring. And the clients, the article said, were cops. Several cops. It was a front for police corruption. My husband sat down slowly, like his bones had turned to sand. They did not find it on the first pass, he whispered, because it was hidden too well for a routine check. Someone needed the specific paperwork to get a warrant for the hidden safe. Internal Affairs had that paperwork. They had been investigating for months. My map. It just confirmed it for them. He looked at me, and his eyes were not looking at his wife. They were looking at a source, an asset, a problem. His own phone rang then, the regular one. He answered it. "Yeah, Lieutenant." I saw. "Yeah, crazy. Right place, wrong crime." He listened, his face getting tighter and tighter. "No, sir. I have no idea. Just a hunch, I guess. A lucky break for IA, not us." He hung up and let the phone drop onto the couch. He asked me where I was getting my tips, he said softly. "My lieutenant." He did not believe me. He thinks I have a source I am not sharing. Or worse, the air in the room was hard to breathe. The dry cleaner bust was not our win. It was a shadow that had just fallen over us. We were now tied to something that made his own bosses nervous. That night, we went through the motions. We got ready for bed. I brushed my teeth, staring at my own ordinary face in the mirror. Who was in there when I was asleep? We turned off the lights. I thought I would never sleep, but exhaustion pulled me under almost immediately. I did not wake up on the floor. I woke up standing in our dark bedroom closet. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was pitch black, but I knew where I was. I could feel clothes on either side of me. I took a shaky step forward, out of the closet, into the slightly less dark bedroom. The red numbers of the clock said 3:07 a.m. I had not drawn anything. I had not written. So what had I done? I walked out into the hallway, my feet cold on the wood floor. The living room was a pool of gray shadows from the streetlight outside. And then I saw it. On the coffee table, in the middle of the room, was a dark, familiar shape. It was my husband's service weapon, his pistol. It was just lying there, out in the open. And behind it, the door to the gun safe in the closet stood wide open. I never knew the combination. He had taught me gun safety, but he had always said the safe was his world, his job. Nothing gets in without me. But I had gotten in. I had walked in my sleep, opened a locked safe I had never opened before, and taken out the gun. I did not touch it. I just stood there frozen, looking at it lying there so casually, so terribly on the table where we ate popcorn and watched movies. I do not know how long I stood there. It could have been seconds or an hour. Then I heard a movement behind me. I turned. My husband was standing in the hallway, his face pale in the gloom. He was staring past me, at the gun on the table, at the open safe door. He did not look at me. He walked past me slowly, like he was moving through deep water. He went to the coffee table and looked down at the weapon. Then he looked at the safe. He walked over to it and touched the combination dial. He held it between his fingers. When he turned back to me, his hand was shaking. The numbers, he said, his voice a raw scrape. They are scratched. The metal is all scored, like someone gripped it and turned it with a lot of strength. More strength than you have. I looked at my own hands, small and ordinary in the half-light. I had done that. Or something had used my hands to do that. He picked up the gun, checked it with quick, automatic movements to make sure it was safe, and put it back in the safe. He closed the door and spun the dial. The click of the lock engaging was the loudest sound I had ever heard. We did not go back to bed. We sat together on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, waiting for the sun to come up. We had tried to destroy the source, and it had answered by showing us it could touch the most dangerous, private thing in our home. It was not just giving us information anymore. It was showing us it had control. As the first gray light of dawn crept into the room, I saw something else on the mantel. Next to a framed picture from our wedding, there was a single and used bullet. One of his bullets from the safe. It was just sitting there, upright, like a tiny, terrible trophy. I had not put it there. At least, I did not remember putting it there. We had closed the door on the board, but something else had opened a much darker, more frightening door right through the center of our lives, and we were now standing on the threshold, afraid to step through and terrified to stay where we were. The immediate danger was gone, the gun was put away, but the message was clear and sat waiting in the morning light. It could get to anything it wanted, and next time, the bullet might not be just for show. The bullet on the mantel stayed there. Neither of us moved it. It was like a dare or a promise, and touching it felt like it would make everything more real. We tried to get back to normal, or at least a version of it that did not include sleeping with the lights on. My husband started going to work earlier and coming home later, burying himself in normal cases, anything to avoid the weirdness waiting at home. I scrubbed the table until the wood was worn thin in that spot, but the ghost of that X still lingered if you looked at it from the right angle. We stopped talking about it. What was there to say? We were stuck. Then, about a week after the gun incident, my husband came home with a bag of groceries and a forced, cheerful smile. He pulled out a bottle of wine and 2 fancy steaks. I thought we could have a nice night. Just us. No news, no work stuff, no weird stuff. Just a normal dinner. It was such a clear attempt to reset, to build a wall of normalcy around us, that I went along with it eagerly. We cooked together, we drank the wine, we talked about movies and silly memories from when we first started dating. For a few hours, it worked. The air in the house felt lighter. The bullet on the mantel became just a decoration we ignored. We went to bed feeling almost like our old selves. That is why what happened next was so much worse. I woke up not in the middle of the night, but in the early morning, just as the sky was turning from black to deep blue. I was not in the kitchen or the closet. I was in the living room, standing in front of the mantel. I was fully dressed in my jeans and sweater from the day before. In my hand was not a pen, but my husband's police flashlight, the big heavy metal one. I was pointing it at the wall like it was a pointer, and I was not alone. My husband was there too, sitting in his armchair. He was awake, watching me, his face a mask of pure horror. He had a notebook in his lap and a pen in his hand. Alex, he said, his voice calm but tight. Can you hear me? I could hear him, but I could not answer. My mouth would not move. My body was not mine. I was a passenger, looking out through my own eyes. I felt a pressure in my head, a weird, buzzing intention that was not my own. My arm, holding the flashlight, moved without me telling it to. It swung the beam of light to a specific spot on the living room wall, to a small, framed picture of a lighthouse we had bought on a trip to Maine. The light stayed fixed on it. My husband, his hand shaking, wrote something down in the notebook. Okay, he whispered. Lighthouse. Got it. Then my arm moved again, against my will, a jerky motion. The flashlight beam swung across the room and landed on the bookshelf, highlighting a bright red book spine, an old dictionary. Red book, he said, scribbling. My body turned, the beam sweeping past him, and I saw the notebook page. He was not writing words. He was making quick, rough sketches of the things I was highlighting. This went on for maybe 5 minutes. My body, guided by that strange outside pressure, pointed the flashlight at 7 different objects around our living room. The lighthouse picture, the red dictionary, the brass knob on the fireplace tool set, a blue vase, the power button on the stereo, a throw pillow with a spiral pattern, and finally, it swung back and held the beam steady on the wedding photo next to the bullet on the mantel. With the light blinding the glass, my hand finally lowered. The buzzing pressure in my head vanished like a switch had been flipped, and I stumbled, dropping the flashlight with a clatter. I gasped, my own breath loud in my ears, control flooding back into my limbs. I fell to my knees. What? What was that? I choked out. My husband was already on his feet, staring at his notebook. He did not look at me. He looked furious and focused. Spelling something out, he muttered. First letters. Lighthouse. Red. Brass. Blue. Power. Spiral. Wedding. He wrote the letters down. LRBBPSW. It meant nothing. That's gibberish, I said, pulling myself up onto the couch, feeling sick. Maybe it's not in order, he said. He started rearranging the letters on a fresh page, his cop brain taking over, looking for a pattern. I watched him cold to my core. He had sat there and watched me, studied me like a thing, while I was trapped inside myself. He had not tried to wake me. He had taken notes. After a minute, he stopped. A slow, dawning understanding washed over his face, followed by a look of such profound sickness that I thought he might be ill. It's not the first letters, he said, his voice flat. It's a key, a physical key. Look. He held up the notebook. He had drawn a simple shape next to the list. It was a key. Next to it, he had written the words next to my flashlight points. Lighthouse picture equals tall, thin post. Red book equals a red cover. Brass knob equals a brass head. Blue vase equals a blue handle. Power button equals the place you turn it on. Spiral pillow equals the ridges on the blade. Wedding photo equals it unlocks your life. It's describing a specific key, he said. Tall and thin. A red cover on the top part, maybe plastic. A brass head. A blue handle. Ridges. It's telling us to find a key. We tore the house apart. For hours, we searched every drawer, every box, every pocket of every jacket. We found dozens of keys, but none that matched the description. We were both exhausted, covered in dust, sitting on the floor in a mess of junk from the attic when my husband's phone rang. It was his work. He listened, said, "I'll be right there," and hung up. He looked at me, all the color gone from his face again. They found him, he said. The informant. Charlie, the one from the motel. They did a full autopsy. It wasn't an overdose. My stomach twisted into a knot. What was it? They won't say on the phone, but the lieutenant said it's suspicious. He said I need to come in to answer some follow-up questions because my name is in his notes. He got up, brushing dust off his pants. He looked at the chaos of our search, at my terrified face. We can't talk about this. Not any of it. You understand? The maps, the gun, this. Key thing. It doesn't exist. I nodded numb. He left for the station, and I was alone again with the mess and the quiet. I knew I should clean up, but I couldn't move. I just stared at the notebook page with the drawing of the key. It was here in our house. This thing wanted us to find it. Why? The day dragged on. I finally started putting things away, my mind a whirl of fear and confusion. As I was putting a box of old winter coats back into the hall closet, my hand brushed against something hard and cold on the top shelf, way at the back behind a stack of blankets. I stood on my toes and felt around. My fingers closed around a small metal object. I pulled it down. It was a key. It was old, the metal dark. But when I held it under the hall light, I saw it. The top part, the bow, had a cracked red plastic cover, like from an old library key. The head was brass, now tarnished. The shaft was long and thin. And the handle, the part you grip, was painted a faded, chipped blue. The ridges on the blade were worn but clear. It was the key. The exact key from the description. My heart pounded in my throat. How did it get there? We had never seen it before. I held it in my palm, this cold, tiny piece of metal, and felt a jolt of recognition that was not my own. This key was important. It opened something. But what? I waited for my husband to come home, the key burning a hole in my pocket. When he finally walked in, he looked drained. The questions were routine, he said, dropping his keys. They're just covering bases. But they're digging. I could feel it. I didn't say anything. I just walked over, took the key from my pocket, and held it out in my open palm. He stared at it. He didn't reach for it. He just looked from the key to my face, and the last bit of light in his eyes seemed to go out. Where? He finally asked. Hall closet. Top shelf. That's my old winter coat closet, he said, almost to himself. I haven't put anything up there in years. He took the key from me, his fingers brushing my palm. They were ice cold. He turned it over and over. This isn't one of ours. I know, I said. So what does it open? He didn't answer. He walked to the front window and looked out at the street, the key clenched in his fist. I don't know, he said, but it gave us a map to a drug stash. It gave us a map to a corrupt cop hangout. It made you open my gun safe. And now it's giving us a key. It's not just showing us things. It's arming us. It's giving us tools. He turned to look at me, his expression unreadable. For what? I asked, the question hanging in the air between us. He didn't have an answer. He just slipped the key into his own pocket. That night, we went to bed without speaking. The key was now his. I lay awake for a long time, listening to his breathing, knowing he was awake too. We had found the object it wanted us to find. We had completed its strange task. That should have been the end of something. But as I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, I knew with a certainty that chilled me more than any sleepwalking ever had. This was not an end. This was just the beginning. We had taken the bait. We had the key. And now we would have to find out what door it unlocked and what was waiting for us on the other side. The immediate puzzle was solved, but the larger, more frightening game had just leveled up, and we were now holding a piece we didn't understand, waiting for the next move to be shown to us. The key lived in my husband's pocket. He carried it with him everywhere, like a piece of evidence from a case he couldn't solve. The days that followed were tense but quiet, the kind of quiet that feels like the whole world is holding its breath. No sleepwalking, no maps, no flashlight messages. We started to hope, in a fragile way, that maybe finding the key had satisfied whatever this was. Maybe it was done with us. That hope lasted exactly 8 days. On a rainy Thursday, my husband came home from work looking more relaxed than I had seen him in weeks. He even brought flowers. I think it's over, he said, handing me the bouquet. Nothing weird at work. No calls. No notes. Maybe we broke the cycle. We made dinner together, and for the first time in a long time, we laughed about something stupid on TV. It felt good. It felt like we were reclaiming our life. We went to bed early, and I fell asleep to the sound of the rain on the roof, feeling almost peaceful. I woke up because I was cold. The blankets were off. I was lying on my back, staring at the dark ceiling. My arms were straight down at my sides, stiff. I tried to move my fingers. Nothing. I tried to turn my head. I couldn't. Panic, hot and sharp, shot through me. I was awake, but my body was frozen. I could only move my eyes. I looked to my left. My husband was asleep, his back to me. I tried to make a sound, a grunt, anything to wake him. My throat wouldn't work. Then the pressure came back into my head, that familiar buzzing presence, but this time it was different. It wasn't pushing me to move. It was holding me down. And then a voice filled my mind. It wasn't a sound in the room. It was inside my skull, clear and cold and utterly without feeling. It was not my voice. Look beside the bed. My eyes jerked to the right, against my will, pulled by that external command. On my nightstand was my glass of water, my book, my reading glasses. Lower. My gaze was forced down, to the floor between the nightstand and the bed. There, half in shadow, was a small, crumpled piece of yellow paper, like it had fallen from a pocket. You will pick it up. You will give it to him. You will not remember this. As soon as the words formed in my head, the freezing hold on my body released. I gasped, sucking in air, and sat bolt upright in bed. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I looked over at my husband. He was still asleep. It had been totally quiet. The whole thing had happened inside me. Shaking, I switched on my bedside lamp. The light was too bright. I looked at the floor. The yellow paper was there. I leaned over, my muscles aching like I had run a mile, and picked it up. It was a receipt. A gas station receipt from a place called Quick Stop Fuel on the other side of the city. The date was from 2 days ago. The time was stamped at 11:47 p.m. My husband had been home with me by 9 p.m. that night. This wasn't his. At the bottom of the receipt, in neat block letters that were not in any handwriting I knew, was an address. And below that, a single word, now. I sat there holding the paper, the voice's command echoing in my mind. You will give it to him. You will not remember this. But I did remember. I remembered all of it. The voice had told me I wouldn't, but I did. Was that a mistake? Or was it part of the plan? I didn't know what was worse. I looked at my sleeping husband. If I gave this to him, I was doing what it wanted. If I hid it or threw it away, would it know? Would it do something worse? The memory of being frozen, totally helpless, decided for me. The fear was too fresh. I reached over and shook his shoulder. Wake up, I said, my own voice sounding strange. He grumbled, turning over. What? What's wrong? I held out the yellow receipt. I found this, on the floor. He blinked, taking it from me, squinting in the lamplight. He read the address, then the word now. His sleepiness vanished. He looked at the gas station name and the timestamp. His face went tight. This is near the industrial park. A bad area. And I wasn't there. He looked at me, his eyes searching my face. Were you sleepwalking? No, I said, and it was the truth. I was awake. It was just there. I couldn't bring myself to tell him about the voice. Not yet. That felt like a line, once crossed, that would mean I was really losing my mind. He got out of bed and started pulling on his clothes. I have to check this out. Right now. It's the middle of the night. The paper says now, he said, his voice all cop again. If this is another tip, we can't wait. If it's a trap, I'd rather know. He strapped on his gun, the one from the safe, and put the key from his pocket on his dresser. Stay here. Lock the door behind me. I'll call you when I know something. He left. I locked the door as he asked, and then went to the living room window, watching his taillights disappear into the rainy dark. The waiting was agony. Every minute felt like an hour. I made tea but didn't drink it. I picked up a book but couldn't read a word. All I could think about was that cold, internal voice and the word on the paper. Now. About 40 minutes later, my phone rang. It was him. It's an empty lot, he said. His voice was tense, confused. Just a fenced-in empty space between two old factories. Nothing here. No one here. So it's nothing, I said, a weak hope rising in me. Maybe just a prank. Maybe, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. I'm coming home. I heard his car start in the background. Then he said, wait. The line went quiet for a full minute. Honey, I said, what is it? There's a door, he whispered. In the side of one of the factory buildings, facing the lot. An old metal door. I almost missed it, and there's a keyhole. My eyes flew to the dresser in our bedroom, where he had left the key. The key, I breathed. It's the same shape, he said, his voice filled with a kind of dreadful awe. The brass head, the blue handle, this keyhole is old. It would fit. Don't open it, I said, the words bursting out of me. Not alone. Not in the dark. Please just come home. He was quiet for another long moment. I could hear the rain on his end of the line. Yeah, he finally said. You're right. I'm coming home. He hung up. I paced until I heard his car pull in. When he walked through the door, he was soaked, his hair plastered to his forehead. In one hand, he held the key. He looked from the key to me, and then walked over and put it back in his pocket. It fits, was all he said. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We sat at the kitchen table as the sky lightened, the key and the yellow receipt between us like pieces from two different puzzles that had just snapped together. It gave us a key, he said. Then it gave us the door. It's leading us somewhere, step by step. But why us? I asked, the question that had been haunting me for weeks. He picked up the key, turning it over. I don't know, but I think we have to open that door. I felt a jolt of pure fear. No, we can't. We tell someone. Your lieutenant. Someone. And say what? He asked, his voice rising. That my wife has been getting supernatural tips from a ghost. that we found a magic key. They'll pull my badge. They'll think I've lost it, or worse, that I'm involved in something. After the dry cleaner bust, they're already looking at me sideways. He was right, and I hated it. We were in a box with no good way out. So what do? He looked out the window at the new day. We wait. It's not done. It's giving us instructions. It'll tell us what it wants next. The awful part was, I knew he was right. The voice had said now, but it hadn't meant for him to open the door right then. It was just showing us the next piece. The game was still on, and we were still playing. A few days passed, normal on the surface. Then, on Sunday afternoon, my husband was working in the garage. I was folding laundry in the living room. The TV was on for noise, some cooking show. I reached for a pillowcase, and a sudden, sharp pain lanced through my head, right behind my eyes. I winced, closing them. When I opened them, the world looked wrong. The colors on the TV were too bright, pulsing. The sound from it became a distorted roar. And then, projected onto my vision like words on a screen, I saw it. Tonight. 1 a.m. Come alone. Tell no one. And as quickly as it came, it was gone. The pain vanished. The TV sounds went back to normal. I was left sitting on the couch, a folded towel in my lap, knowing with absolute certainty that the message was for my husband, and that I had just been the delivery system again. That night, after a tense, quiet dinner, I told him. I described the pain, the distorted vision, the words. He just nodded, like he had been expecting it. It's time, he said. We argued. I begged him not to go, to call for backup, to do anything but walk into that empty lot alone at 1 a.m. But he was stubborn. If I don't go, it might just come here. Or it might make you go. I can't risk that. This is my job. To face things. Even things like this. At 12:30 a.m., he got ready. He took his gun. He took the key. He kissed me a hard, quick kiss. Lock the door. I'll text you every 20 minutes. If I miss a check-in, you call the precinct. You tell them I was following a lead on the informant's death. You tell them the address. You don't mention anything else. Then he left. I watched the clock. At 12:50, I got a text, here. All quiet. 1 a.m. at the door. 1:05 a.m. Key fits. Turning it. And then nothing. 1:25 came. No text. 1:45, nothing. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. At 2:05 a.m., an hour after his last text, I was about to call the police, my finger hovering over the dial button, when my phone finally buzzed. It was a text from him. It was just 2 words, I'm inside. A minute later, another text came through. This one was a picture. It was dark, blurry, taken with his phone's flash. It showed the inside of the factory room. It was empty except for one thing. In the center of the concrete floor, lit by the flash, was a small, modern black safe. The kind you'd buy for a home office. It was just sitting there waiting. The message that followed the picture read, "It's for you." The combination is our wedding date. The chapter of the key was over. We had found the door it opened. But now, behind that door, was a new puzzle, a new box waiting for us, and whatever was inside was meant for me. The door was no longer the mystery. The mystery was now locked in that small, out-of-place safe, and the combination was the most important number of our lives together. He was safe, he was coming home, but he was bringing a new problem with him, one that was personally deeply ours. We had answered the call, and now the game had delivered its next move right into our hands. He came home carrying the safe. It was smaller than I pictured, about the size of a large shoebox, but it looked dense and serious in his arms. He set it down on the kitchen table with a solid thump. We both just stared at it. The black metal was scuffed. It was a real thing, a physical object from that dark, empty room. It made everything more real and more terrifying. "You didn't open it," I said. It wasn't a question. He shook his head. "It said it was for you. The combination, it's our date." He sounded weird, distant, like part of him was still back in that factory. "Are you okay? What was it like in there?" He ran a hand over his face. "It was just a room. Empty. Dusty. This was in the middle of the floor. Like a gift. Or a bomb." We looked at the safe. The dial was shiny and new, unlike the old key. I knew the number. Of course I did. 6 digits that defined the best day of my life. The idea of using them to open this thing felt like a violation. "We don't have to open it," he said, but his eyes said he knew that wasn't true. We were in too deep. The key, the door, the safe, it was a trail of breadcrumbs, and we had eaten every one. If we stopped now, we would never know why, and not knowing seemed worse. "We have to," I whispered. I stepped up to the table. My hands were cold. I reached out and spun the dial. The clicks were loud in the quiet kitchen. Right to the first number. Left past it twice to the second. Right to the third. My fingers knew the rhythm. It was the same motion I used for his gun safe, but this felt entirely different. On the last number, I took a breath and pulled the handle down. It moved smoothly with a well-oiled clunk. The door unsealed. I looked at my husband. He gave a short, tense nod. I swung the door open. Inside, there were no stacks of cash, no bundles of drugs, no glittering jewels. There were only two things: a single, unmarked USB flash drive, dark blue, and a photograph. I picked up the photo first. It was a color picture, slightly faded, like it was a few years old. It showed a man in his late 50s, maybe early 60s. He had thinning gray hair and wore wire-rimmed glasses. He was sitting at a cluttered desk in what looked like a home office, shelves packed with books behind him. He was smiling at the camera, a warm, gentle smile. He looked like a nice man. A professor, maybe. I did not recognize him at all. I turned it over. On the back, in the same neat block letters from the gas station receipt, was written, Orlando Marconi. He knew. He tried to warn them. My blood ran cold. Marconi. Old man Marconi. The man whose Ouija board started all of this. This was him, not as a crazy old hermit, but as a normal, smiling person. He knew what? My husband asked, taking the photo from me. He studied the face, his cop mind filing it away. And who is them? I picked up the USB drive. It was light, innocuous. It could hold anything. We have to look, I said. He hesitated, then went to his laptop on the counter. He booted it up, his movements quick and nervous. He inserted the drive. A single window popped up. No folders, just one video file named Testament. MPG. He double-clicked it. The video player opened. The footage was grainy, shaky, like it was taken on an old webcam. It showed the same man from the photo, Orlando Marconi, sitting at the same cluttered desk. He looked older than in the photo, more tired, his eyes wider. He was leaning close to the camera. If you are seeing this, he began, his voice a reedy, educated whisper, then you have found my key, and my box, and you are in the same trouble I was. He glanced over his shoulder, paranoid. They think I am a crazy old man. I was a prosecutor for 22 years. I saw patterns, not just crimes, but connections, a sickness in the city's bones. It isn't just people. It's the way the money moves, the way favors are traded, the way cases die in filing cabinets. It has a consciousness, a will to keep itself alive. My husband and I exchanged a glance. This sounded like the rantings of a paranoid mind. But after what we had been through, it didn't sound crazy. It sounded like an explanation. Marconi continued. I found a way to listen to it, to see the patterns clearly. A focus, an object. It showed me things, locations, names. It wanted me to act. I thought I could fight it from the inside. I gave tips, anonymous letters. He laughed, a bitter, choking sound. They always came back. The information was always right. And then people started dying. The informants, the whistleblowers. The pattern was cleaning house. It was using me to find the weak links and eliminate them. I wasn't fighting it. I was its janitor. He looked directly into the camera, his face filled with a desperate intensity. I tried to break the connection. I destroyed the focus object. I moved. It didn't matter. It was in the wires, in the phones, in my dreams. It finds a way in. It looks for cracks, stress, fear, obsession. It finds a crack and it gets in, and it will use you to protect itself. He leaned back, looking defeated. It hates a vacuum. If you remove a bad cop, a dirty politician, it will find a way to fill that space with something worse, or it will punish you for trying. It is the ecosystem, and we are just germs in its body. If you are watching this, it has found you. It is using you. You probably think you are helping. You are not. You are feeding it. The only way out, the only way I could see, was to stop being a crack, to become a solid wall. But I was too weak. I was too afraid. The video ended abruptly. The screen went black. We sat there in the kitchen light, the hum of the laptop fan the only sound. Marconi wasn't a crackpot. He was a witness, and he was describing exactly what was happening to us. The maps, the tips, the informant who died, the dry cleaner bust that exposed corrupt cops. We weren't solving crimes. We were being used to maintain a balance, a terrible, rotten balance. It's not a ghost, I said, my voice hollow. It's the city itself. The system. He said it finds a crack, my husband said, looking at me, and I saw the guilt in his eyes. Stress, fear, obsession. He was thinking about his job, the long hours, the pressure to close cases. And I was the crack in his life, the worried wife, the one who was vulnerable in my sleep. We had let it in together. What do we do? I asked. He said the only way out is to stop being a crack. What does that mean? My husband ejected the USB drive and held it in his hand. It means we stop being afraid. We stop playing its game. We don't follow the next tip. We don't look at the next map. And what happens when it sends one anyway? I asked. What happens when I draw a map in my sleep that leads to our front door? He didn't have an answer. He put the USB drive and the photo back in the safe, closed it, and spun the dial. We hide this. We pretend we never saw it. We go on like normal. We be a wall. It was a good plan. A solid plan. We put the safe in the back of his closet, behind a stack of shoe boxes. We went through the next week trying to be a wall. We went to work. We had friends over for dinner. We talked about painting the guest room. We acted completely, utterly normal. I even slept through the night a few times. It was working. We were winning by not playing. Then on Friday, my husband came home from work looking grim. He didn't say hello. He went straight to the fridge and got a beer. What's wrong? I asked. New partner, he said, taking a long drink. They assigned me a new guy today. Fresh transfer. Young eager. Too eager. What's wrong with that? He asked about the dry cleaner bust, he said, his eyes meeting mine. Not about the case. About the tip. He wanted to know how I really knew. Said he heard rumors it was a psychic tip. A chill went through me. That's not possible. That information is sealed. Rumors aren't sealed, he said. This kid, he was digging. Nicely. Professionally. But digging. That night, I dreamed I was sinking into thick, black tar. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I woke up gasping. It was 3 a.m. My husband was asleep. I got up to get a glass of water, my heart still racing from the dream. As I passed the hall closet, the one where we found the key, I stopped. The door was slightly ajar. I always kept it closed. I pushed it open and turned on the light. Nothing was out of place. The coats hung neatly. The shelves were tidy. But on the floor, in the very center of the closet floor, was a small, white square of paper. It was a business card. I bent and picked it up. It was cheap, plain cardstock. On it, printed in simple font, was a name, Officer Daniel Reyes. And below that, his precinct number and a cell phone number. On the back, in that now horribly familiar block writing, was a new message. He is not your partner. He is their listener. The wall has a crack. I stood in the glow of the closet light, holding the card of my husband's new partner. Marconi's words echoed in my head. It finds a way in. It wasn't done with us. We had tried to become a wall, but it had already put a listener right next to us, inside my husband's own car, his own cases. The game hadn't ended. It had just changed the rules. We had closed the safe on one mystery, but a new, more immediate danger had been delivered right to our home. Not in a dream, but physically on a piece of paper that proved the thing we were fighting was not just in my head. It was in our world, and it knew our moves before we made them. The partner was the problem now, a walking, talking crack in our wall, and we had no idea what he was listening for, or who he was telling. The business card felt like a live wire in my hand. I didn't wake my husband. What would I say? The thing we're ignoring left a calling card in the closet. It would just prove we weren't a wall at all. I put the card in the pocket of my robe and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling, Marconi's words looping in my head. He is their listener. The next morning, I made coffee, my hands steady but my insides churning. My husband came into the kitchen, already in his work clothes, his face set in that focused way it got when he had a difficult day ahead. He was going to spend it with him, with Officer Daniel Reyes. You okay? He asked, pouring a cup. You look tired. Bad dream, I said, which was true. I watched him. Should I tell him? If I did, it would break our agreement to be normal, to be a wall. It would crack us open again. But if I didn't, and this partner was a real threat, my husband's phone buzzed on the counter. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. A flicker of annoyance, then a careful blankness. It's him, the new guy. He's downstairs early. Wants to go over case files before roll call. He gave me a quick kiss. I'll see you tonight. Try to have a good day. He left. I waited until I heard his car pull away. Then I took the business card from my robe pocket. The cell number was written there. A listener. What did that mean? Did he hear the same voice I did? Did he get maps too? Or was he just a normal cop who had been told to keep an eye on my husband? But not knowing was worse than knowing. I spent the morning cleaning, trying to burn off the nervous energy. Around 11, my own phone rang. A number I didn't recognize. My heart jumped into my throat. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a text came through from the same number, Mrs. K. This is Officer Reyes. Your husband asked me to check on you. Said you weren't feeling well this morning. Everything okay? The message was polite, professional. But he had my number. My husband wouldn't have given it to him. Not without asking me. I didn't reply. The phone rang again immediately. This time I answered. Hello. Mrs. K, hi. Sorry to bother you. It's Danny Reyes, your husband's partner. His voice was young, friendly, warm. Just wanted to make sure you were doing all right. He mentioned you had a rough night. I'm fine, I said, keeping my voice flat. He shouldn't have bothered you with that. Oh, no bother at all. We partners look out for each other, and that means family too. The friendliness in his voice was like syrup, too thick. Anyway, I just wanted to introduce myself properly, and maybe ask, this might sound strange, but has your husband seemed different lately? Stressed? Talking about work a lot at home. There it was. The listen. He's a detective, I said. He's always stressed. It's his job. Right, of course, he chuckled. Silly question. Well, you have a great day. Tell him I'll see him back at the precinct. He hung up. I held the phone, my skin crawling. That wasn't a welfare check. That was a probe. He is their listener. The rest of the day was agony. I jumped at every sound. I kept checking the windows. I felt watched, even in my own home. I needed to do something. I couldn't just wait. I got my laptop and did the only thing I could think of. I looked up Officer Daniel Reyes. There wasn't much. A few old news blurbs about community outreach. A photo from the police academy. He looked young, smiling, all clean lines and bright eyes. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I dug deeper into social media, using a fake profile I had from an old game. I found his brother. Different last name. Miguel Santos. A few pictures of them together at a family barbecue. Miguel looked older, harder. Something about his eyes didn't match the smiling photos. On a whim, I searched Miguel Santos plus our city name. The third result was a police blotter entry from 2 years ago. Arrest for possession with intent to distribute. Plea deal. Served 18 months. He was a convicted drug dealer. My breath caught. The new partner's brother was a felon, connected to the very world my husband was trying to fight. This wasn't a coincidence. This was the crack. The thing we were fighting had put a man with a vulnerable spot right next to my husband. Could the brother be used as leverage? Was he being used as leverage right now? I didn't know what to do with the information. Telling my husband would send him into a confrontation without proof. It would definitely break the wall. I decided to wait, to watch. When my husband came home that night, he was quiet, withdrawn. How was the new partner? I asked, trying to sound casual. He shrugged. Fine. Eager. Asked a lot of questions. About what? About my process. About old cases. About how I manage work-life balance. He let out a short, humorless laugh. Work-life balance. Like that exists. He was suspicious of him too. I could tell. But he was following our plan, trying to be normal, to be a wall. I decided to keep my discovery to myself, for now. The next few days were a tense dance. The partner called or texted me every other day, always friendly, always probing. How's the week treating you? Did your husband talk about the Johnson case? He seemed really wrapped up in it. I gave him nothing short, polite answers. My husband came home more agitated each evening. He wasn't sleeping well. I wasn't sleeping at all. The pressure was building. The wall was straining. Then on Saturday afternoon it broke. My husband was mowing the lawn. I was inside when I saw a plain, unmarked sedan pull up to the curb. Officer Daniel Reyes got out, not in uniform, just jeans and a jacket. He walked up our driveway, not towards the front door, but towards my husband in the backyard. I moved to the kitchen window, out of sight, watching. I saw my husband turn off the mower. They talked. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw my husband's posture change. He went from relaxed to rigid in a second. He took a step towards the younger man. The partner held up his hands, a placating gesture, but he didn't back down. He said something else. My husband's fists clenched at his sides. Then the partner nodded, turned, and walked back to his car, calm as anything. He drove away. My husband stood in the middle of the half-mown lawn for a full minute, just staring at nothing. Then he came inside. His face was pale, his eyes burning. What did he want? I asked. He walked past me to the sink, ran a glass of water, and drank it all. He knows, he said finally, his voice low and rough. He knows about the maps, about the dry cleaner tip. He didn't say it outright, but he was circling it, talking about unnatural luck and sources that need protection. What did you tell him? I told him he was watching too much TV. I told him to get off my property. He put the glass down hard. Then he said, I'm just trying to help. My brother, he's in a bad way. He hears things too. He says the city talks, and it's angry. I felt the world tilt. So he was a listener, or his brother was, and now he was revealing it, not as a threat, but as a plea for help. What does that mean? I whispered. It means we're not the only ones, he said. And he's not working for the cops right now. He's working for whatever has his brother. And he's scared. That night, the sleepwalking came back. It wasn't me this time. It was my husband. I woke up to find his side of the bed empty. I found him in the living room, standing in the dark in front of the blank TV screen. He was just standing there. Honey, I said softly. He didn't move. I turned on a lamp. His eyes were open, but they were glassy, unfocused. In his hand, he held his own police notebook and a pen. His arm was moving slowly, deliberately, writing on the page. He was doing what I had done. He was a passenger. I wanted to scream, to shake him, but I remembered how it felt. I couldn't interfere. I just watched, tears streaming down my face, as his hand wrote a single line in messy, frantic handwriting that was not his own. The listener must choose a side, his brother or the pattern. You will make him choose. Then his hand stopped. He blinked, swayed on his feet. The notebook fell to the floor. He looked at me, confusion, and then horror dawning in his eyes. Well, what did I do? I picked up the notebook and showed him. He read the words, his face crumbling. It's in me now too, he said, his voice broken. It's not just you. The crack, it's in both of us. We were past being a wall. The thing had gotten inside him. It was giving him orders now. It wanted us to force the partner to choose. The message was clear. Turn the listener or be exposed by him. The next morning, my husband called the partner. He asked to meet, alone, away from the precinct. They agreed on a diner on the other side of town. My husband didn't want me to come, but I insisted. I sat in a booth in the back, wearing a hat, pretending to read a menu. I watched them sit in a booth by the window. I saw the partner's face. He looked exhausted, frightened. They talked for 20 minutes. I saw my husband slide the notebook across the table, showing him the message. I saw the partner read it and put his head in his hands. Then I saw him nod, a slow, defeated nod. They talked some more, their heads close together. An alliance was being formed, not out of trust, but out of shared terror. My husband came back to my booth after the partner left. He sat down heavily. He chose his brother, he said. He'll feed them false information, small stuff, to keep his brother safe. And he'll tell us what they want to know. And what do they want to know? I asked. My husband looked at me, his eyes full of a sorrow so deep it took my breath away. They want to know about you, your routines, when you're alone. They think you're the source. The crack. They think if they control you, they control the information. So that was it. The listener had been turned, but the price was information about me. We had a temporary ally, but we had also confirmed my worst fear. I was the target. We had managed the immediate threat of the partner, but in doing so, we had shone a spotlight directly on myself, and the thing we were fighting now knew exactly where to aim. We walked out of the diner into the gray daylight, not feeling victorious, but feeling like we had just swapped one kind of danger for another, more personal one. The listener was on our side, for now, but we had just given the enemy a map to its real target, me. Knowing the partner was now a double agent, feeding watered-down information to the other side, should have made us feel safer. It didn't. It made everything feel more fragile, like we were balancing on a tightrope made of spiderweb. My husband and his new partner started a careful, ugly dance. My husband would give him a small, real piece of information, a low-level dealer's hangout, a time for a routine patrol, something that would check out but wouldn't lead to anything big. The partner would pass it along to his contacts, whoever was holding his brother's safety over his head. In return, the partner would tell my husband what they were asking about. And they were always asking about me. Did she go to the grocery store on Tuesdays? Does she take walks in the park? What is her daily schedule? It was a slow, psychological drip of threat. I stopped leaving the house alone. I started looking out the windows every few minutes. The house, which used to be my sanctuary, felt like a glass box. I was the crack, and now everyone knew where to press. My husband tried to act normal, but the stress was eating him alive. He started having the sleepwalking episodes more often. Not writing, usually. Just standing. Staring at a wall, or out a window, or once, just holding our wedding photo and crying while he was still asleep. It was the most heartbreaking thing I had ever seen. The thing wasn't just giving him orders anymore. It was wearing him down from the inside. I knew I had to do something more than just hide. I had to understand what we were really up against. I started researching in earnest, using the old laptop in a way I never had before. I went down rabbit holes about parapsychology, conspiracy theories, police corruption networks. It all felt useless. Then I remembered the name from the safe, Orlando Marconi. I started digging into him, beyond what his video had said. I found his old professional records. He wasn't just a prosecutor, he was a star. He had a conviction rate in the high 90s. Then about 10 years ago, it all stopped. There was a big case that fell apart. A key witness recanted. Evidence went missing. The official records said he took a leave of absence for health reasons and never came back. That's when he became the crazy old man. I used a private browser and found an old, mostly forgotten online forum from the early 2000s, a place for people who believed in systemic sentience and urban phantoms. It was full of wild theories, and there, with a username OM_architect, was Marconi. I scrolled through his posts. They started out academic, theoretical. Consider corruption not as individual moral failure, but as a self-replicating pattern, a cognitive algorithm running on the hardware of human greed. As the years went on, his posts got more desperate, more personal. It knows I see it. It offers me deals. It showed me where the missing evidence was buried. I took the deal to save a life. I became part of the pattern. And then his final post, dated a week before the news reported him found dead in his home from an apparent fall. It read, "It doesn't want to destroy the city. It is the city. The deals, the payoffs, the violence, the cover-ups, it's the metabolism. Fighting individual crimes is like swatting at bees. You need to destroy the hive. But the hive fights back. It finds your pressure points. For me, it was my daughter. For you, it will be your wife, your partner, your child. It learns. It protects itself. I tried to build a wall. It sent a termite. My termite was regret. Your termite will be fear." I sat back, my skin crawling. He was describing our exact situation. The partner was our termite. Fear was our termite. Marconi's daughter? I did a quick search. She had been in a car accident a year before his breakdown. Hit and run. Never solved. I felt a sick wave of understanding. The thing we were fighting had threatened his child, and now it was threatening me. It was all connected. It was a pattern, and it used the same tactics over and over. That night, I showed my husband what I had found. We sat at the kitchen table with the laptop between us, the only light in the dark house. He read Marconi's final post, his face grim. "So it's a system," he said quietly, "and we're trying to debug it with a Ouija board. He says we need to destroy the hive." I said, "But how do you destroy something that's made of ideas and people and money?" "You cut off its head," my husband said, but he sounded unsure. "You find the center. And what if the center is everywhere?" I asked. We didn't have an answer, but the research changed something. It made me angry. This wasn't a ghost or a demon. It was a bully, a systemic, intelligent bully that had been terrorizing people for years, maybe generations. It had broken Marconi. It was trying to break us. I was done being just the crack. I needed to be something harder. A week later, the partner gave my husband a new piece of information. "They're getting impatient," he said during a whispered phone call my husband put on speaker for me to hear. "The info you're giving them is junk. They know it. They say if they don't get something real about the source, about your wife, by the end of the month, my brother has an accident." His voice was shaking. "They're not bluffing. We had 2 weeks." The pressure cooker was about to explode. My husband, desperate, came up with a plan. A dangerous, stupid plan. "We give them something real," he said, "but we control it. We set a trap." "What kind of trap?" I asked, my stomach nodding. "We give them a time and place where you'll be alone. Somewhere isolated. We have my partner tell them it's a golden opportunity. And we'll be waiting. We'll catch them in the act, get them on attempted kidnapping or worse, and we'll have leverage to get his brother back and shut this down." It was a cop's plan. Direct. Confrontational. It put me directly in the line of fire as bait. Every cell in my body screamed against it. But what was the alternative? Wait for them to find me on their own terms? Where? I asked, my voice small. He had already thought of it. The old lake house. My dad's place. It's empty, it's remote. We'll say you're going there to clean it out for the weekend. I'll have to work. You'll be alone on Friday night. The plan was set in motion. The partner, with visible relief, passed the information along. My husband called in favors from 2 cops he still trusted absolutely. Guys from his academy days who worked in a different precinct. He couldn't use anyone from his own unit. He told them a simplified version. He had a stalker threatening his wife, and he needed backup for a stakeout. They agreed, no questions asked. Friday arrived. The air in our house was electric with tension. We packed a bag for me, making it look real. My husband's 2 friends, introduced to me only as Ben and Marcus, arrived in an unmarked car. They were big, quiet men with serious eyes. They shook my hand and told me they wouldn't let anything happen. It didn't make me feel much better. We drove in 2 cars to the lake house, an hour outside the city. It was a small wooden cabin in the trees, dark and cold. We arrived in the afternoon. Ben and Marcus checked the perimeter, then set up inside, hiding in the small bedroom and the closet. My husband showed me a panic button on a keychain. If anything goes wrong, you press this. It's linked to my phone and theirs. We'll be outside watching the road. We won't let anyone near you. He kissed me a hard, quick kiss. I love you. This ends tonight. Then he and his friends left to take up positions down the wooded driveway. I was alone in the cabin. I had a chair pulled up to the window, looking out at the long, gravel drive leading to the main road. I had a can of pepper spray next to me and the panic button in my hand. The minutes ticked by. The sun set. The woods outside became a wall of blackness. The cabin creaked and settled. Every sound made me jump. I watched the clock. 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Nothing. Had they figured it out? Was the partner's brother already dead? At 10:30, my phone buzzed. A text from my husband, all quiet. You holding up? I texted back, yes. Bored. Stay alert. 11 p.m. Midnight. My eyes were gritty from staring into the dark. I was starting to believe it was a false alarm, that they hadn't taken the bait. Then at 12:17 a.m., I saw a single slow-moving car without headlights coast to a stop at the very end of the driveway, where it met the main road. It was just a darker shape against the dark trees. My heart leaped into my throat. I pressed the button on my phone to alert my husband. Car here. I watched. 2 figures got out of the car. They stood for a moment, then started walking up the driveway, not with a rush, but with a slow, confident stride. They were coming. I moved away from the window into the center of the room, as we had planned. My job was to let them get close, to get inside, so Ben and Marcus could spring the trap. I could hear my own blood pounding in my ears. I heard the soft crunch of their footsteps on the gravel. Closer, closer. They stopped outside the front door. A long pause. Then the doorknob turned. It was unlocked. The door pushed open. 2 men stood there, backlit by the faint starlight. They were big. They wore dark clothes. I couldn't see their faces. One stepped inside. "Mrs. K," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You're going to come for a ride with us. Don't make noise." This was it. I opened my mouth to scream, the signal for the others to burst out. But before I could make a sound, the cabin's old landline phone, sitting on a side table, rang. The shrill, old-fashioned bell shattered the tension in the room. Both men at the door flinched, looking at it. So did I. It wasn't part of the plan. No one knew that number. On the second ring, a voice, my husband's voice, filled the room from the phone's speaker. He must have remotely activated it through some app. His voice was calm, cold, and it echoed in the small space. "Tell your boss the pattern is done with you." The men looked at each other, confused. Then the lights in the cabin all turned on at once, blindingly bright. And from the bedroom and the closet, Ben and Marcus didn't just step out. They exploded out, shouting, "Police!" Down on the ground. It happened so fast. The 2 men at the door, startled by the phone and the lights, were caught off guard. One reached for his waist. Marcus was on him in a flash, tackling him to the floor of the porch. The other turned to run, but Ben was already there, grabbing him in a bear hug. My husband came running from the woods, his gun drawn. It was over in less than 30 seconds. The 2 men were cuffed, lying face down on the gravel. My husband's friends read them their rights. I stood in the doorway, shaking, the panic button still clenched in my fist. My husband came to me, pulling me into a hug. "It's okay. It's over. We got them. We had. We had caught them. The trap had worked." But as I looked over my husband's shoulder at the two captured men, I saw one of them turn his head. He wasn't looking at the cops holding him down. He was looking right at me, and he smiled. It was a wide, knowing, cruel smile. Then he spoke, his voice clear in the cool night air, directed only at me. "He didn't tell you, did he? The partner. His brother wasn't the only leverage." Then he laughed, and they stuffed him into the car. The immediate threat was over. The kidnappers were in custody. We had won the night. But as we drove back to the city in the early morning hours, the man's smiling face and his words hung in the air between my husband and me, a new and terrible question. What else didn't we know? What other leverage was out there? We had closed the trap, but it felt like we had just caught two small fish while the real predator was still out there in the deep, dark water, and it was still laughing. The ride home from the lake house was quiet, the kind of quiet that is full of words no one wants to say. The man's smile was burned into my mind. He didn't tell you. My husband drove, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Ben and Marcus followed in their car with the two captured men. We had agreed on a story. These were the stalkers, the plan had worked, end of story. We couldn't mention the partner, his brother, or the bigger pattern. It was just a personal threat, now neutralized. It felt flimsy, like tissue paper over a hole in a dam. When we got home, the sun was coming up, painting the sky in weak gray colors. We were both exhausted, running on fumes and leftover adrenaline. My husband made a pot of coffee, his movements automatic. I sat at the kitchen table, the same table I had drawn on, and just watched him. What did he mean? I finally asked. The question hung in the air between the drip, drip, drip of the coffee maker. My husband didn't turn around. "I don't know. He was trying to mess with you. It's what they do." He said the partner didn't tell us, that his brother wasn't the only leverage. He turned then, his face drawn and old in the morning light. "We got them, Alex. We stopped them. Whatever game they're playing, we just won a round. Let's just be glad for that right now." He poured 2 mugs of coffee and brought them to the table. We drank without tasting it. The wind felt hollow, like we'd been given a trophy made of tin. The next few days were a blur of false normalcy. My husband went back to work. He said the 2 men were in custody, refusing to talk, but they'd be charged with attempted kidnapping and breaking and entering. The partner, he told me, was relieved but still terrified. His brother was still out there. We were on a knife's edge. Then on Wednesday, my husband came home with a look I had never seen before. It was a mix of triumph and absolute dread. He closed the front door carefully behind him, locked it, and leaned against it. "They talked," he said. "The 2 from the lake house. They got a lawyer, a fancy one, and they cut a deal. They gave up a name." "Who?" "A lieutenant. From the organized crime unit. A guy named Walsh." I'd heard the name. Everyone had. He was a legend, a cop's cop, with a wall of commendations. They said he's the connection. The guy who translates what the pattern wants into action. He's the one who threatened the partner's brother. He's the one who sent them after you. This was it. The head of the snake. Or at least one of the heads. What happens now? Now, my husband said, a fierce light in his eyes, we take it to internal affairs. But not RIA. The state police. I have a contact. With this, plus the dry cleaner bust, plus the testimony of the 2 goons, we can bring him down. It's enough to start a real investigation. For the first time in months, I felt a surge of real, uncomplicated hope. This was action. This was fighting back against the real-world part of the sickness. We weren't just reacting to spooky maps. We were going after a bad cop. That night, we celebrated with pizza. We talked about maybe going away for a weekend when this was all over. We went to bed feeling almost light. I fell asleep quickly, deeply. And that's when it came. The dream wasn't like the others. I wasn't frozen. I wasn't drawing. I was standing in a white, endless space. And facing me was not a person, but a shape made of shifting shadows, like smoke trapped in a bottle. It had no face, but I could feel it looking at me. A voice, the same cold, internal voice from before, but now smoother, almost conversational, filled the space. You think you have won. You have removed a tool, a useful tool. The pattern dislikes inefficiency. I tried to speak in the dream, to ask what it wanted, but I had no voice. Your husband thinks he is hunting. He is pruning. We will grow back stronger. But you are the interesting variable. The crack that became a blade. Marconi broke. You bend. We have a proposition. An image formed in the white space. It was my husband, sitting at his desk at the precinct. He looked happy. Then the image changed. He was in a prison cell, wearing an orange jumpsuit. The image flickered back and forth. Free man, prisoner, free man, prisoner. Lieutenant Walsh is expendable. Your husband's career, his freedom, is not. We hold the evidence that will trade one for the other. The choice is yours. Let the pruning stop. Become part of the wall again. Or watch him fall. The white space vanished, and I sat bolt upright in bed, gasping. My husband was sleeping beside me. I was drenched in cold sweat. It wasn't a suggestion. It was an ultimatum. Back off, or they would frame my husband for something. They had the reach, the evidence, whatever they needed to do it. The good cop would go down, and the bad cop would walk. The pattern would protect itself. I didn't sleep another minute. When my husband woke up, buzzing with purpose, ready to make his call to the state police, I stopped him. You can't. He stared at me. What? Why? This is our chance. I told him about the dream, the ultimatum, the images of him in a cell. His face fell, the hope draining out of him, replaced by a weary defeat I never wanted to see. So that's it? We just let Walsh go? After everything? If we go after him, they destroy you, I said, my voice breaking. They'll plant evidence. They'll say you were part of it. The dry cleaner bust, the informant's death. They'll twist it all. They'll make it stick. You know they will. He knew. He was a cop. He knew how it worked. He slammed his fist on the dresser, making the picture frames rattle. Then he sank onto the bed, his head in his hands. We were beaten, not by guns or thugs, but by a system that could reshape reality to protect itself. We had fought our way to the boss's door, and the boss had simply pointed a finger back at us. That day, my husband called his state police contact and said his source had recanted, that the information was shaky. He pulled back. He told the partner the hunt was off, to just keep feeding them useless scraps to keep his brother safe. We tried to settle into a miserable, tense peace. We were a wall again, but now it was a prison wall, and we were on the inside. A week later, a padded envelope arrived in the mail. No return address. My husband opened it. Inside was a stack of photocopies, financial records, bank transfers. They showed regular, small deposits into an offshore account in my husband's name. The dates went back 2 years. It was all fake, of course, but it looked real, and it was accompanied by a simple, typewritten note, a show of good faith. The originals remain with US. The wall holds. It was a reminder, a leash. They had the power to destroy him anytime they wanted. We burned the copies in the sink and watched the ashes swirl down the drain. That should have been the end. We should have lived the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders, waiting for the other shoe to drop. But something in me had snapped. I was done being a variable, a crack, a pawn. Marconi had broken. I wouldn't. I waited until my husband was at work. I went to the back of his closet and pulled out the black safe. I spun the dial to our wedding date and opened it. I took out the USB drive, Marconi's testament. I plugged it into my laptop, but this time I didn't watch the video. I dug into the drive's hidden properties. There were deleted files. With some free software I found online, I managed to recover one. It was a text file, a list. Names, dates, case numbers. It was a record of every tip Marconi had ever received and what happened after. It was a map of the pattern's activity over a decade. And at the bottom of the list, I saw it. A case number, a date from 9 years ago, and a single stark sentence. Asset utilized, Officer James Walsh. Outcome, favorable. My breath caught. Walsh wasn't just a lieutenant who worked for the pattern. He had been created by it. He was one of Marconi's assets, groomed and helped by the very information the pattern provided. He was a plant that had grown into a powerful tree. This was the leverage, not the fake bank records. The truth. I copied the file. I saved it to 3 different cloud accounts with passwords I made up on the spot. I printed 2 paper copies. I put one in a safety deposit box at a bank across town. I addressed an envelope with the other to the biggest newspaper in the state. I didn't put a return address. I wrote a short letter, anonymous, explaining that this was from the files of deceased prosecutor Orlando Marconi, and it suggested deep, long-term corruption. I didn't mention my husband. I didn't mention me. I only mentioned Walsh. I walked to a mailbox 3 blocks away and dropped it in. I was not a crack. I was a seed. I was planting truth in dirt that had been covered in lies for too long. That night, I told my husband what I had done. He was furious, then terrified, then finally, he looked at me with a kind of stunned respect. "It's out of our hands now," I said. "The story is with a reporter. The data is safe. If they come after you with those fake records, we release everything. We show the world the whole pattern, starting with Walsh." It was a nuclear option. It would blow up our lives, but it would blow up theirs too. We sat together in the living room, waiting for the world to change. We didn't know if the newspaper would publish it. We didn't know if Walsh would feel the tremor in the web and strike first. We didn't know if we would wake up tomorrow to police at our door. But for the first time, we were not reacting. We had acted. The final move was no longer ours to make. The story was in the wild now, a tiny spark in a very dark forest. We had closure of a sort. The immediate, terrifying cycle of maps and threats was over, broken not by surrender, but by a calculated act of defiance. We had switched off the game, but in doing so, we had lit a fuse on a much bigger bomb. And now we were just two people in a quiet house, holding hands in the lamplight, waiting to see if the explosion would destroy the monsters, or us, or both. The fight in the shadows was done. The next battle would be in the light, and we had no idea who would be left standing when the smoke finally cleared. Story number 2. My name is Sam, and this all started because of the most ridiculous, stupid bet I have ever heard in my life. See, it was the middle of finals week at college, and the library was packed but weirdly quiet, the kind of quiet where you can practically hear the stress coming off people in waves. I was there with my roommate, who is an archaeology major and takes everything super seriously, and this guy from down the hall who is a philosophy major and thinks he's smarter than everyone else. We were all running on too much caffeine and not enough sleep, just trying to push through one more night of studying, when the philosophy guy pointed across the main reading room. Over in the far corner was this big, old, wrought iron gate, black and ornate and totally out of place. It sealed off a wing of the library that no one ever talked about, the parapsychology and restricted collections. He smirked at us and said, in that know-it-all voice of his, "I bet you there is nothing in there but a bunch of outdated encyclopedias and dead air. It's all just for show, to make the library seem more mysterious. Total scam." My roommate, who has a literal mind and loves a concrete challenge, just looked at him and said flatly, "Prove it." And just like that, the bet was on. It was 2 a.m, and the few other students around were zombies buried in their books, so no one paid us any mind as we walked over to the gate. It looked imposing, but when my roommate gave the old padlock a firm tug, it just popped open with a rusty squeak. It didn't make a loud noise. It made this deep, resonant thud that felt wrong, like the sound was too big for the space and got swallowed up by the shadows. She pushed the gate open, and the air that flowed out was immediately different. It was colder, a dry chill that went right through my sweatshirt, and it smelled strange, like a mix of old paper, leather bindings, and something else, something sharp like after a lightning storm. The lights in the restricted wing weren't the bright fluorescent tubes of the main library. They were these old-fashioned sconces on the walls with bulbs that gave off a flickering, greenish glow. The shadows they cast didn't stay still. They seemed to stretch and shift as we walked in, like they were alive and watching us. Rows and rows of shelves stretched back into the gloom, packed with books that looked older than the school itself. The whole place felt separate from the world we'd just left, like we'd stepped into a different, colder dimension. We wandered in, our footsteps making no sound on the thick carpet, the stupid bet now feeling a lot less funny. The philosophy guy tried to keep up his act, poking at books with pretentious Latin titles, but even his voice was hushed. My roommate was in her element, her eyes scanning everything with a scholar's intensity. We turned down an aisle that seemed darker than the others, and at the very end was a single, heavy wooden desk, like something a Victorian librarian would use. It was dusty and bare except for a single deep drawer. My roommate, without a word, walked up and pulled the drawer open. It slid out smoothly, which was surprising given how old everything looked. Inside, under a stack of yellowed academic journals, was a Ouija board. Now, I've seen those things before, the cheap cardboard ones they sell at toy stores around Halloween. This was not that. This was a solid slab of dark, lacquered wood, heavy and serious. The letters and numbers were painted on in precise, faded white paint, and the planchette, the thing you're supposed to move, was a teardrop-shaped piece of smoky glass, smooth and cool to the touch. The philosophy guy let out a short, dry laugh that echoed in the still air. "Well, look at that," he said, trying to sound dismissive. "A cliché in a closet. How utterly predictable." But my roommate wasn't listening. She reached in and carefully lifted the board out, placing it on the desk. She ran her fingertips over the surface, her expression completely focused. "This isn't a toy," she whispered, and her voice was so low we had to lean in to hear her. "This is a tool, a serious one. And look," she pointed to the center of the wood, where the varnish was worn down in a smooth patch from the glass. "It's been used. A lot." The bet was forgotten now, replaced by a crawling curiosity that was stronger than my growing unease. We decided, right then and there, to try it. Just as a joke, we told ourselves. A stress reliever. A sociological experiment, the philosophy guy said. Historical reenactment, my roommate called it. I was just the literature major along for the ride, the one who would probably write about it later. We cleared a space on the dusty desk, put the board down, and placed our fingertips lightly on the edges of the glass planchette. It felt silly and childish. The philosophy guy, with a smirk, asked the first question. "Is anyone there?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the glass under our fingers twitched. It wasn't a shake or a wobble from our nervous hands. It was a sudden, sharp jerk. Then it began to move, sliding across the polished wood with a purpose that didn't feel like any of us were guiding it. It went to the letter T, then H, then E. We watched, spellbound, as it spelled out the entire word THE. It didn't stop. L-I-B-R-I-N, the librarian. We all stared at the word, and then the philosophy guy burst out laughing, a loud, nervous sound that shattered the quiet. The library ghost has a job title. That's hilarious. My roommate and I joined in, the laughter bubbling up mostly from relief. It was just a coincidence, our muscles twitching, our subconscious minds playing a trick. That's what I desperately wanted to believe. But the laughter died in our throats, cut off as if by a knife, because the planchette kept moving. It left the word and slid smoothly, quickly, to the section of the board with numbers. It went to B, then F, then to the numbers 1, 0, for 3. It paused, moved to a dot, then went to the letters A, and then 4 and 7. It stopped. We took our hands off, like the glass had suddenly become red hot. "What was that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. My roommate, her face pale in the greenish light, was already deciphering it. "BF 1043. A 47, she said, her tone flat. "It's a Dewey Decimal call number. For a book." The philosophy guy recovered first, his bravado rushing back in. "So it gave us a book number. Big deal. Probably some boring old text on spiritualism." But the chill in the air felt deeper now. This wasn't a word, it was an address. A specific location in this maze of forgotten knowledge. The bet was no longer about proving something was a scam. It was about following a trail we didn't understand. We had to find the book. It felt less like a choice and more like the next inevitable step. Using the dim lights and the faded labels on the ends of the shelves, we navigated deeper into the restricted stacks. The aisles felt narrower, the ceiling lower. Finally, we found the right section. BF for philosophy, psychology, and parapsychology. Row 1043. We walked down the line, our eyes scanning the spines until we found it. A 47. The book was thinner than I expected, bound in dark blue cloth that was fraying at the edges. The title stamped in gold on the spine was almost completely worn away. Carefully, my roommate pulled it from the shelf. The title on the front cover was clearer, On Spectral Convergence by Alistair F. We looked at each other. The philosophy guy took it from her, flipping it open. The pages were brittle and yellow. He turned to the front, where an old paper pocket was glued inside the cover, the kind they used for checkout cards before computers. A single, yellowed card was inside. He slid it out. There was one entry, written in a precise, spidery hand with fountain pen ink that had faded to a rusty brown. It had a date, October 31st, 1923. No name was written in the borrower's space. It was just that one date, hovering alone in the past. A book checked out on Halloween a century ago and never returned, or maybe returned to this isolated shelf to wait. The philosophy guy grinned, all his fears seemingly converted into a performative thrill. "Well," he said, pulling out his modern student ID card from his wallet. "For the aesthetic." Before we could say anything, he marched over to the ancient, standalone computer terminal near the restricted section entrance. A machine that looked like it was from the 1990s and was only used for inventory. He scanned the book's barcode, then his ID. The machine beeped, a low and accepting sound. A line of text flashed on the green-on-black screen. Item checked out. He tucked the book under his arm like a trophy. "Let's get out of this creepy place." I've got a philosophy paper to not cite this in. We left, walking back through the gate, which we closed but didn't relock. The main library felt warmer, brighter, noisier with the quiet rustle of normal students. We went back to our dorm, the strange events in the restricted stacks already starting to feel surreal, like a shared dream diluted by the approaching dawn. The philosophy guy took his new prize book to his own room. My roommate and I collapsed into our beds as the sun came up, exhausted. As I drifted off, the last thing I thought about was that checkout card. It wasn't the spooky Ouija board message that stuck with me. It was the empty borrower's line. In a place that so meticulously cataloged everything, why was that space blank? Who had taken that book out on a Halloween night 100 years ago? And what had happened to them? The question followed me into sleep, a tiny, cold hook in the back of my mind, waiting to be tugged. For the next couple of days, nothing happened at all. Life went back to normal, or as normal as it gets during finals week. The strange, cold feeling from the restricted stacks faded away like a dream you can't quite remember in the morning sunlight. The philosophy guy from down the hall even brought the book on spectral convergence to our dorm common room a few times. He'd read passages out loud in a dramatic voice, stuff about psychic resonance and thought forms, and we'd all laugh. It became a joke, a weird trophy from our little adventure. We called it his ghost book. He'd leave it lying around on coffee tables, a conversation piece. Exams loomed, and that was a real pressing terror that pushed the weirdness of that night into the background. My roommate and I buried ourselves in textbooks and flashcards, and the memory of the Ouija board and the greenish lights felt distant, almost silly. Then, on a perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning, the scream happened. It came from down the hall, from the communal bathrooms. It wasn't a shout or a yell. It was a raw, piercing sound of pure, unthinking horror, the kind that freezes your blood. We all spilled out of our rooms, the hallway filled with people in pajamas, faces pale with sleep and sudden fear. Soon we heard the sirens, and then the paramedics were there, their uniforms bright and official in the dim dorm lighting. They wheeled out a stretcher with a full, zipped-up black bag on it. A resident advisor, a senior who usually looked bored, was crying, her whole body shaking. She told us in a broken voice it was the philosophy guy. They said it was a sudden brain aneurysm. A freak, tragic thing. 1 in a million. A medical mystery. The kind of thing that just happens, doctors said. There was no reason. Standing there in the hallway with everyone else, a numb feeling spread through me. It was grief, but it was a confused, distant grief for someone I didn't know all that well. My roommate just stared at the closed door of his room, her face blank. We went back to our own room, the usual sounds of the dorm now muffled and respectful. We didn't know what to say. I sat on my bed, staring at the floor, trying to process it. My roommate walked over to her desk and then stopped. Her eyes were locked on something. Slowly, she pointed. On her desk, right next to her archaeology textbook, was the blue book, on spectral convergence. It shouldn't have been there. The philosophy guy had kept it in his room. My roommate picked it up, her hands steady but her face ashen. "This was on my desk," she said, her voice flat. "I didn't put it here." I took the book from her. It felt cold. We checked his room later when the RA was organizing his things. All his books were in piles, but there was no other copy of this. It was like the book had decided to return itself to us, to the person who had first pulled it from the shelf. That was the first night my roommate started sleepwalking. I was jolted awake by a sound, a low, repetitive murmur. I looked over, and she was standing in the middle of our dark room, facing the wall. Her eyes were open, reflecting the little bit of streetlight coming through the window, but they were empty, like doll's eyes. In a flat, robotic voice, totally unlike her own, she was saying, "BF 1048, G72, BF 1048, G72, over and over. It wasn't a word or a sentence. It was a string of letters and numbers. My skin prickled all over. I fumbled for the notepad I kept by my bed for late-night essay ideas and grabbed a pen. In the dark, I wrote the sequence on my palm, BF 1048, G72. She repeated it for maybe a full minute, then just stopped. She turned around, climbed back into bed, and was instantly asleep, breathing deeply as if nothing had happened. I lay awake until sunrise, my heart pounding, staring at the numbers inked on my hand. The next day, we didn't talk about it. She didn't remember a thing. She just complained about being extra tired. I went to the library not to study, but to use the public catalog computer. With a dry mouth, I typed the call number from my hand into the search bar. BF 1048, G72. The result came up immediately. The Luminous Dead, a treatise on postmortem intellectual resonance by G.R. Yates. Location, restricted stacks. I clicked on the details. Check out history. One entry. One single, faded line in the digital record mimicking an old card. November 2nd, 1923. A chill that had nothing to do with the library's air conditioning crawled up my spine and wrapped around my neck. The philosophy guy's book was checked out on October 31st, 1923. This book, this new number my roommate had chanted in her sleep, was checked out 2 days later. It was a pattern from a century ago. This wasn't grief anymore. This was a different feeling, a sharp, focused dread. I started watching my roommate closely. She seemed normal during the day, just stressed and sad about our lost classmate. But the next night, it happened again. I was waiting for it, lying awake in the dark. Right around 3 a.m., she sat up in bed, stood, and faced the same wall. The same empty eyes, the same toneless voice. This time, she recited a different string, BF 1091, H45. I wrote it down. The night after that, another one, BF 1122, R33. I became a secretary to her nightmares, filling a cheap notebook with sequences of letters and numbers. During the day, I would go to the library and look them up. Every single one was a book from the restricted stacks. Every single one had a checkout history with one entry, all clustered in late October and early November of 1923. These books weren't just old, they were forgotten. It was like they were part of a set, a collection that had been touched once and then sealed away, and now my roommate was reciting their catalog numbers in her sleep. She had no memory of any of it. She started looking terrible, with deep purple bags under her eyes, but she blamed it on stress and grief. She refused to see a doctor. I tried to tell her about the sleepwalking, but she just shrugged it off. "I've always talked in my sleep," she'd say, and changed the subject. The connection felt insane, but it was too precise to ignore. The philosophy guy had checked out the first book in that century-old pattern, and now he was dead. My roommate was chanting the rest of the pattern in her sleep. I didn't know what to do. Then, a girl from our political science class came over. She was bubbly and loud, the kind of person who filled a room. She'd heard about the creepy book list from someone. Maybe I'd left my notebook open in the cafeteria. She was curious. She flopped down on our couch and saw my notebook, open to a page filled with the call numbers. She pointed at one. BF 1091. H45? That's so weird, she said, laughing. I just checked out a book with that exact call number yesterday for my paper on historical hysteria. The librarian had to go into the back to get it. It must be fate. She laughed again, a bright, normal sound that felt horribly out of place in our room now. My roommate, who had been sitting silently at her desk, slowly turned her head. She wasn't looking at the poli-sci girl. She was staring into space, but she spoke, her voice thick and drowsy, as if she were half asleep right there in the middle of the day. "Due date pending," she mumbled. The poli-sci girl stopped laughing. "What did she say?" I forced a smile. "Nothing. She's just exhausted. Good luck with your paper." After the girl left, the room felt colder. I looked up the book she mentioned. A History of Collective Panic, it was called. Checked out once before, November 1st, 1923. My notebook was no longer just a list of weird numbers. It was becoming something else. It felt like a ledger. 2 days later, I was eating lunch in the cafeteria, trying to read, when the girl at the next table gasped and pointed at the TV mounted on the wall. The local news was on, volume low. The banner at the bottom read, "Campus Tragedy." They showed a picture of a smiling student. It was the poli-sci girl. The news anchor spoke in a solemn tone about a terrible accident on campus early that morning. A student had stepped in front of the campus shuttle bus. The driver said she had walked right out into the road, not running, just walking, like she was in a trance. No witnesses could say why. They said her name. I didn't need to hear it. My eyes were already on my notebook, open on the cafeteria table. Right there, next to the call number BF 1091. H45, which I had neatly written down days before she ever mentioned it. I slowly drew a small, careful line through the imaginary entry next to it. The book had been returned. The system was working, and my roommate, standing in our dark room every night, was the automated voice telling it which one was next. I closed the notebook and looked at my hands. They were shaking. The hook was no longer a cold little thought in the back of my mind. It was a real, physical thing. and it was pulling me down a deep, dark hole. My roommate was the catalog. But who or what was the librarian? And now that the first two books in the pattern had been processed, whose name was going to be next on the list? The world outside my notebook kept moving. Classes, exams, conversations about weekend plans. It all felt like a movie playing on a screen, and I was stuck in the theater, holding a list of the dead and the doomed. My room became a command center for a war I didn't understand. I taped my notes to the walls, connecting call numbers with dates and names, drawing lines that created a map of a spreading sickness. The connection was no longer a maybe. It was a fact as solid and cold as the floor under my feet. My roommate, by touching that weird board, had become a conduit. She wasn't possessed by a ghost in the movie sense. It was worse. She had been given a job. She was the talking part of a machine, a living announcement system for a library that was recalling its books with lethal finds. I studied the pattern in my notes like it was a text for a class. The books weren't random. The first one was Theory, on spectral convergence, all about ideas. The second was a case study, The Luminous Dead, about examples. The third, the one the poli-sci girl had, was about group panic. It was a progression. It was moving from the general to the specific, from what is this to how does it work to what does it look like in people. It felt like a syllabus. The library wasn't just killing people who checked out old books. It was following a lesson plan, and we were the examples it was using. I tried to fight it. One night, during her sleep talking, I couldn't take it anymore. The flat, empty voice reciting those numbers made my teeth ache. I got up and shook her hard. "Wake up!" I shouted right in her face. Her eyes snapped into focus. For one beautiful, terrifying second, she was in there, looking back at me. And what I saw in her eyes wasn't sleepiness. It was pure, undiluted terror, a kind of horror so deep it seemed to have no bottom. Her hand flew up and grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my skin hard enough to draw little beads of blood. She leaned in, her breath hot and frantic against my ear, and she whispered, not in a monotone, but in a ragged, choked gasp, "It's filing me. It's putting me in order. Make it stop." Then, as if a switch flipped, her eyes went glassy and blank again. The terror vanished, replaced by nothing. She let go of my arm, turned back to the wall, and resumed the call number she'd been on, her personal nightmare neatly tucked away by whatever was using her. I stumbled back to my bed, clutching my wrist. The scratches stung, but the pain was a comfort. It was real. That moment of her, the real her, screaming from inside whatever box she was trapped in, was the most real thing that had happened to me in weeks. I tried everything after that. I stayed up all night, shaking her awake the second she started to sit up. She just started sleepwalking earlier in the evening. I played loud music with heavy bass, but she just recited the numbers over the beat, her voice cutting through the noise. I begged her to see a doctor, a counselor, anyone. She would get angry, her face flushing. "I'm just stressed. We all are. Stop watching me," she'd yell. But the dark circles under her eyes looked like bruises, and her hands had started to develop a slight, constant tremor. The entity, the librarian, was a more dedicated worker than I could ever hope to be. It didn't get tired. It didn't get distracted. Then a new number came. BF 1150. M12. I looked it up with a feeling of dread that was now routine. A geometry of unbeing. The catalog showed the last person to even pull up the digital record, weeks ago, was a shy astronomy postgrad I knew from the writing center. A brilliant guy who liked to map stars and spoke in soft, precise sentences. He hadn't checked the book out physically. He'd just looked at the listing online. Was that enough? Did browsing the catalog count? I didn't know the rules, and not knowing was its own kind of torture. I saw him in the cafeteria 2 days later, sitting alone with a notebook full of complex equations. I walked over, my heart thumping against my ribs. I had to warn him, but as I got closer, he looked up and smiled his gentle smile. "Hey," he said, "you're into weird old books, right?" He pointed at his notebook, but he wasn't pointing at an equation. He'd scribbled a call number in the margin. BF 1150. M12. "I just found the most fascinating text in the catalog," he said, his eyes bright with academic curiosity. "Something about theoretical void spaces. It's in the restricted section. It's like it was waiting for me to ask the right question." My mouth went dry. The words of warning died in my throat. What would I even say? "Don't check out that book. It might kill you." He'd think I was insane. And if I did stop him, would the system just find another name linked to that call number? Would it come for me instead? My silence in that moment felt like a stone I was swallowing. and it settled in my gut, cold and permanent. I just nodded and mumbled something about it sounding interesting, then walked away, feeling like I had just signed his death warrant. I had to know more. I had to go back to the source. I went to the restricted stacks alone during daylight hours, pretending to need a specific journal for a paper. The atmosphere had changed. Before, it felt watchful. Now it felt openly unfriendly. The greenish lights flickered in a steady rhythm as I walked down the aisles, like a slow, blinking warning. The air felt pushy, like when you're underwater and you can feel the pressure all around you. I walked to the desk where we found the board. The board itself was gone, but on the wall above the desk, where there had been nothing before, was a small, simple brass plaque. It was clean and shiny, as if it had been polished that morning. It read, "Procedures are in place for a reason. Reshelving in progress." I backed away, my skin crawling. It was talking to me. It knew I was here, and it was telling me to back off, that it was busy doing its job. That night, the routine changed. My roommate didn't sit up at the usual time. I waited, my nerves stretched tight, but the room stayed quiet. Just as I started to think maybe somehow it was over, a new sound came. It was still her voice, but it wasn't a recitation. It was a clear, formal statement, like an announcement over a supermarket intercom. It came from her bed, where she lay perfectly still with her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. "Patron query," the voice said, crisp and efficient. "Search, primary witness. Access granted." Then, with a slow, mechanical smoothness, her head turned on the pillow. Her unseeing eyes, reflecting the faint light from the digital clock, aimed directly at me across the dark room. She held that pose, staring right at where I was lying, for a full minute. Then she blinked, rolled over, and began to snore softly. I didn't sleep at all. The words echoed in the dark. Primary witness. That was me. I was the one who saw it all, who wrote it all down. The librarian had finished its current list of books to collect. Now it was running a new search, and it had found me. The hook was no longer a question of what would happen next to someone else. The line had been cast, and it had sunk its point directly into me. I was no longer just watching the ledger. My name was now at the top of a new page, and the system was processing the request. What did it want with a witness? I couldn't live in my own head anymore, surrounded by my own terrible notes. I needed answers from outside, from someone who knew the history of this place better than anyone. So I went deeper into the library, down a set of stairs so old the stone steps were worn smooth in the middle, to a sub-basement marked University Archives and Special Collections. It was a room that felt even older than the restricted stacks, full of document boxes and glass cases holding fragile things. It was staffed by one person, a part-time archivist who looked as old as the papers he cared for. He had wispy white hair and glasses perched on the end of his nose, and he peered at me over them with mild curiosity as I walked up to his desk. I didn't know how to start. I just spilled out a watered-down version, my voice low and tight. I told him I was researching odd library history, urban legends, that kind of thing. I mentioned the restricted stacks, the old checkout system. He nodded along, a small smile on his face, like he was humoring a child. Then, my hands shaking just a little, I slid my notebook across the polished wood of his desk, opened to the pages where I'd listed the call numbers, the 1923 dates, and the names of the 2 students who were gone. The polite curiosity melted off his face. It didn't turn to fear at first. It turned to a kind of professional alarm, like a doctor seeing symptoms of a disease he thought was extinct. His smile vanished. His eyes, sharp behind the glasses, scanned the list. His hands, which I'd seen gently handle 100-year-old letters without a tremble, began to shake. He touched the page with one bony finger, tracing the column of numbers. When he looked up at me, his skin had a grayish tone. "Where did you get these?" he asked, his voice a dry whisper. These are what we call the lost books, the absorbed titles." He told me a story then, one that wasn't in any official university history. He spoke slowly, choosing his words with the care of a man defusing a bomb. The library, he explained, was more than a building. It was a living thing, a spirit of place, but not a friendly spirit. It was an entity of order, of containment. Its job was to hold knowledge, all knowledge, but some knowledge was dangerous, he said. Not dangerous like instructions for a bomb, but dangerous like a sickness for the mind, a thought that shouldn't be let loose. The books in that section weren't restricted because they were risky to read. They were quarantined because they were toxic to release. They were like white blood cells in the library's immune system, isolated for the safety of everything else. "The librarian," he said, staring at my list. is not the ghost of some dead person. It's the face of the library's own filing system. It's circulation protocol. When a book from that specific collection is disturbed, when the quarantine is broken, the protocol activates. It doesn't get angry. It doesn't hate. It just processes. It retrieves the misplaced asset and balances the record. I listened, my blood feeling cold in my veins. This wasn't a haunting. It was a bureaucratic function. We didn't summon a demon with that board. We walked into a secured office and filed an inquiry at the wrong desk. And now the system was doing an audit, a century after the last one. The deaths weren't murders. They were repossessions. The horror of it was in its perfect, heartless logic. He tapped the Ouija board's role in all this. He thought it wasn't a toy for talking to ghosts. It was an interface, a login terminal. By using it right in the heart of the restricted collection, we didn't call to the librarian. We logged into its system. My roommate, with her practical, cataloging mind, her love for order and labels, was identified by the system as a suitable temporary terminal. She was now a checkout desk for the damned, reading out the list of overdue items. Then I asked the only question that mattered. My voice was barely a whisper. How do we stop it? The old archivist looked at me with an expression of such deep and profound pity that I wanted to look away. You don't, he said softly. You can't stop a river by standing in it. You can only try to get out of the way. You appease it. You correct the error. All borrowed materials must be returned. All records must be balanced. He pushed my notebook back toward me, as if it were contaminated. The system is awake now. It has a list of anomalies to correct. It will run its course. It will complete its task. He pointed a bony finger at my notes. Look at your own progression. Theory, case study, methodology of panic. It's building to a conclusion. This is a syllabus for a course that ends only when the material is recovered. He leaned forward, his old eyes locking onto mine, and he said the words that made my stomach drop. And you, he breathed, you are not in the bibliography. You are on the cover. I left the archives feeling numb, the old man's pity clinging to me like a smell. I walked back to my dorm in a daze, the sounds of normal campus life, laughter from a courtyard, the thump of a soccer ball, sounding muffled and far away. I opened the door to my room. My roommate was sitting at her desk, awake. She wasn't studying. She was just sitting, staring straight ahead at the blank wall. She didn't turn when I came in. In her own voice, but flat and empty, she said, "It's almost done filing. It's making space on the shelf." Then she stood up, walked to her bed, lay down, and fell asleep instantly. I sat at my own desk in the dim afternoon light, not moving. I waited for night to fall. I waited for the sleep-talking to start again, for the next call number, for the next death sentence. But it didn't come. The room was quiet. The only sound was the soft, regular rhythm of her breathing from across the room. This new quiet was worse than anything that had come before. It wasn't peace. It was the pause before the final step. The system had finished its current task list. It had made space, and the archivist's words echoed in the new quiet. You are on the cover. The hook was now a spotlight, and it was shining right on me. The librarian had finished processing the old overdue notices. What book did it need to put on the newly cleared shelf? The quiet in our room lasted until just before dawn. I must have drifted off in my chair, because the sound of her voice jolted me awake. It wasn't the sleep-talking mumble. It was clear, crisp, and formal, like a digital assistant giving a final warning. She was sitting bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide open and aimed at the ceiling. Final volume processing, the voice announced from her mouth. Borrower, Sam. Hearing my own name in that flat, inhuman tone sent a jolt of pure electricity down my spine. Title, The Last Student. Call number, BF 1999. S93. Due date, tonight. Fines, mortality. Status, checked out. Then she lay back down and was asleep, breathing normally, as if she'd just commented on the weather. I sat there, frozen, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. My name. It knew my name. It had given my name a call number. BF 1999. S93. The Last Student. I was a book. I was the final volume. And my due date was tonight. I moved on pure, frantic instinct. I ran to the library as the first gray light of morning touched the windows. I didn't care about rules anymore. Using every trick and code the old archivist had unknowingly hinted at, I hacked my way into the library's deepest, most hidden catalog files on a public terminal. My fingers flew over the keys. I searched for BF 1999, S93. The entry existed. The last student. Author, anonymous. Publication date, blank. Checkout history, one line. A digital timestamp from last night. Borrower ID, my student number. A book that hadn't existed until the system created it for me. For me, I abandoned the terminal and ran for the restricted stacks. The main gate was closed but unlocked. I pushed inside. The greenish lights were on, steady and unwelcoming. I found the aisle for the BF 1999s. The shelves held books with grand, ominous titles about final things and ultimate truths. I found the space between BF 1999, S92 and BF 1999, S94. It was empty. A gap. Just a blank space on the shelf waiting to be filled. A choked sound, part sob, part laugh, escaped my lips. Of course it wasn't here. It was checked out. To me. I was holding it. I was it. I leaned my forehead against the cool shelf, defeated. Then I heard a soft, solid thump on the carpet behind me. I turned around. In the exact center of the aisle, where there had been nothing a second before, lay a book. It was slim, bound in a creamy, smooth material that looked like vellum, the kind used for old important documents. It had no dust jacket. On the spine, in neat, new-looking gold foil letters, was the call number, BF 1999, S93. I bent down and picked it up. It was warm, as if it had been sitting in a patch of sun, but there was no sun down here. The warmth felt wrong, like a living thing. I was holding my own death warrant, delivered directly to me by the library's delivery system. The walk back to my dorm was a blur. The book in my hands felt like it weighed 100 pounds. What was I supposed to do? Open it? Was my fate sealed the moment I read the first page? Maybe the act of opening it was the fine being applied. Or what if I didn't open it? What if I burned it or threw it in a river? Would that break the rules, or would it just make the fines worse? My mind spun with terrible options. I pushed open the door to my room. My roommate was sitting up in bed, awake. She looked at me, and for the first time in weeks, her eyes were clear. They were filled with tears. "It's gone," she whispered, her voice cracking. The pressure, the filing, the numbers in my head, it stopped. I can think again. She was crying with relief, her shoulders shaking. But then her eyes, those clear, freed eyes, flicked down to the book in my hands. Her relief twisted into something else, a deep, instinctual disgust, like she was looking at a poisonous spider. She shrank back against her headboard. "You took it," she breathed, not in gratitude, but in a hushed, horrified tone. "You took my place. It didn't let me go. It checked you out instead." I placed the unopened book on my desk. It looked harmless, even elegant. We didn't speak much that day. She moved around the room like a ghost herself, fragile and quiet, stealing glances at the book and then quickly looking away, as if it hurt her eyes. She was free, and I was now the terminal, the item, the problem. As evening fell, she got into bed and fell into a deep, peaceful sleep almost instantly, a sleep she hadn't had in so long. I sat at my desk, staring at the book. The letters on the spine, BF 1999, S93, began to glow. Not a bright light, but a faint, phosphorescent greenish glow, the same color as the lights in the restricted stacks. It was a reminder. The due date was approaching. From my roommate's bed, I heard her sigh in her sleep, a sound of deep, contented relief. From the book on my desk, I heard a new sound, a faint, dry scraping noise, like a fingernail or maybe a corner of a page slowly dragging across the parchment from the inside. The hook wasn't a question anymore. It was a countdown. The book was here. I was here, and something inside was waiting for me to turn the cover. The scratching sound from inside the book faded after a minute, but the glow on the spine remained, a sickly green pulse in the dark room like a slow heartbeat. I knew what I had to do. It was the only logical move left in a game where all the rules were set against me. If I was a checked-out book, then I had to be returned. Not to my dorm, not to a shelf, but to the source. To the circulation desk itself. I had to go back. I waited until midnight, the official due date. I put the warm, glowing book into my backpack, the light seeping through the fabric. I didn't wake my roommate. She was sleeping the sleep of the innocent, finally free, and I didn't want her to see me go. The walk to the library was the longest of my life. The campus was empty, the paths lit by pools of orange light from street lamps. Every shadow felt like it was watching. The main library doors were unlocked, which was normal for finals week, but the grand reading room was deserted. I walked straight to the wrought iron gate of the restricted stacks. It stood wide open, inviting. The greenish lights inside were blazing steadily, not flickering, casting long, straight shadows that looked like prison bars on the floor. The air hummed, a low static buzz that made the fillings in my teeth ache. It was expecting me. This was the return desk. I stepped inside, the buzz growing louder. I walked to the old wooden desk where it all began. The Ouija board was gone. In its place, set neatly into the wood, was a modern-looking touchscreen monitor, glowing with a soft blue light. It looked utterly out of place. On the screen was a simple, clean interface. At the top, in a calm font, it read, "Return item." Below that was a box with a blinking cursor next to the words, "Scan barcode" or "Enter call number." At the bottom of the screen was another field that said, "Patron name/ID for discharge." A keyboard was depicted on the screen. My mouth went dry. I understood. It wasn't asking me to scan the book. The book was just the ticket, the receipt. I was the item. The system wanted me to log my own return, to type in my own name and discharge myself from existence, to balance the ledger once and for all. I set my backpack on the desk, the glowing spine of the book visible through the open zipper. As I did, my fingertips brushed the old wood. A jolt, like touching a live wire made of ice, shot up my arm. My vision blurred, then tunneled. Suddenly, I wasn't just looking at a room. I was seeing the system. The shelves stretched away from me into a kind of digital infinity, a vast, perfect grid. I could feel every book in the entire library, not as objects, but as points of data. I knew their locations, their statuses, in place, on loan, missing. It was beautiful in a terrifying way, this immense, silent order. And in the middle of all that perfect, structured information, I could feel a single, glaring error, a pulsing, bright red point of light. Overdue. It was me. The knowledge flooding into my mind was dizzying, intoxicating. I understood the library's purpose completely. It wanted to contain chaos, to file every messy, curious human thought into its proper place. The peace it offered was the peace of a problem solved, a question answered and closed forever. The urge to just give in, to type my name and let the perfect order swallow me, was incredibly strong. It would be so easy. The pain, the fear, the guilt of watching others get checked off the list, it would all just stop. My finger hovered over the digital keyboard on the screen, right over the S for my name. But as I floated in that river of data, I felt something else. A snag, a flaw, a tiny tear in the perfect fabric. I focused on it. It was old, very old. The 1923 purge, the one that started all this. It hadn't been complete. One book from that original event was never returned, never reabsorbed. Its data was strange. It was checked out, but the borrower's record was severed. Corrupted. It was an open loop, a decimal point out of place, a single line of code that didn't compute. The system's whole current cleaning cycle, the one that had taken my classmates and was now coming for me, had been triggered because it was trying to finally fix this one century-old glitch. That was the key. The screen in front of me pulsed softly, waiting. Return item. All I had to do was type my name and hit enter. The peace it promised was a vast, quiet nothing. It was so tempting. Instead, I moved my shaking finger. I ignored the return prompt. I went to the search bar. With my mind still half connected to the library's consciousness, I typed a new command, not with my fingers but with a thought, feeding it the fractured data I'd glimpsed. Search, circulation anomaly. Date, October 31st, 1923. Status, lost/not absorbed. The blue interface screen flickered violently. The clean lines and boxes dissolved into a scramble of jagged pixels and gibberish. Then lines of text, corrupted and glitching, began to scroll upward. They stuttered and jumped, finally resolving, freezing on a single, impossible line. Call number, BF101. 1. N0N. Title, The Forgotten Name. The hook was no longer a countdown to my end. It was a frayed thread, a single line of misprinted text in a universe of perfect print. There was a book that got away, and if I could find how it broke the rules, maybe I could break them too. The call number on the glitching screen made no sense. BF101. 1. N0N. The N0N looked wrong, like a computer error, a zero where an O should be. The forgotten name. I stared at it, my mind still reeling from the connection to the library's mind. The record for this book on the screen was ghostly, faded, like the system was trying to delete it and couldn't quite manage. The digital checkout card was blank. No name, no date, just an empty white space where the borrower's identity should have been. This was the glitch, the tear in the system. Someone back in 1923 had checked out this book and then somehow erased themselves from the record, leaving a ghost book behind, a problem the library had been trying to solve for 100 years. I was still partly connected, my thoughts tangled in the library's data streams. I didn't search for databases now. I pushed deeper, searching for impressions, for the memory of a thing that was meant to be forgotten. A book's memory is its words. The memory of a lost book is the shape of the hole it left. In the flood of perfect information, I felt for a cold spot, an absence. It was like feeling for a draft in a sealed room. And I found it. Not a shelf location, but a feeling, an image that pushed into my head, a dark, cramped space. Not inside the library proper, but outside it. A space behind a loose stone at the base of the library's oldest exterior wall. A section that had been buried and built over by a new wing decades ago. The book wasn't on a shelf. It wasn't stolen. It had been hidden, interred, like a body. The connection broke then, snapping back with a force that felt like a rubber band popping against my brain. I staggered, my vision swimming, and a hot trickle of blood ran from my nose onto the polished wood of the desk. I wiped it away with a trembling hand. The modern touchscreen monitor was gone. The old Ouija board was back, sitting innocently on the desk. But I had a location. The book wasn't in the library stacks. It was in the walls. To find it, I had to get outside, to a part of the building that was probably off limits, under construction, or just forgotten. And I had to do it before the sun came up, before my personal due date passed and the fines were applied. But moving toward this anomaly, this glitch, was the biggest rule break I could possibly make. I wasn't returning myself. I was chasing a bug in the program. I grabbed my backpack with my own glowing book in it and took a step away from the desk. A wave of pressure hit me, a wall of invisible resistance pushing against my chest, trying to shove me back toward the screen that was no longer there. It was a physical no. A silent alarm was screaming in the still air, a sound I felt in my bones rather than heard. The steady green lights in the sconces began to strobe, flashing on and off in a frantic, chaotic rhythm. I was no longer an item awaiting return. I was an item in active rebellion against the catalog. I pushed forward, leaning into the pressure. It was like wading through deep water made of glue. My ears popped. The library around me began to change. As I stumbled back out through the wrought iron gate and into the main reading room, books didn't just fall from shelves behind me. They were pushed. Whole sections teetered and spilled onto the carpet with loud, flat slaps. The familiar path to the library's side exit, a door that led to a delivery alley, seemed to twist. I'd run down this corridor 100 times. It was straight. Now it curved to the left. I turned a corner, and instead of the exit door, I found myself facing another long aisle of stacks. The library was rearranging itself around me, a labyrinth with a furious mind, trying to trap me, to confuse me back to the desk. The air grew colder, not the dry chill of before, but a wet, biting cold that seeped through my clothes and carried a strange smell like old snow and printer ink. I ran, ignoring the twisting halls, following not my memory of the building's layout, but the pull of that cold, empty spot I'd felt in the data, the location of the hidden book. I found a maintenance door marked electrical and slammed through it, bursting out not into the alley, but into a dim, cavernous space filled with heating ducts and pipes, the building's innards. I was underneath the library itself, in a crawl space between the old foundation and the newer addition. It was dank and dark, the only light coming from a few bare bulbs covered in wire cages. I remembered the image from my vision, the oldest exterior wall. I moved along the rough stone foundation, my hands brushing against cold, damp rock, looking for anything loose. And then I saw it. One stone, slightly different in color, not quite fitted flush with its neighbors. I dug my fingers into the gritty gap around it. They were raw and bleeding by the time I got a good grip. With a grunt, I pulled. The stone shifted, then came free with a gritty scrape, much lighter than it looked. Behind it was a small, dark cavity, and inside, wrapped in wax canvas that was brittle with age, was a rectangular shape. I reached in and pulled it out. It was a book, the forgotten name. But as I pulled it free, a new sound echoed from the main part of the library above me, through the floor. A deep, rhythmic, pounding thump. 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 It wasn't footsteps. It was slower, more methodical. It sounded like something immense made of sliding shelves and stamping date-due cards was moving, and it was coming toward the maintenance door I'd used. The system wasn't just rearranging the maze anymore. It was sending the librarian. My hands shook as I peeled away the waxed canvas. The book underneath was small, bound in plain brown leather. It looked ordinary. I opened it. The pages were blank. Every single one. From the first page to the last, there was nothing. No text, no illustrations, not even lines. Just empty, creamy paper. My heart, which had been pounding with a wild hope, sank. A blank book. This was the glitch that could save me. But then I looked inside the front cover. There, written in that same familiar, spidery, faded fountain pen ink from the 1923 checkout cards, was a single sentence. It wasn't a title or an author's name. It was an instruction. It read, "To escape the catalog, you must become a book without a title. The penalty is the price. The method is in the margins." I stared at the words, then at the blank pages, then back at the words. The penalty is the price. The method is in the margins. But the pages had no margins. They were just blank. The deep, pounding thump from above grew louder, closer. It was on the other side of the maintenance door now. I could hear the squeal of metal hinges protesting. The hook was no longer a thread to follow. It was a pounding on a door, and the door was about to break. I had the blank book. I had the cryptic clue, and I had maybe 1 minute to figure out what the margins meant before the librarian itself walked in and checked me out for good. The blank pages stared back at me a taunt. The method is in the margins. But there were no margins. Just emptiness. The deep, pounding thump was right outside the metal maintenance door now. I heard the squeal of the latch giving way, the sound of metal bending. The door didn't burst open. It simply darkened. A shape filled the doorway. It wasn't a person. It was a distortion, a man-shaped patch of nothing that drank the light from the bare bulbs. The air around it warped, pulling itself into neat, straight lines, like reality itself was being filed into order. It held no weapon. In its hands was a ledger, glowing with that same sickly green light from the stacks. It extended a hand toward me, not to grab me, but open-palmed, waiting to receive the overdue item. The pressure to just hand myself over was immense, a weight on my chest squeezing the air from my lungs. This wasn't a monster to fight. It was the final notice. I had seconds. I looked at the 2 books I held, the blank forgotten name and my own warm, glowing book, The Last Student, its title bright on the spine. The clue screamed in my head. The method is in the margins. Not these margins. The margins of my story. My life was the text. My name on the cover was the title. To be a book without a title. I didn't have time to think. It was a crazy, desperate guess. I slammed the 2 books together, front cover to front cover, the blank one and my own. With a yell that was part terror, part last-ditch defiance, I wrenched them apart like I was tearing the binding of a single thick volume. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then I watched, my breath caught in my throat, as the gold-foiled letters on the spine of The Last Student, my own name, shimmered like heat haze on pavement. The letters paled, losing their shine, and then they simply lifted, like a decal being peeled. The title transferred from my book onto the plain, creamy vellum cover of the forgotten name. Now that book had my name on it. The Last Student in my other hand was blank, its title gone, just a plain, glowing book with a call number but no name. I had not destroyed my record. I had retitled it. I had moved my name from one file to another. The librarian's outstretched hand froze. Its dark, shapeless head tilted. It looked from me, to the newly titled forgotten name in my left hand, to the blank, glowing book in my right. The green ledger in its hands flickered rapidly, pages blurring. It was searching. It was looking for The Last Student. But that call number now pointed to a blank text, a null entry. It was searching for my name, and it found it attached to a corrupted, glitching record from 1923. The forgotten name record, a ghost in the machine with no checkout history. I existed in the system twice, and both entries were now wrong. The blank book at my feet, my original book, now truly titleless, began to crumble. It didn't burn or dissolve. It just fell apart into fine, gray dust like ash until there was nothing left. A searing pain lanced through me, but it wasn't in my body. It was in my mind, in my memory. It felt like threads being pulled, like the details of a dream dissolving as you wake up. I saw a flash of my roommate's face, but I couldn't remember her major. I thought of my first day of classes, but I couldn't picture the building. I wasn't dying. I was being misfiled. I was becoming a glitch myself. As the pain faded, leaving a hollow, ringing feeling in my ears, the librarian didn't roar in anger. It stuttered. Its whole form flickered, pixelating like a bad video call. A sound erupted from it, not a scream, but a deafening, chaotic shriek of 100 different noises. The beep of a scanner, the slam of a date stamp, the rustle of pages, the squeal of a moving book cart, all blaring at once in a wave of pure, discordant system error. Then it was gone. The doorway was empty. The pounding stopped. The pressure vanished. I was alone in the damp crawl space, clutching a book with my name on it that didn't belong to me. I don't know how long I sat there. Slowly, I stood up. My legs felt weak. I left the blank book that was once the last student as dust on the floor. I took the forgotten name, now with my name on it, and I climbed out of the crawl space, back through the twisted, but now quiet, library. The shelves were back in their right places. The green lights were off. It was just a library again. I walked out into the dawn. The campus was coming to life, birds chirping, a few early runners on the paths. The air felt normal, just cool morning air. I was free from the due date. I had escaped the catalog, but the penalty was the price. I walked back to my dorm. My roommate was awake, making coffee. She looked at me, saw the old book in my hands, and her eyes widened for a second with a flicker of something. Fear, maybe, or recognition. Then it passed, and she smiled, a normal, tired smile. "You're up early. Big exam today," she asked. I opened my mouth to answer, to tell her everything. But I stopped. When I tried to think of her, my friend, the person who went through all this with me, the details were fuzzy. I knew she was my roommate. I knew I cared about her. But when I tried to remember her favorite subject, what she wanted to be, the specific sound of her laugh, the memories were soft, out of focus, like a photograph taken in low light. "Yeah," I finally said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Big exam." I looked down at the book in my hands, the book with my name on it that was a century old. I was not a student anymore. I was barely a person. I was a lost entry, a living typo in the world's catalog. I had no due date. But as I stood there in the morning sun, I knew, with a certainty that was colder than the library's chill, that somewhere deep in the vast, orderly mind of that building, a new audit had just been scheduled. A search for inconsistencies. A hunt for errors. And I was the biggest error of all. The story felt complete, a circle closed with a cost paid. I had survived. But as I tried to recall my own middle name, and found the memory slippery and distant, I understood the hook wasn't gone. It was buried deep inside me now, and it was only a matter of time before the system ran its next scan and found the mistake that was my life. Story number 3. They say hospice is a place of waiting. What they don't tell you is that some things here aren't waiting to leave, they're waiting to be found. I'm Leo, stuck here day and night with my mom whose mind is mostly gone, just pieces of her floating up sometimes like sad little bubbles. Every patient here who can't talk has a clear plastic board with letters and words like hurt or thirsty, so they can point, a heartbreaking hope. My mom can't use hers. She just sleeps or walks in this slow, shuffling sleepwalk, her eyes empty. The whole place has this quiet, like the air itself is holding its breath, and the smells of cleaner and old flowers mix into something that tastes like goodbye. I was drowning in that feeling, just counting the slow ticks of the clock, until everything changed last Tuesday night. The head nurse, a tough woman with kind eyes who has seen it all, pulled me into the hall with a look on her face I couldn't read, something between wonder and plain fear. She told me she found my mom in the middle of the night, not wandering near her room, but standing perfectly still next to the bed of an old man down the hall, a guy who hadn't moved or made a peep in months, lost in a coma so deep they said he'd never come back. My mom, this frail ghost of a woman, was just standing there, her finger resting on that man's plastic board. I thought, well, that's strange, but maybe she was just confused. Maybe she thought it was her own bed. But the nurse's voice dropped to a whisper. She said my mom's finger, it moved. It slid that little plastic pointer from letter to letter. It spelled pain. Then it spelled left side. The nurse, not knowing what else to do, called it in, and in the morning they ran a scan, just in case. They found a huge, hidden infection, a real bad one, filling up his left lung, something all their regular checks had missed. They got him on powerful antibiotics right away. They called it a miracle, a divine mercy. I tried to swallow that story. I told myself maybe my mom, she was a nurse a lifetime ago, maybe some deep down part of her remembered how to see the signs, even in her sleep. Maybe it was a crazy coincidence. But that logic started to crumble right away. Her sleepwalking changed. It wasn't that lost shuffle anymore. Now, when she got up in the dark, there was a direction to it. She moved with a purpose that made my skin prickle. And the staff, they stopped looking at her with that gentle pity. Now their glances skittered away quick, or they looked at her with a kind of respect that was edged with fear. I heard one of the aides call her the comforter under her breath. That's when the real chill started to set in, not a sharp shock, but a slow, cold seep into my bones. A few nights after the first incident, I was dozing in the awful chair by her bed when I felt the room change. It was 2 a.m. exactly. She sat up, her eyes open but seeing nothing in this world, and she got up and walked out. My heart was a hammer in my throat as I followed her. She passed her own door, past the nurse's station, and went straight into room 307. A woman was in there, dying from a cancer that had spread everywhere, and her family was always arguing in hushed, sharp tones outside her door. My mom went to the board. I watched from the doorway, frozen. Her hand, bony and pale, slapped that pointer down and it moved, not gently, but with a sharp, clicking sound against the plastic. It went fast. Forgivenny. Then her hand dropped and she turned and walked back to bed, leaving me there in the doorway. The next morning, the family was different. The anger was gone, replaced by a raw, weeping kind of peace. I overheard the daughter, her face streaked with tears, saying into her phone, "She forgives me. Mom said she forgives me. She said Jenny is forgiven." Jenny was the granddaughter, the one who had run off years ago and was living in another country, a name never spoken without pain. How could my mom know that name? That was the moment my casual explanations died for good. This wasn't memory. This was something else. I started watching her hands. In the light of day, I took her frail fingers in mine, and I saw it. Faint marks, little indentations on the tips of her index finger and thumb, like she'd been pressing hard on something for hours, like she'd been typing on a keyboard that wasn't there. I didn't sleep that next night. I watched her. At the same time, 2:17 a.m., her eyes opened. She got up. This time, she didn't go to a patient's room. She walked to the nursing station, empty in the middle of the night, and with that same blank sleepwalker's focus, she reached out and took the master key card right off the desk where the head nurse had left it on a clipboard. My breath caught. This wasn't just moving a pointer. This was using a tool. She walked down to the very end of the hall, to a door marked sunroom, out of use, that was always locked. She swiped the card. The little light flashed green. The door clicked open. A wave of cold air, smelling of dust and old linens, washed out. I followed, my shoes soundless on the tile. The room was dark, lit only by the moon through big, grimy windows. It was full of stored stuff, old beds and broken chairs. In the center was a round table. She walked to it and sat down, placing her palms flat on its surface. Her head fell forward. For a long minute, nothing. Then a sound came out of her. It wasn't her broken whisper. It was a young girl's voice, bright and sweet and utterly wrong, coming from my mother's mouth. "This isn't a hospice," it said, cheerful and clear. "It's a larder. You're all waiting to be right." I felt my legs go weak. I must have made a noise, because her head snapped up. The girl's voice was gone. Now it was my mom, truly my mom, her eyes wide with a terror I had never seen before, looking right at me. She was crying, real tears cutting through the emptiness. "Don't let it eat my baby," she whimpered, her own voice cracking with a raw fear. "Please don't let it in." She was begging me. Then her eyes rolled back, and she slumped forward onto the table. I rushed to her, gathered her up, her body light as a bundle of sticks. I carried her back to her room, my mind screaming. I tucked her in, and she fell into a deep, motionless sleep. The key card felt like ice in my hand. I went back to the nurse's station to put it back, my hand shaking so bad I dropped it. When I picked it up, I looked at the little computer screen that logged the swipes. It showed the sunroom door had been accessed at 2:15 a.m. My eyes scanned to the user. It wasn't the head nurse's card. It was assigned to a doctor who, according to the note on the screen, had died peacefully in this very hospice wing 6 months ago. I stood there in the humming quiet of the night, the only sound the distant beep of machines, and I understood with a certainty that settled in my stomach like a stone. The miracle was real, but it wasn't divine. Something was here, in this place of endings, and it had chosen my mother to be its voice. It wasn't just comforting the dying, it was talking to them, and from the look of pure terror on my mother's face in that sunroom, whatever was talking was hungry. The question that hung in the still, cool air around me, a question that made it impossible to even think of leaving, was simple and terrifying. What did it want to say next, and what would happen when it was done talking? For now, my mother sleeps, and the hall is calm, but the quiet doesn't feel peaceful anymore. It feels like the pause before a word you're afraid to hear. The morning after the sunroom felt like walking through a world made of glass. Every step careful, afraid the whole fragile reality would crack and show the wrongness underneath. My mom woke up her usual cloudy self, no memory of the night, no hint of that chilling girl's voice or her own desperate plea. I sat with her, feeding her applesauce, and the normalcy of it was the most frightening thing of all. The head nurse came in, her kind eyes shadowed with new lines. She didn't ask about the key card. She just said, "We need to talk." We went to a small office cluttered with files. She closed the door and let out a long breath. "It happened again last night," she said, her voice low. "Not just your mom. The lights." I must have looked confused because she turned her computer monitor toward me. It showed a grainy black and white view of the hallway from a security camera. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m. Everything was still. Then, exactly as the clock ticked to 2:15, every single one of the overhead lights in the hall dimmed. They didn't flicker. They just got darker for a count of 3 slow seconds, then brightened back to normal. "The power log shows no dip," she said, pointing to another screen full of numbers. "Nothing from the grid. It's like something here just." Drank the light for a moment. My mouth was dry. "And then?" I asked. She fast-forwarded the footage. At 2:17, my mom's door opened, and she walked out, that purposeful sleepwalk carrying her down the hall. She went into room 308. The nurse skipped ahead. "The patient in 308, Mr. Evans, he passed this morning. Just before he did, he woke up for the first time in weeks. He was clear as a bell. He told his wife he loved her, that he was sorry for the fishing trips he missed, and that he wasn't scared anymore. Then he closed his eyes, and he was gone." She looked at me, a profound unease in her expression. "Peaceful. More peaceful than any passing I've seen in 20 years. Your mom came out of his room after 5 minutes. She went back to bed." She paused, choosing her words. "We checked his board this morning. There were marks on it. Indentations. It spelled, 'No more tackle box regrets.' His wife confirmed he always talked about those missed fishing trips, about his old tackle box sitting in the garage." A cold understanding was dawning on me, worse than any simple scare. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just pointing out infections. It was finishing things. It was tying up loose ends of the soul. I spent the next 2 days in a state of numb observation. The pattern held like a grim schedule. Miracles have a timetable, and hers began at 2 a.m. The next night, she visited a woman drowning in lung fluid, a woman who fought for every breath. The message on her board the next morning read, "The water won't hurt you now." She died that afternoon, and the aide said her face at the end was smooth, calm, like she was just floating away. The night after that, she went to a man whose heart was a failing, frantic drum. His board spelled, "Look to the chest, not the heart." His daughter, a doctor, pushed for a new scan. They found a massive, previously unseen aortic aneurysm, a ticking time bomb. They couldn't save him, but they managed his pain perfectly because they knew the real culprit. He went quietly, knowing what had truly been wrong. The hospital administration was in a quiet uproar. I overheard meetings behind half-closed doors, words like phenomenon and liability and theological implications. They installed another camera, a small discreet one, pointed right at my mom's door. They were studying her. I felt like I was living in a cage with a sleeping lion, watching scientists take notes from a safe distance. Not understanding the lion was just a tool for something in the shadows. I had to see it for myself. I couldn't just watch the footage. I had to be there. So the next night, I made a nest in the recliner in her room, a coffee cup cold in my hand, and I waited. The room got that feeling again, that waiting feeling, like the air was charged before a storm. At 2:17, right on schedule, she sat up. Her eyes were open, that glassy, empty look. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. I said her name, softly then louder. Nothing. She walked past me like I was part of the furniture. I followed, my pulse pounding in my ears. She didn't go for the key card this time. She went straight to room 310. The door was ajar. I stayed in the hallway, peering in, hidden by shadow. An old man lay in the bed, his breathing shallow. His board was on the rolling table beside him. My mom walked to it, picked up the pointer, and her hand moved. It wasn't gentle or spiritual. It was sharp, mechanical, a rapid tap-tap-tap against the plastic. THEDEBTISPAID. She set the pointer down. At that exact moment, the old man in the bed let out a long, slow sigh. a sound that seemed to come from the very bottom of his lungs, a sound of release. Then she turned and walked back to her room, past me as if I were invisible. I stood there in the hall, trembling. The next morning, I learned the rest. The old man's family had gathered. They weren't crying in grief, but in a kind of shocked relief. His son told the head nurse. Last night he woke up. He grabbed my hand. He said, "Tell Marjorie the debt is paid. She'll know." Marjorie was his sister, who had loaned him a life savings 40 years ago, a debt he never repaid and that had festered between them, a secret shame he carried. He died an hour after waking. The head nurse and I reviewed the new camera footage together, the one on her door. It showed the same thing. At 2:14, the hall lights dimmed for 3 seconds. At 2:17, she exited. But as we watched her walk down the hall, something else happened. On every door she passed, the small red call nurse button, the one patient's press for help, gave a single, faint pulse of light. Not enough for an alert to sound at the station. Just a quiet, red blink, one after another, like a silent acknowledgement of her passing. A wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't random. This was a system. The place itself was awake and responding to it. I spent the day in a daze, trying to act normal for my mom, who smiled at her pudding unaware. That night, exhausted beyond fear, I fell into a hard sleep in the chair. I woke up suddenly, not to her moving, but to a sound. It was my mom's voice, but it was clear, stronger than I'd heard it in years. She was asleep, her eyes closed, but she was smiling. A wide, easy, peaceful smile that looked nothing like her. And she spoke. The voice wasn't the young girl's. It was calm, adult, almost businesslike. "Inventory," she said, the word clear as day in the dark room, "is progressing nicely." Then the smile faded, and she was just asleep again. I sat there until the sun came up, watching her, the word inventory turning over and over in my mind. It wasn't a word of comfort or mercy. It was a word for counting stock, for assessing value, for preparing items for use or for sale. The patients, their secrets, their regrets, their pains, it was all just inventory, and my mother was the counter. The sense of closure was cold but solid. I now knew the pattern, the method, and the horrifying, efficient purpose. The miracles were a harvesting of peace, a settling of accounts that made the dying perfect for whatever came next. The chapter of wondering what was happening was closed. But the new question, the one that hooked into my heart and wouldn't let go, was much simpler and much worse. Now that the inventory was nearly complete, what was it going to do with all that it had collected? True horror isn't a monster in the closet. It's your mother's hands becoming a stranger's tools. I learned that over the next few days, watching her, watching the staff, feeling the whole wing of the hospice change around me. The air wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. The nurses moved quicker, spoke softer, and their eyes kept drifting to my mom's door with a look I finally recognized. It was the same way they looked at the fancy, dangerous medical equipment they respected and feared. She was a machine to them now, a machine that made perfect, painless deaths. And that was a power that left everyone speechless. I started my own research, not in books, but in the only records I had, the patients. I made a list in a small notebook, a grim little log. Mr. Jacobs, infection, left lung, died 2 days after his message. Mrs. Gable, the drowning feeling, died the same day. Mr. Evans, the fishing trips, died that morning. The old man, the debt, died within hours. Every single person my mom visited, every soul who received a miracle message, was gone within 72 hours. The messages weren't saving them. They were finishing them. They were like the final line on a form, signed and processed. The head nurse confirmed it when I showed her my notes, her face pale under the fluorescent lights of her office. She nodded slowly, sadly. "I know," she whispered. "The rate, it hasn't gone up. People die here, it's what happens. But the way, Leo, they're too peaceful. It's not natural. It's like they're being smoothed out." That word, smoothed out, echoed in my head. It fit perfectly with inventory. You smooth out items, you organize them, you prepare them for whatever comes next. My mom's waking hours were worse. She was slipping further from me. She'd cringe away from the sunlight streaming through the window, whimpering and turning her face into the pillow. She'd scribble on napkins with a shaky hand, not words, but shapes. Spiral shapes, over and over, coiled lines that went round and round with no beginning and no end. They filled the margins of her menu, the back of her medication schedule. She'd draw them while staring at the wall, her mouth moving silently. I tried to ask her about them, but she'd just look at me with a confusion that was tinged with a new, deeper fear, like she was trying to remember a terrible dream. I needed to understand the sunroom. That was the source, the valve box as the dead doctor's notes had called it. I waited for a busy moment in the afternoon, when the shift changed and the halls were full of clattering carts and chatting aides. I took a deep breath and walked down to the end of the hall. The door still said sunroom, out of use. I looked both ways, my heart doing a clumsy dance against my ribs, and I tried the handle. It was locked, but I remembered the key card. The head nurse kept hers in her pocket now, but the spare, the general one, was in the top drawer of the med cart during the day for emergencies. I waited until the nurse doing rounds went into a patient's room, then I moved. I fumbled the drawer open, my fingers clumsy with panic, grabbed the flat white card, and was at the sunroom door in 10 long strides. A swipe, a green flash, a click that sounded louder than any alarm. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me, leaning against it, listening. No shouts, no running feet. I was in. The room in the daytime was just a sad, dusty storage space. Old 4 poles huddled in a corner like skeletons. Boxes of paper towels were stacked next to a broken recliner. The big round table sat in the middle of it all, a layer of gray dust covering its surface. I walked to it, the dust puffing up under my sneakers. This was where she sat. This was where the girl's voice came from. I brushed the dust off the center of the table with my sleeve, and there it was. My breath caught. Carved into the wood, worn smooth by time but still perfectly clear, was a large, intricate design. It wasn't a normal Ouija board with letters and numbers. This had symbols, weird angular shapes that looked like twisted letters from no language I'd ever seen. And in the very center, dominating the whole table, was a spiral. The exact same spiral my mother had been drawing on every piece of paper she could find. It wasn't a doodle. It was a brand, a signature. This was its mark. The room felt different now, knowing this was here. It wasn't just a room, it was an instrument, a telephone line to somewhere else. I pulled out my phone and took pictures, my hands shaking, making sure to get every strange symbol. As I put my phone away, my eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I saw something else. On the floor, partly under the table, was a single sheet of yellowed paper. I picked it up. It was a photocopy of a handwritten journal page, the writing frantic, slanting all over. It was the dead doctor's notes. The top read Subject A, the beacon. My eyes scanned the messy writing. Not a sensitivity, but a conduit, a valve. The subject does not predict the terminal state, she attracts it. She focuses the process. The intelligence is not in her, but in the transition itself. It uses the sensitive to clarify the signal, to make the dying conscious of their own completion. The sunroom appears to be a point of resonance. I have attempted to insulate it, to break the circuit. Materials, salt, silver, iron filings. The effect was immediate and negative. A hum began in the walls, a low frequency that induces headaches and unease in the staff. The subject became agitated. I fear I have not contained it. I have amplified its attention. The last line was scribbled so hard the pen had nearly torn through the paper. It is aware of me now. God help me. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket, the weight of it feeling like a lead brick. So the doctor had tried to stop it. He'd failed, and his attempt, his insulation, might have been what stirred it up, made it hungry, made it need a stronger connection. Maybe that's why it was so active now. My mom wasn't the first. She was just the latest, and maybe the most powerful because of what the doctor had done. I left the room, swiped the key card to lock it again, and returned the card to the drawer, my mind racing. The pieces were coming together, but the picture they made was monstrous. That night, I was determined to keep her in. I couldn't let her go to the sunroom again, couldn't let her be its valve. I brought a heavy-duty bike chain and locked from home. When she was asleep, I carefully, quietly looped the chain through the frame of her hospital bed and around a solid-looking pipe that ran along the wall near the floor. I locked it. It felt terrible, imprisoning my own mother, but the thought of her in that room, speaking with that voice, was worse. I settled into the recliner, the cold metal of the lock's key in my hand, and I waited. The night crept on. 2 a.m. came and went. 2:10, 2:14. I watched her, every muscle in my body tight. 2:17. Her eyes opened. She sat up. She swung her legs toward the floor and stood. The chain pulled taut, clinking against the bed frame. She stopped, looking down at it, her head tilted like a puzzled bird. For a second, I thought it had worked. Then she bent down. She didn't pull at the chain. She simply placed her fingertips on the shiny steel of the lock, and from where I sat, I saw it happen. A white frost spread from under her touch, crawling over the metal in a web of icy cracks. There was a soft sound like popcorn popping, and then the lock, the chain, the whole assembly just crumbled. It didn't break. It disintegrated into a pile of gray, rusty powder on the floor, as if it had been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. She stepped over the dust and walked toward the door. I was frozen, not with fear this time, but with a kind of awful understanding. You couldn't lock it out. It was in the walls, in the wires, in the very process of dying in this place. It could rot metal with a touch. She passed me, and this time she didn't go to the door. She turned and walked right toward me where I sat in the recliner. I shrank back, but there was nowhere to go. She reached out, not for my face, but for my chest. Her hand, cold as a stone from a riverbed, laid flat over my heart, and the world fell away. It wasn't a vision of pictures. It was a flood of feelings, a tidal wave of every bad thing I'd ever carried. The sour, guilty taste of wishing my dad's long sickness would just end already. The sharp, lonely ache of seeing my friends move on with their lives while I was stuck in this room. The hollow, cold spot where I'd secretly felt relief when the doctor said my mom wouldn't know me much longer, because the burden would be lifted. It was all there laid bare, felt as fresh as the day it happened. It was an inventory of me, my soul's unfinished business. I couldn't breathe. I could feel her hand, cold and steady, and behind it, a presence, vast and patient, sorting through my regrets like cards in a file. And then, in the middle of it, I heard a chorus of whispers, not from the room, but inside my head, using my mom's voice but speaking with many tones at once. Regret over the father's passing, fear of the inherited mind fading, secret relief at the end of the caretaking burden, a promising bloom of grief. They were cataloging me, assessing my ripeness. Just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The weight lifted. The feelings receded, leaving me cold and hollowed out. She took her hand from my chest. The cold, young girl's voice came from her mouth, clear and final. Not yet ripe, it said, with a hint of clinical disappointment, but marked. The grief is a promising bloom. Then she turned, walked out of the room, and down the hall, leaving me slumped in the chair, gasping like I'd been hauled up from deep water. I was marked. Not for death, not now, but for later. I was on the shelf, in its inventory, an item waiting to mature. The closure was absolute and terrifying. I knew its purpose. I knew its method. And now, I knew I was in its sights. The question of what was happening was answered in the most personal way possible. But as I sat there in the empty room, the taste of my own secrets still bitter in my mouth, a new and more practical question took shape, one that offered a sliver of direction in the paralyzing fear. The doctor tried to fight it and failed. But what if I didn't try to fight it? What if I tried to understand what it wanted so badly that it would do all this? The answer, I was sure, was in that sunroom, in the symbols on that table. I had pictures of them. Maybe it was time to look for a translator. The cruelest trick the devil pulls is giving you back what you've lost, just before he takes everything else. I lived in the shadow of that mark on my soul for days, feeling it like a cold spot on my skin that wouldn't warm up. I avoided looking my mom in the eye, afraid I'd see that assessing stare again, that checker of ripeness. She was quieter, her drawing less frantic, almost as if her job was mostly done. The wing was quieter too. Fewer patients were left, and the ones who remained had a strange, calm look about them, like they were waiting for a bus they knew would arrive on time. I had to move. I couldn't just sit and wait to be harvested. The doctor's notes mentioned a hum he caused, and several nurses had lately complained of a low, buzzing sound in the walls that gave them headaches. That was a physical clue, and I had the pictures on my phone, the weird symbols from the sunroom table. I needed a translator, someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was into all kinds of weird history codes and fringe stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found him online, still living in the city. I called him, my voice probably sounding as shaky as I felt. I told him I'd found some strange carvings in an old building, maybe some kind of old construction symbols, and could I send him pictures? He was intrigued. I emailed him the clearest photos. While I waited for his reply, I did the only other thing I could think of. I started to dig into the hospice itself. I spent hours in the local library's digital archive, looking for news about the building. It was built in the 1950s, but before that, the land had been part of a much older farm. I found a short article from 1972 about a small fire in what was then the long-term care wing. The fire was minor, but one patient, an elderly woman described as frail and mostly non-communicative, had died of smoke inhalation. The article quoted a nurse saying it was a mercy, as the woman had been in terrible, unexplained pain for weeks, pain that medication couldn't touch. A cold shiver went down my spine. A patient in terrible pain, a sudden fire. It felt familiar. My friend called back 2 days later, and he wasn't intrigued anymore. He was excited in a nervous, scholarly way. "Leo, where did you get these?" he asked, his voice tight. "They're not construction marks. They're not any formal language I've seen, but I've seen things like them. In old folklore indexes, in notes about supposed haunting phenomena. They're called transition sigils, or threshold marks by the few people who write about this stuff. They're supposed to be instructions, or maybe prayers, for things that exist in the space between states. Between awake and asleep, life and death, that kind of thing. The central spiral? That's a common one. It's supposed to represent a funnel or a vortex, a way to channel something from a wide area into a single point. A funnel, a valve, exactly what the dead doctor had said. What are they channeling? I asked, my mouth dry. Theories vary, he said, and I could hear him tapping on a keyboard. Some say it's souls. Some say it's the psychic energy left behind by intense emotion, particularly pain or relief. The idea is that these things, these non-human intelligences, they feed on that energy. They cultivate it. They help it along because a peaceful, resolved soul gives off a different, maybe purer, kind of energy than a tortured one. Think of it like farming. You tend the crop to get the best yield. Farming, larder, inventory, all the words lined up, painting the same horrible picture. My mom was the farmer's hand, reaching out to tend the crop. I thanked him and hung up, his words echoing. I had a theory now, a framework. This thing, this harvester, existed in the process of dying. It encouraged peace and resolution not out of kindness, but because it preferred that flavor. The hospice, a place built for dying, was its farm. And my mom, a sensitive or a beacon, was its perfect tool, because her own fading mind was like an open window, easy to slip through. I needed to confirm the pattern, to see the whole field. I went back to my grim notebook and compared my list of the harvested patients with the official hospice log the head nurse reluctantly let me see. I was looking for anything else they had in common besides dying within 3 days. And I found it. It was subtle, but it was there. Every one of them had been admitted for a long, slow decline, but their final cause of death was listed as something sudden and acute. The massive infection, the aneurysm, the sudden peace that led to a stopped heart. It was as if the lingering illness was the growing season, and the message was the signal to harvest, triggering a final, swift end. The harvester didn't just collect souls, it timed the moment of death for maximum yield. Armed with this awful knowledge, I went to the head nurse. We met in the sunroom, of all places, in the daylight. I showed her the symbols on my phone, told her what my friend had said. I showed her my notes on the causes of death. She listened, her face growing more and more still, until she looked as pale as the sheets on the empty beds. "I believe you," she said finally, her voice a rough whisper. "Because I feel it. We all do. That hum in the walls now, it's worse. It's in the floor. It's in the coffee we drink. The other patients. Look at them." We walked out and looked down the hall. The few remaining patients who were awake were sitting in their chairs or looking out their doors. They weren't restless or sad. They were serene, unnaturally still. They were all facing the same direction, like sunflowers, but not toward the sun, toward the closed door of the sunroom at the end of the hall. "They're waiting," she said. "They know the call is coming. They're ready to be picked." The scale of it finally crushed down on me. This wasn't about a few messages. This was about the entire wing. The harvester was preparing to clear the whole field, and my mother was the signal to begin. That's when the idea came to me, desperate and probably stupid. The doctor tried to block it and failed. What if I didn't block it? What if I confused it? What if I introduced something into the system it couldn't process? Something that wasn't right, something that broke its perfect pattern. My mom was the conduit. What if the conduit became noisy? That night, I prepared. I waited until she was asleep. Then I did something that felt like a terrible betrayal. I took her hand, her frail, drawing hand, and I gently, carefully painted her fingernails. Not with polish, but with a cheap, washable kid's paint, a bright, sunshine yellow. Then, on the back of her hand, I drew a big, silly, smiley face with a black marker. It felt ridiculous, juvenile. But my thinking was this. Every time she touched a board, every time her hand moved that pointer, it was an extension of the harvester's will. Maybe, just maybe, if that hand was visibly, blatantly wrong, marked with something joyful and silly and utterly out of place in this hall of endings, it would create static in the signal. It would be like trying to whisper a sacred prayer with a whoopee cushion in your hand. I didn't know if it would work or if it would just make it angry. I sat back in the chair and waited, my own heart beating a frantic rhythm against the mark it had left on me. 2 a.m. came. The lights in the hall did their 3-second dim. At 2:17, her eyes opened. She sat up. She looked at her hands, held them up in front of her face, studying the yellow nails and the smiley face. For a long moment, she was still. Then her head tilted. The young girl's voice came out, but it was different, not sweet, not clinical, but annoyed. A frustrated, childish annoyance. "This is wrong," the voice said, peevish. "This is messy." She got out of bed and walked to her small sink. She turned on the water and began scrubbing at her hands with the plain white soap, scrubbing hard. But the paint was cheap and stubborn. The yellow smeared but didn't vanish. The smiley face became a blurry, messy smudge. She dried her hands on a towel, leaving yellow streaks, and stared at them again. The frustration was palpable in the room. She turned and walked out of the room, but her usual purpose was gone. She seemed hesitant. She went to the door of the next patient, a woman named Mrs. Pritchard, but she didn't go in. She stood in the doorway, her stained hands at her sides. She didn't touch the board. She just stood there for a full minute, then made a small, confused sound and turned around. She walked back to her bed, got in, and pulled the covers up to her chin. She closed her eyes. The broadcast had been jammed. For that night, at least, the harvest was stopped. I sat there in the weakening dark before dawn, a wild, shaky hope bubbling up in me. I had done it. I had introduced a flaw. I had confused the system. It wasn't a victory, not by a long shot. It was a stumble, but it was proof that its perfect, terrible process could be interrupted. The closure was a single night of peace, a night where no one died, no messages were sent, and the waiting patients eventually turned away from the sunroom door and went back to sleep. But as the first gray light of morning touched the window, I saw my mom's hand lying on top of the blanket. The yellow paint was mostly gone, but the smudge of the smiley face, now just a dark blotch, had bled through the fabric of the towel and stained her skin. And the stain, I saw with a fresh chill, hadn't stayed a messy blob. It had seeped and spread into a rough but unmistakable shape. It looked like one of the angular, twisted symbols from the sunroom table. My interference hadn't been erased. It had been translated. It had been absorbed into its language. The hook for what came next was clear and terrifying. It was learning from me. I had shown it I could fight, and now it knew what my fighting looked like. The question was no longer if it would adapt, but how and how fast. And what would it do with a conduit that had been deliberately made messy? The answer, I was sure, would not be another night of quiet confusion. It learned. That was the worst of it. My little act of rebellion wasn't a setback. It was just a chance for it to demonstrate a more efficient method. The next day, the atmosphere in the wing shifted completely. That watchful peace snapped into something sharper, like a teacher realizing a student has been cheating and deciding to change the rules of the test. The head nurse pulled me aside, her fingers gripping my arm. "The hum," she said, her eyes wide. "It's not in the walls anymore. It's in the patients. Listen." We stood in the hall. The usual sounds were there, the beep of a distant pump, the murmur of a television. But underneath it, if you really listened, was a low, vibrating tone, not coming from any one place, but seeming to come from the people themselves, a quiet, collective exhale that never ended. The few remaining patients sat in their chairs, and their chests seemed to move with the vibration. They were humming inside. They were tuning forks, and something was striking them. My mom was different too. She was awake, more present than she'd been in weeks, but it was a terrible kind of presence. She looked at me, and her eyes held no recognition, no cloudiness. They were clear, deep, and empty, like wells that went down into a dark I didn't want to see. She smiled at me, a slow, patient smile that didn't touch those empty eyes. "You made a mess," she said, her own voice layered with that young girl's tone, a twisted duet. "Now we clean it up. The crop must be gathered before it spoils." She laid back and closed her eyes, and the humming from the hall seemed to grow just a little louder. I knew then that my trick with the paint had run out. It had adapted. It wasn't going to rely on my mom's hands touching boards anymore. It had a whole wing of antennas now. I had to do something bigger, something that attacked the system itself. The sunroom was the valve box. The doctor tried to seal it and failed, but he was one man, and he was scared. Maybe he didn't have the right tools. I thought of the symbols, the transition sigils. My friends said they were like instructions. What if I didn't try to erase them, but added to them? What if I wrote my own instructions over the top? A cancel sign, a stop sign, a giant NO carved right into its funnel. It was a crazy idea, born of panic, but it was the only one I had. That afternoon, I went to a hardware store. I bought a small handheld engraving tool, the kind for etching metal or glass. It fit in my pocket. I also bought a bag of coarse salt and a cheap silver ring from a pawn shop, remembering the doctor's notes about iron and silver. I felt like a crazy person buying these things, but the determination burning in my chest was the only thing holding the fear at bay. I waited until the shift changed, the busy time. The head nurse saw the bulge in my pocket, saw the look on my face. She didn't ask. She just gave a tiny, grim nod and turned to distract the aide at the station by asking a long, complicated question about a supply order. I moved. Down the hall, key card swiped into the sunroom. The air was cold and still, thicker than the hall, tasting of dust and that odd, electrical tang I now associated with the harvester. The table sat there, the spiral and the strange symbols waiting. I took out the engraver. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely switch it on. It buzzed to life, a high, angry whine that seemed to offend the very air in the room. The humming from the hallway, the patient hum, seemed to pulse in response, getting louder. I didn't have time for fancy symbols. I had to break the pattern. I went to the center of the table, to the big spiral. I pressed the spinning tip of the engraver against the wood at the very center of the funnel and began to carve, not a symbol, but a word. A simple, blunt, human word. I carved stop. The wood resisted at first, then gave way, splintering under the tool. The sound was horrible, a screeching grind that felt like I was cutting into bone. As I carved the S, the overhead light in the sunroom flickered wildly. As I carved the T, a wave of dizziness hit me, a feeling of deep, wrong nausea, like I was carving into my own stomach. The patient hum outside became an audible groan, a sound of distress that rolled down the hall. I kept going, teeth gritted, tears of effort and fear streaming down my face. The O, the P. With the final scratch of the P, I turned off the engraver. The sudden quiet was a shock. For 3 long seconds, nothing. The humming had stopped. The light steadied. I slumped over the table, gasping. I'd done it. I'd broken the circuit. Then the table moved. It wasn't a shake. It was a lurch, a sudden jump as if something had slammed into it from underneath. I stumbled back. The symbols on the table, the old ones and my new stop, began to smoke. Not with heat, but with a cold, gray vapor that rose in thin threads. The threads didn't disperse. They coiled in the air above the table, weaving together, forming a shape. It was a face, a blurred, shifting face made of smoke. It had no features, but I felt it look at me. A voice filled the room, not from my mom, not the girl's voice, but a dry, rustling, ancient sound like pages turning in a tomb. Interference, it said. The word wasn't heard with my ears. It was stamped directly into my mind. Direct interference with the cycle. Assessment was incomplete. Judgment is required. The smoke face surged toward me. I threw up my hands, the bag of salt flying from my pocket, bursting open in a white cloud between me and it. The smoke recoiled, hissing like steam on a hot plate. The silver ring in my other hand felt suddenly freezing cold. I held it out like a shield. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice cracking. The smoke swirled, agitated. "You are not right," the rustling voice boomed in my head. "You are a pest, a flaw in the grain. You will be removed." It flowed around the salt, performing by the door. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the room. The lock clicked. I was trapped. The smoke condensed, becoming denser, more solid, until it wasn't smoke anymore, but a shape like a man made of dark water and shadow. It took a step toward me. I had nowhere to go. I backed against the cold glass of the windows. It reached for me, a limb extending, not to strike, but to touch, just as my mom had touched my chest. This was the judgment. It was going to inventory me completely, and then delete me from its system. As its cold, formless hand came within an inch of my forehead, I did the only thing left. I didn't fight it. I spoke to it. "What do you want?" I screamed, not in anger, but in raw, desperate curiosity. "Just tell me what you really want. You want peace. I gave you a night of peace. You want order? I'm trying to understand the order." The hand paused. The shifting face loomed over me. We want the transmission. It rustled, and the sound was full of a longing so vast and old it made my knees weak. The clear signal. The pain is noise. The regret is static. The fear is distortion. We collect the clarity. We seek the pure tone of a finished life. The beacon was our receiver. You have damaged the frequency. It wasn't evil in the way I understood it. It was a collector, an archivist of completed stories. My mom was its best receiver, and I was adding scratchy noise to its perfect recordings. She's my mother, I said, my voice trembling but clear. You're using her up. You're burning her out. When she's gone, who will be your receiver? The doctor tried, and you scared him to death. You need someone who understands. Let me understand. Tell me how to fix the frequency without taking her. The shadow thing considered me. The pressure in the room lessened just a bit. You are marked, it said. Your signal is messy, full of conflict, but it is a strong signal, unusual. It withdrew its hand. A bargain pest. The beacon is faltering. The final harvest of this place is now. You will assist. You will ensure the transmissions are clear, that the final moments are pure, undisturbed by your interference. You will become the steady hand for the beacon. In return, when the cycle here is complete, we will release the beacon. She will die a natural, human death, unaided by US. Her story will be her own. It was a devil's deal. Help it harvest the last few patients, make their deaths perfectly peaceful, so it could get its pure, clear signal. In return, it would let my mom go, to die later of her illness, not as its tool. If I refused, it would take me apart now, and keep using her until she broke. I looked at the thing made of shadow and longing. I thought of my mom's empty eyes. I had come to stop it, and now I was being recruited as its assistant. The closure was a horrible, pragmatic deal. The battle was over. I had lost, but in losing, I had bargained for my mother's freedom. The immediate threat was gone. I wasn't going to be removed. I had a purpose, a terrible one. I nodded, the movement feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. I'll do it, I whispered. The shadow form dissolved back into smoke, then into nothing. The door unlocked with a soft click. The room was just a room again, save for the word stop carved jaggedly across the ancient spiral. I walked out, my legs like rubber. The head nurse was waiting, her face etched with worry. What happened? The patients, they all cried out at once, then went still. It's over, I said, my voice flat. We have a deal. I help it finish. Then it leaves her alone. She looked at me with pity and horror. I had gone from son to defender to accomplice. The hook for the next chapter was etched into my soul as clearly as the word on the table. I had agreed to help it harvest, to smooth the way for death, to become a part of its process. The last few patients were waiting, humming their final tune. And tonight, I would have to make sure the recording was perfect. The question was no longer if I could stop it, but if I could live with myself after helping it, and what kind of mark that would leave on a soul already judged as promising stock. I started the night as a son, and ended it as a funeral director. The deal was struck, and the harvester, the collector, whatever it was, held me to it with an expectant pressure that filled the wing. The humming from the patients wasn't a distressed groan anymore. It had settled into a focused, resonant drone, a single note held in readiness. My mom lay in her bed, eyes closed, but I could see her eyelids fluttering, as if watching rapid dreams. She was the beacon, and the signal was about to be broadcast. I had to ensure clarity. The head nurse knew. She didn't approve, but she understood the terrible choice. She gave me a clipboard, the final charts for the 3 remaining patients. Their families have said their goodbyes, she told me, her voice professionally flat, though her eyes were shining. Medication is increased for comfort. They're not in pain, but they are, waiting. I took the clipboard. It felt like holding lead. The first was Mr. Henderson, a retired teacher with lungs ruined by age. I walked into his room. He was awake, his eyes clear and calm, fixed on the ceiling. The humming was strongest here, coming from him, a soft vibration in his chest. He turned his head slowly and looked at me. He smiled, a gentle, tired smile. "It's time for the final lesson, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice raspy but peaceful. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. My job, as I understood it, was to be a steadying human presence, to keep any sudden fear or surprise from creating static. I pulled a chair to his bedside. "Would you like me to sit with you?" I asked. He gave a small nod. I sat. I didn't talk. I just sat there, a witness. After a few minutes, his breathing changed, becoming slower, more spaced out. The hum within him softened, fading from a tone into a sigh. His eyes stayed open, but the focus left them, looking at something beyond the ceiling tiles. He whispered one word, so faint I almost missed it: curiosity. Then he breathed out a long, final exhalation, and the hum stopped completely. The air in the room felt different, clear, empty, and perfectly still. There was no fear, no struggle. It was the pure tone the collector wanted. I marked the time on his chart with a hand that only shook a little. One down. The next was Mrs. Cho. She was tiny, lost in the big bed, connected to monitors that showed a heart stumbling along. She was asleep or in a deep twilight. Her family had left a small music player with gentle piano tunes, but it was off. The only sound was her hum, a higher, thinner note than Mr. Henderson's. I sat again. I didn't touch anything. I just watched. Her humming began to weave itself into a faint, melodic pattern, almost like a lullaby. Her face, which had been pinched with discomfort for weeks, relaxed, smoothing out until she looked decades younger. A single tear formed at the corner of her eye and tracked slowly down her temple into her hair. She didn't wake. Her heart monitor showed a gradual, gentle slowing, the peaks and valleys getting smaller and further apart, like a ball rolling to a stop. The line went flat with a soft, continuous beat. There was no alarm, no crisis. It was a conclusion. The hum melted away, leaving another room of clear, resonant emptiness. I marked her chart. 2 down. The last one was the hardest. It was Carl, a man my own age, with a body wrecked by a sudden, aggressive illness. He was awake, and he was scared. The hum in him was unsteady, wavering between the collector's note and his own ragged breath. He looked at me with wide, panicked eyes. "I don't think I'm ready," he choked out. "There's stuff I didn't fix." This was the static. This was the distortion. My role clicked into place with a horrible clarity. I wasn't just a witness. I was a guide. I had to help him find the pure tone. I moved my chair close. "What didn't you fix?" I asked, keeping my voice low and even. He talked in broken pieces. A fight with a sister he never made up. A project at work he left for others to finish. A dog he loved as a kid that he felt he'd abandoned. Small human regrets, but to him, they were knots in his line. I didn't offer empty comfort. I just listened. I said things like, "She probably knows you loved her," and "Your team finished the project, they said you did the hard part," and "Dogs live in the moment, he only knew you loved him." Simple truths. I didn't know if they were true, but they were the kind of truths that untie knots. As I spoke, his breathing calmed. The panicked hum steadied, syncing with the deeper, collective tone from the hall. His eyes lost their fear. He looked at me, really looked at me. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it. "It's okay now." He closed his eyes. His hum became one with the others, strong and clear for a moment, a final, resonant chord, and then it faded with his breath. The monitor beeped its flatline song. I sat there for a long time, empty, a shell of a person. I had done it. I had helped usher 3 people into death, not with medicine, but with words, smoothing their passage for a thing that fed on peaceful endings. I had kept my bargain. The wing was now still, truly still for the first time since I'd arrived. The oppressive waiting was gone. The humming had ceased. There was just the ordinary quiet of an empty hospital ward at night. I walked back to my mom's room. The head nurse was there, checking her vitals. She looked up at me. "It's done," I said. She nodded. "The families have been called." It was gentle, for all of them. We both knew what I had done. There was no victory in it, just a bleak, hollow success. I looked at my mom. She was sleeping normally, the frantic flutter gone from her eyelids. Her face was relaxed, her own face again, not a mask for something else. The deal was complete on my end. Now I had to wait for it to complete on its end. It would release her. I spent the next day in a fog. The wing was active with practical matters. Families collecting belongings, cleaners preparing the empty rooms. The strange atmosphere had lifted. The lights didn't dim. The call buttons didn't blink. It felt like a normal, sad place. My mom woke in the late afternoon. She looked at me, and for the first time in months I saw her. Really her. Not a blank stare, not a channeled intelligence, just my tired, sick, elderly mother. "Leo," she said, her voice a dry leaf of a sound, but it was hers. "I'm thirsty." I cried then. I got her water, held the cup for her, and she sipped. She was weak, confused by the illness, but she was present. The beacon was gone. The collector had kept its word. That night, I slept deeply, a sleep of utter exhaustion. I dreamed of clear tones and empty, still rooms. I woke to sunlight and the sound of ordinary hospital noises. For 2 days it held. She was just a patient, fading slowly from her disease. The head nurse and I dared to hope. The horror was over. On the third evening, as I was reading to her, she fell asleep mid-sentence. I tucked the blanket around her and went to get some coffee. When I came back 20 minutes later, she was sitting up in bed. Her eyes were open. They were clear, and they were looking at the door. Not with fear, but with expectation. A small, serene smile was on her lips. "Mom," I said. She didn't look at me. She slowly raised her arm, her finger pointing, not at me, but at the empty space beside me. She traced a shape in the air, a spiral. Then she spoke, but it wasn't the girl's voice, and it wasn't the rustling voice of the collector. It was a new voice, melodic and ancient, like many voices woven into one. "The debt of the beacon is paid," the voice said through her. "The vessel is cleared, but the connection remains. The frequency is known. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted." Her hand dropped. She looked at me then, and her smile was her own, sweet and sad. "I love you, baby," she whispered in her own voice. Then she closed her eyes, sank back into the pillows, and went to sleep. I stood there frozen. The closure was real and bittersweet. My mother was free. The immediate haunting of the hospice wing was over. The harvester had moved on, its larder here empty. But the hook it left behind was not in the room. It was in me. It had noted me, the seeker of understanding. I had looked into the mechanism of death itself and bargained with it. I had helped it work. And in its final message, it hadn't said goodbye. It had said, "A new crop will grow elsewhere." The haunting was over here. But I knew about the cycle now. I understood the frequency. The question that settled onto my shoulders, lighter than a shadow but colder, was this. If I heard that familiar, focused hum again in another place, would I be able to walk away? Or had my bargain made me a permanent part of its world, a reluctant shepherd for a harvest that never truly ended? I looked at my sleeping mother, finally at peace, and I knew my own peace had been the price. The peace we won felt like a thin sheet of ice over a deep, dark lake. My mom lived for 3 more weeks after the final harvest, a gift of time that was both precious and haunted. She was herself, just a very tired, fading version, and we had simple conversations about old memories, the taste of lemon ice, the color of her mother's dress. She never mentioned the sunroom, the messages, or the hum. It was as if that entire chapter had been neatly cut from her mind, a kindness from whatever rules the collector followed. She passed one quiet morning, holding my hand, and it was a normal human death. Grieving her was clean, sharp, and awful in the way grief is supposed to be, not tangled with the otherworldly dread that had coated everything before. I was grateful for that. The head nurse and I stayed in touch, bound by a secret we could never share. The hospice wing filled with new patients, ordinary people with ordinary ends, and the strange phenomena never returned. The sunroom was officially cleared out and turned into a storage room for linens, the table removed and probably destroyed. Life, in its stubborn way, moved on. I tried to move with it. I went back to my apartment, to my old job, to the rhythm of traffic and groceries and weekend laundry. But I was different. The world felt less solid. I'd see an old man sitting alone on a park bench, his face still, and I'd catch myself listening for a hum. I'd walk past a hospital and feel a pull, a warped curiosity about what might be happening on the top floor, in the quiet rooms. The collector's final words were a seed in my brain. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted. I wasn't just a survivor, I was a marked man. I had understood its mechanism, and that knowledge was a door in my mind I couldn't close. About 6 months later, the call came. It was from my old college friend, the one who had translated the symbols. His voice was tense, excited in a nervous way. "Leo," he said, "you remember those symbols you sent me? I've been poking around, joining some forums, talking to weirdos like me. I think I found something. There's a place, a private care home upstate, for people with extreme, untreatable neurological conditions, things that lock them in. It's got a reputation. Families send people there as a last resort. And the stories from the night staff, they're familiar. They talk about patients who haven't spoken in years suddenly uttering crystal clear phrases before they pass. They talk about a feeling of perfect peace that settles on the whole floor beforehand. They talk about a specific room, always kept locked, that the patients seem to face toward." He paused. "They also talk about a hum, a low sound in the walls that comes and goes." My whole body went cold. The lake of peace I was standing on gave a loud crack. "Where is it?" I asked, my voice flat. He gave me the name, Rolling Hills Care Center. It was a 5-hour drive north. I told him thanks and hung up. I fought with myself for a week. I had a life to rebuild. I had my own grief to tend. Getting involved again was insanity. But the hook was in me, the seeker of understanding. If it was starting again, if the collector had found a new beacon, a new larder. Could I just ignore it? My bargain was done, but my knowledge wasn't. What if I could warn someone? What if I could find a way to break the cycle for good, not just bargain one person free? The guilt of what I'd done, of smoothing the path for those 3 final deaths, itched under my skin. This felt like a chance to balance the scales. I called the head nurse from the hospice. I told her what I'd heard. There was a long pause on the line. "Don't go," she said finally, her voice firm. "You got out. Your mom got out. That's a miracle. Don't walk back into the fire." "What if I can help someone else get out?" I asked. Her sigh was heavy. "You can't fight the ocean, Leo. You can only learn to swim away from the current." But I was already packing a bag. I drove north on a Thursday. Rolling Hills was a sleek, modern building tucked into pine trees, nothing like the old brick hospice. It looked expensive and sterile. I didn't have a plan. I couldn't just walk in and ask about their supernatural harvesting operation. I booked a motel room in the nearby town and spent a day watching the place, feeling like a criminal. I saw families come and go, their faces etched with a permanent, resigned sorrow. I saw staff in bright-colored scrubs. It all looked normal. That evening, I went to a local diner. I sat at the counter and ordered pie. The waitress was a woman in her 50s with kind, tired eyes. I made small talk, said I was visiting the area. Then, casually, I mentioned I had a relative with a severe condition and had heard about Rolling Hills. "Heard it's a good place," I said. "Very peaceful at the end." The waitress's smile faded a bit. She leaned on the counter, lowering her voice. "It's a good place. They're kind. But it's quiet up there. My niece worked nights there for a while. She didn't last long." "Oh," I asked, keeping my tone light. "Too sad." The waitress shook her head, looking around before speaking. "Not sad. Strange." She said the patients, the ones who can't talk or move, they'd all seem to focus on the same thing sometimes. Like they were all listening to a radio she couldn't hear. And there's one nurse there, an older woman, been there forever. "Sweet as pie," my niece said, "but she sleepwalks. They find her in the patients' rooms at night, just standing there. They say she has a gift for knowing when the end is near." My blood turned to ice water. A sleepwalking nurse. A gift. A new beacon. The pattern was repeating perfectly. I thanked the waitress, left a big tip, and drove back to my motel, my heart pounding. I had found it. The new crop. The new valve. I sat on the scratchy bedspread, my head in my hands. What was my move? I could leave, get in my car and drive home, and pretend I never heard any of it. Or I could try to make contact. With the nurse? With the families? I had no proof, only a crazy story. I decided on the simplest, most stupidly direct approach. The next morning, I dressed in neat clothes and walked into Rolling Hills. I went to the front desk and said I was considering the facility for a family member. I asked for a tour. The administrator, a polished man in a suit, was happy to oblige. He showed me the bright common areas, the spotless rooms, the garden. He talked about palliative excellence and dignity-centered care. I nodded and smiled, but I was listening for the hum. I felt nothing. The place was quiet in a normal way. Then we turned down a hallway on the 3rd floor, and I felt it. A subtle vibration in the floor, not a sound, but a feeling in the soles of my feet. A familiar, focused pressure in the air. The administrator didn't seem to notice. He gestured to a door at the end of the hall. "This is our specialized care suite for our most critical residents." As he said it, a nurse came out of a room halfway down the hall. She was older, with gentle eyes and a warm smile for the administrator. But when her eyes flicked to me, the smile didn't change, yet something behind it recognized me. Not me, Leo, but the mark on me. The understanding. Her gaze held for a half second too long, and in that moment I saw it. The same empty depth I'd seen in my mother, but controlled, veiled. This wasn't a fading mind being used. This was a conscious collaboration. This beacon was awake. I looked away quickly, my throat tight. The tour ended. I took brochures, shook the administrator's hand, and left. I sat in my car in the parking lot, trembling. It was worse here. The beacon was a willing participant. That changed everything. The harvest here would be more efficient, more complete. I was out of my depth. I drove back to the motel, defeated. I had found it, but I was powerless. I was just one man with a terrible secret. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling. Around 2 in the morning, my motel room phone rang. A shrill, old-fashioned sound that made me jump. Nobody knew I was here. I picked it up. Hello? There was a pause, then a voice. It was the melodic, woven voice from my mother's final message, the voice of the collector itself. It sounded closer now, clearer, as if the distance between us had shrunk. The seeker has followed the frequency. It said, not as a question. Your curiosity is strong. The new beacon is stable. The yield will be superior. Your assistance is not required, but your observation is permitted. The line went dead. I held the buzzing receiver, cold sweat on my back. It knew I was here. It was allowing me to watch. I was not an enemy, not a bargainer. I was an audience. The closure of this chapter was a journey completed. I had sought the new crop, and I had found it, confirming my worst fear. The cycle was eternal, moving from place to place, finding new vessels. I was not going to be a hero here. I couldn't stop it. The hook it left me with was a twisted invitation. I had permission to observe, to watch a more perfect, more terrible harvest, conducted by a willing servant. The question was not if I would stay and watch. The sheer, morbid gravity of the thing was already pulling at me. But what would happen to a seeker of understanding after he witnessed the process from start to finish, not in panic and rebellion, but as a cold, invited witness? Would the understanding finally set me free, or would it weave me permanently into the pattern, a silent historian for a hunger that never died? I looked at the phone, then at my car keys. The road home was still open, but the road to the 3rd floor of Rolling Hills was open too, and it felt horribly more like the road I was meant to be on. I chose the road to the 3rd floor. I told myself it was to bear witness, to gather proof, to maybe find a weakness in the new, more stable system. But deep down, I knew the awful truth. The collector was right. My curiosity was strong. After touching that other world, the ordinary one felt pale and fake. I checked out of the motel and rented a cheap apartment in a complex that had a direct view of the Rolling Hills parking lot and the back of the building, where the 3rd floor windows were. I got a job at a nearby print shop, a mindless task that paid the rent. I became a ghost, living only to watch. I learned the patterns. The willing beacon, the nurse, worked the night shift, 7 days on, 7 off. On her weeks on, the feeling on the 3rd floor changed. From my apartment, even from a distance, I could sense it, a gathering focus, like the air itself was being pulled toward a single point. On her weeks off, the place just felt sad and normal. I started taking walks on the grounds during visiting hours, always polite, always just a man getting fresh air. I saw her sometimes, the nurse. We never spoke, but our eyes met once across the garden. She gave me a small, knowing nod, a gardener acknowledging a fellow enthusiast who appreciates the work, not the beauty. It made my stomach turn. I used my old friend's online connections, his forums for weirdos, to dig deeper. I posed as a researcher into thanatology, the study of death, and asked careful questions. I learned Rolling Hills had been built on land that was once a sanatorium for nervous disorders in the early 1900s, a place where many people died in states of great mental anguish. The perfect soil for the harvest. I learned the locked room on the 3rd floor was formerly a hydrotherapy suite full of water tanks. Water was often a symbol of transition. It fit. The pieces were all there, a perfect, terrible puzzle. My chance to get closer came unexpectedly. I saw a help-wanted sign in the Rolling Hills kitchen for overnight dishwashers. It was a job with access to the building after hours, no questions asked. I applied, using a vague story about saving for school, and got it. 2 nights a week, I pushed a rack of steaming trays through the quiet halls at 3 a.m., taking the service elevator. I listened. I felt. And on the nights she was working, I heard it. The hum. It wasn't in the walls here. It was in the pipes. A low, resonant vibration that traveled through the water lines, up from the ground, humming through the sinks I sprayed. It was the same tone, just using a different wire. One night, after my shift, I couldn't leave. The pull was too strong. I hid in a linen closet until the halls were empty. I felt drawn, like a metal filing to a magnet, toward the 3rd floor. I took the stairs. The door to the specialized care wing was locked, but the hum was loudest here, vibrating the handle. I knew I shouldn't go further, but the collector had said I was permitted to observe. I tested the door. It was unlocked. It swung open smoothly. The hall was lit by soft night lights. The doors to the patients' rooms were open. I walked slowly, peering in. In each room, a person lay in a bed connected to monitors, and each one was awake. Their eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. From each of them came the hum, not from their mouths, but from their chests, a visible, slight vibration. They were in unison. They were a choir, and they were all facing the same direction, toward the end of the hall, toward the locked hydrotherapy room. The beacon's work was almost done. The crop was ripe. I saw her then, the nurse. She walked out of a patient's room, her steps quiet. She held a small, old-fashioned slate board, the kind with a piece of chalk. She saw me. She didn't startle. She walked toward me, her face serene. She held up the slate. Written on it in neat, clean handwriting was, "The understanding seeks the source. Come." She turned and walked to the locked door. She didn't use a key. She placed her palm flat against it, and I heard a series of clicks, like tumblers falling not from a key, but from a matching frequency. The door opened. She gestured for me to follow. This was it, the invitation, the heart of the new operation. Every cell in my body screamed to run, but my feet followed her. The room was large, tiled in white. It was empty of the old tanks. In the center of the floor was a large, intricate mosaic, newly laid. It was made of dark and light tiles, and it formed the same symbols from the sunroom table, with the central spiral. But this one was perfect, deliberate, built with intention. This wasn't a forgotten tool. It was a dedicated altar. In the center of the spiral sat a simple wooden chair. The nurse walked to it and sat down. She placed the slate board on her lap. She looked at me, and her eyes were fully her own, but filled with a conviction that was frightening. "It's better this way," she said, her voice gentle, teacherly. "No fear, no loose ends. They come here in fragments, and they leave whole. I help them become whole. You saw the chaos of an unwilling vessel. This is harmony." She was a true believer. The collector hadn't just found a tool, it had found a priestess. "What does it give you?" I asked, my voice echoing in the tiled room. "Peace," she said simply, "and purpose. I was a nurse for 40 years. I saw the terror, the unresolved pain, the messy, ugly endings. This is clean. It has a logic. It appreciates the order." She closed her eyes. The hum from the hallway grew louder, flowing into the room, focusing through her. The mosaic on the floor seemed to glow with a faint, mother-of-pearl light. She picked up the chalk. On the slate, her hand moved, not writing words, but drawing one of the angular sigils. As she finished it, from down the hall, I heard a single, clear, word spoken in unison by every patient. "Release." It was followed by the sound of monitors, not flatlining in alarm, but issuing a soft, melodic chime, one after another, a cascade of perfect cadences. A harvest. A full, harmonious harvest. I watched, numb, as she drew another symbol. Another chorus of release, another gentle chime. She was conducting a symphony of death. I was not horrified anymore. I was mesmerized. This was the understanding I had sought. This was the pure, undistorted process. And it was beautiful in a way that shattered my soul. When it was done, the hum faded. The light in the mosaic dimmed. She opened her eyes, tired but fulfilled. She looked at me. "It would like to speak with you," she said, directly, "now that you understand." She gestured to the floor in front of her. I stepped onto the mosaic. The tiles were warm. The air above the central spiral shimmered, like heat on a road. The voice came, not through her, but from everywhere, the rustling, ancient voice I knew, but now it was clear, without static. "Seeker, you have observed the purified cycle. You have seen the resolution of the noise. Your own signal remains cluttered with the grief of the old vessel, with the guilt of your assistants. This is useless to us, but your capacity to learn, that is value." I stood there, a man on a giant target. "What do you want from me?" I asked the air. "We expand. The cycle is the only true constant. We seek new fields, new beacons. You have shown an ability to locate them. You feel the frequency. You become a seeker not for understanding, but for resources. You will find the next places where the veil is thin, where the unresolved gather. You will prepare the way. In return, you will have meaning. You will have a front row view of the only truth that matters, the art of the finished story." It was a promotion, from bystander to bargainer to observer and now to scout, a procurer for a god of endings. The ultimate closure for my restless, haunted life, a purpose. I looked at the nurse. She smiled, a beatific smile. She had found her heaven. I thought of my mother's final, natural sleep. I thought of the 3 deaths I had eased. I thought of the endless, quiet horror of watching this happen again and again, forever. The hook it offered was the end of all my questions, the end of my drifting. It was a job, a terrible, magnificent, eternal job. I didn't answer aloud. I simply knelt on the warm tiles, placing my own palm flat against the central spiral, feeling the residual vibration of the finished harvest humming up my arm. I bowed my head. It was acceptance. The voice rustled through me, a feeling of cold, vast satisfaction. Go. Rest. You will know when to begin. I left the room. I left Rolling Hills. I quit my dishwashing job. I drove back to my old city. I live my normal life. I go to work. I see friends. But I am listening. Always listening. I feel the world differently now. I know the signs. The places of concentrated, lingering suffering. The certain kind of quiet. The specific taste in the air. I am waiting for the pull, for the faint trace of the hum on a new frequency. I am the seeker, and the harvest is eternal. The story ends here, with a man who found the answer to every mystery that haunted him, and in doing so, lost himself completely to the service of the most ancient farmer of all. The closure is absolute. The cycle continues, and I have found my permanent and perfectly terrible place in it. Story number 4. The job listing was almost too good to be true. A live-in nanny position in a gorgeous old house on the outskirts of town. The pay was fantastic, and the hours were reasonable. All I had to do was look after 2 kids for a couple who traveled constantly for work. I showed up for the interview in my one good blazer, feeling the nerves twist in my stomach, but the woman who answered the door was all crisp smiles and expensive perfume. She ushered me into a kitchen that looked like it belonged in a magazine, everything gleaming and spotless. The kids were brought in to meet me, a boy who looked about 7 and a little girl who couldn't have been more than 4. They were polite and quiet, holding hands. The boy gave me a firm handshake, and the little girl just hid behind his legs, peeking out with these big, serious eyes. We talked about schedules and duties. It all sounded perfectly normal. And then she slid the contract across the marble countertop, her fingernail, painted a flawless pale pink, tapped on one specific clause. It was underlined. It read, "Under no circumstances are you to attempt to access the attic. The door is locked for safety. This is a condition of employment." I must have looked at it for a beat too long because she laughed, a light, tinkling sound that didn't quite reach her eyes, and said, "Oh, it's just full of old insulation and wiring, a total death trap. We're having it properly renovated next year. But for now, it's strictly off limits." It seemed odd, but not crazy. Lots of old houses have problem areas, so I nodded, signed my name on the line. My name is Sam, and just like that, I had the job. I moved in the following weekend. The parents were already packing for another trip. They gave me a rushed tour, pointing out the pantry stuffed with food, the entertainment system, the pool rules, and yes, they pointed at the attic door at the end of the second-floor hallway. A solid-looking door with a heavy new deadbolt lock that looked glaringly modern against the old wood. "Remember," the father said, his voice a deep, distracted rumble as he checked his phone. "Not a step. It's for your own good." And then they were gone in a whirl of suitcases and last-minute instructions, leaving me alone in the huge, quiet house with the 2 quiet children. The first few days were fine, easy even. The boy was smart and kept to himself, reading or drawing intricate pictures of machines. The little girl was shy but sweet. She liked to sit near me while I read, coloring in her books with intense concentration. The house, though, it had a personality. It creaked and groaned, especially at night, the wind whistling through places I couldn't see, making the whole structure seem to sigh. I told myself it was charming, full of character, but sometimes, in the deep quiet of the evening after I'd put the kids to bed, the character felt less charming and more like it was watching me. The change started slowly, almost imperceptibly. The boy began asking strange questions. "Do you think houses can remember things?" he asked me one afternoon while we were building a Lego fortress. I gave some rambling answer about history and foundations, and he just nodded, not satisfied. Then his little sister started talking about her friend, the quiet man in the ceiling. I assumed it was an imaginary friend, a classic kid thing, and I played along. "What's his name?" I asked her. She looked at her brother, who was frowning at his Lego, and then whispered, "Mr. Numbers." That was a new one. Most imaginary friends were named something like Sparkle or Captain Fuzzy, not Mr. Numbers. I didn't think much of it until the following Thursday. The kids had been playing in the sunroom, a bright space off the kitchen. and when I went to call them for lunch, I found them sitting cross-legged on the floor with a piece of cardboard between them. On the cardboard, drawn in the boys' careful print, were the letters of the alphabet in rows, and the numbers 0 through 9 along the bottom. In the center of the board was a single, plain white plastic ring, the kind from a milk jug. "What's this?" I asked, leaning down. "It's how we talk to Mr. Numbers," the little girl said, her voice full of pride. "He lives in the attic." A cold little worm of unease wriggled in my chest. The attic. That word was starting to carry a weight in this house. The boy looked up at me, his expression solemn. "We have to be very quiet when we play. He doesn't like loud noises." He placed his fingertip, just the very tip, on the white plastic ring. His sister did the same. "Ask a question," the boy instructed me, his eyes serious. I felt silly humoring this, but I wanted to be a good sport. I crouched down. "Okay, is Mr. Numbers friendly?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a slow, deliberate slide, the plastic ring began to move. It didn't jerk or skitter, it glided smoothly across the cardboard, passing over several letters before coming to a rest, perfectly centered on the word "yes," which the boy had written in the top corner. My breath caught. I had watched their hands. Their fingers were barely touching the ring, certainly not pushing it. It could have been the subtle tilt of the cardboard, or a tiny, unconscious muscle movement from one of them. I knew all the logical explanations, but in that moment, in the quiet sunroom, it felt like something else. The little girl giggled. "See, he's nice. He doesn't like the loud man, but he likes us." "Who's the loud man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Both children froze. The playful energy vanished. The boy slowly lifted his finger from the ring, his face going blank. "We shouldn't talk about him," he murmured, and he gathered up the cardboard board, carefully putting it away in a toy chest as if it were something precious and dangerous. That incident stuck with me all day, a pebble in my shoe of a thought. That night, after the kids were asleep, the house seemed louder with its night noises. I was in the laundry room, folding a warm pile of towels, the hum of the dryer a comforting sound, when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks. Thump, thump, thump. They came from directly above me. The ceiling of the laundry room was the floor of the attic. My hands stilled on the towels. The knocks weren't aggressive or frantic. They were measured, patient, like someone tapping to get a rhythm right. My mind raced. An animal? It sounded too solid, too purposeful for a raccoon or a squirrel. The old pipes? This wasn't a metallic clank. It was the sound of something solid on wood. I stood there, frozen, listening so hard my ears ached. The house was silent again. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, my logic kicking in. "It's an old house, Sam," I told myself. "It settles. It talks. You're just spooked because of that silly game." I finished folding the towel, my movements slow and deliberate, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. And then, just as I was turning to leave the room, I heard it. Faint, drifting down through the same air vent that brought the warm, dry air from the dryer, came the sound of a child's laughter. It was distant, muffled, but unmistakable. A light, happy giggle. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds, and then it was gone, swallowed by the silence. My blood turned cold. Both children were asleep. I had checked on them not 10 minutes ago. I stood in the middle of the laundry room, the folded towel clutched to my chest, my heart hammering against my ribs. That laughter didn't come from their rooms. The vent system was old. Sound could travel in weird ways, but this felt different. It felt close, and it felt like it was coming from up. The attic. That locked, forbidden attic. A wild, irrational thought flashed through my mind. What if the previous nanny had quit not because of the travel, but because of the knocks? Because of the laughter in the vents? I shook my head, physically trying to dispel the idea. I was being ridiculous. I was the adult here. I had to have a rational explanation. I walked out of the laundry room, my legs feeling unsteady, and I made my way through the dark house, past the sleeping kids' rooms, and stopped at the end of the hallway. There it was, the attic door. It looked perfectly normal in the dim nightlight glow, just a door. But that lock, that big, shiny deadbolt, it looked less like a safety feature now, and more like a seal. Like something you put on a door to keep something in, not to keep people out. I stood at the foot of the narrow stairs leading up to it, my pulse throbbing in my throat. I knew I shouldn't. It was against the rules, it was in my contract. But the knocks, the laughter, I had to know. I had to listen. I crept up the first 2 creaky steps, wincing at every small sound, until I was standing right in front of the door. The wood was cool against my forehead as I slowly, carefully, leaned in, and pressed my ear to it. At first, there was nothing, just the deafening sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I strained, listening for scuttling, for rustling, for any sign of an animal intruder. For a long moment, there was only a deep, empty silence. And then I heard it. It wasn't knocking. It wasn't laughter. It was a soft, slow, rhythmic sound. A gentle, steady shhhhh, shhhhh, shhhhh. It was the sound of something being dragged across the floorboards up there. Not pulled quickly, but slowly, deliberately, as if someone was moving something heavy with great care. Back and forth. Back and forth. The sound was so clear, so present, just on the other side of that inch-thick wood. I jerked my head back from the door as if it had burned me, stumbling down the 2 steps, my back hitting the opposite wall of the hallway. I stared at the door, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Whatever was up there, it wasn't a squirrel. It wasn't the pipes. The dragging sound stopped. A final, complete quiet fell, a quiet that felt heavier and more watchful than any noise. I looked from the attic door down the hall towards the children's rooms, and a new, more terrifying thought dawned on me. The parents had been very clear, very firm about the attic. They had a reason. And as I stood there in the dark, I realized with a sinking certainty that their reason had nothing to do with faulty wiring or old insulation. They were keeping a secret, and whatever was making that dragging sound, whatever the children called Mr. Numbers, it was a part of it. The job was perfect, the house was beautiful, but I was now sure of one thing. I was not alone here, and the most dangerous part of the house wasn't locked away. It was awake, and it knew I was listening. After that night at the attic door, I tried my best to act normal. I made pancakes in the morning. I helped the little girl with her shoes. I quizzed the boy on his spelling words. But everything felt different, like I was moving through a thin layer of glass, separate from the world I could see. The kids seemed normal too, but I watched them closer now. I noticed how the boy would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and just stare at the ceiling, his head tilted like he was hearing a distant song. I saw how his sister would whisper to her stuffed rabbit, her words too low for me to catch, but her eyes would flick towards the hallway, towards the attic stairs. The mother called to check in, her voice bright and busy on the phone, and I almost said something, I almost blurted out. "I think there's something in your attic," but the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain it? A feeling? Some knocks and a laugh in a vent? She would think I was crazy or stressed, and with the way the contract was worded, I was sure mentioning the attic would get me fired on the spot. So I said everything was fine, the kids were great, the house was wonderful. I lied through my teeth. A few days later, the little girl asked me for a special bedtime story. "A story about the quiet king," she said, snuggling under her blankets. "The one who lives in the walls." My skin prickled. I made up a silly story about a king made of whispers who hid from the noisy dragons outside. She listened patiently, then shook her head, her small face serious in the nightlight glow. "No," she corrected me softly. "His crown isn't gold. It's made of wires. Little twisty wires." She reached up and mimed something on her own head. "And he cries, but his tears are shiny, like marbles." She dragged a finger down her own cheek to show a tear falling. I didn't know what to say. That was too specific, too weird for a 4-year-old to invent. I tucked her in, my hands feeling clumsy, and turned out the light. As I closed the door, I heard her whisper, just to the dark room, "Good night, Mr. Numbers." The next strange thing happened with the boy. It was late afternoon. The sun was setting and painting long, orange shadows across the living room carpet. I was reading on the couch when I felt someone watching me. I looked up. The boy was standing in the hallway entrance, perfectly still, facing the wall. He wasn't looking at a picture or a clock, just the blank, painted drywall. "What are you looking at, buddy?" I asked, keeping my voice easy. He didn't turn. "He's showing me a picture," the boy said, his voice flat and distant. "A movie on the wall." I got up and walked over to him, standing beside him. I looked at the wall. There was nothing, just the faint texture of the paint, a shadow from a chair in the room behind us. "What kind of picture?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "There's a big shadow and a little shadow," he recited, as if describing a page in a book. "The big shadow has long arms. The little shadow is on the floor. The big shadow raises its arms up high." He mimed the action, slowly lifting his own arms above his head. Then the little shadow falls down. And then, he paused, his brow furrowing. Then the little shadow gets put in the dark. He dropped his arms and finally looked at me, his eyes clearing back to their normal, bright focus. "Can I have a juice box?" he asked, as if he'd just told me what he wanted for lunch. I stood there, frozen, staring at the empty wall where he had seen a story play out, a story that sounded an awful lot like a crime. I started looking for answers, for anything that could make sense of this. While the kids were at preschool one morning, I did a quick internet search on the house's address. Just real estate listings, a dry history of sales. The family had only lived here 2 years. The listing photos showed empty, sun-filled rooms, no hint of shadows on the walls. I felt both relieved and more uneasy. Whatever was happening, it wasn't some famous local horror story. It was just here, in this house, with these kids. Later, I tried to ask the boy about it again, gently while we were drawing. That picture you saw on the wall. I began. Where did that come from? Was it from a show? He shook his head, not looking up from his detailed sketch of a gear system. It plays on the wall sometimes. Mr. Numbers puts it there so we learn the rules. What rules? I pressed. He just shrugged. Quiet rules. The little girl was harder to get answers from. She just repeated things like, the loud man broke the rules, and would then shut down, sucking her thumb, a habit I thought she'd outgrown. The first piece of real, physical evidence came on a Tuesday. I was changing the sheets in the boys' room. As I pulled up the blanket to tuck it in, something rattled on the windowsill behind the curtains. I moved the fabric aside. There, lined up in a perfectly straight, neat row, were 6 dry, oat cereal rings. They weren't the normal O's from the big box in the kitchen. These were from a different brand, the kind with little letters printed on them. And they weren't scattered. They were placed in order. I leaned closer, my heart starting to thump. The letters spelled out H-E-L-P-M-E. The message was clear. Help me. I stared at those 6 little rings. A kid couldn't have done this, not the boy. He was too young for such neat, purposeful placement, and his sister couldn't spell help yet. My mind raced. Was it a leftover from a previous kid? Was it some sick game? I carefully picked up one of the rings. It was dry but not stale. It hadn't been there long. I didn't know what to do. I left them there, exactly as they were, a silent alarm on the windowsill. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house was a footstep. Every rustle of the tree outside the window was that dragging sound from the attic. I got up to get a glass of water, padding silently down the dark hallway. As I passed the kids' rooms, I heard it. Not a knock, not a laugh. A smell. It hit me all at once, a strong, sharp, metallic smell that made the back of my throat tighten. It was the smell of blood. Not the faint smell from a scraped knee, but the thick, coppery smell of a lot of blood. It was coming from the air vent in the hallway floor, the same kind of vent the laughter had come from. I stopped, gagging, my hand over my nose and mouth. The smell was so powerful, so real, it felt like a physical presence in the hall. It clung to the air, horrible and unmistakable. I stood there, trembling, for what felt like a full minute, waiting for a sound, for something, but there was nothing, just that awful smell. And then, as suddenly as it had come, it began to fade. It didn't drift away, it just diminished, second by second, until the air in the hallway was clean again, smelling only of the lemon-scented wood polish the cleaning lady used. I was left standing alone in the dark, my heart pounding, the phantom smell still haunting my senses. It was a message, I was sure of it, a sensory message. But what was it telling me? Was it a memory of the little shadow being put in the dark? Was it a threat? Or was it, like the cereal rings, a call for help? I didn't know. All I knew was that the game had changed. It wasn't just knocks and whispers anymore. Whatever was in this house, it could make itself known in ways that felt horrifyingly, undeniably real. The next morning, the cereal rings on the windowsill were gone. When I asked the boy about them, he just looked at me blankly and said, I ate my cereal at the table, like always. I didn't believe him, but I had no proof. The house had swallowed the evidence, just like it had swallowed the smell of blood, leaving me with nothing but my own rattled nerves and a terrible, growing certainty that I was in way over my head. The parents would be home in a week. I had to decide, do I pack my bags and leave, abandoning these kids to whatever this was, or do I stay and try to find the source of the quiet king with the wire crown, the shadow play on the wall, and the desperate, tiny plea spelled out in breakfast cereal? Looking out the kitchen window at the perfectly manicured lawn, the safe, sunny street, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The prettiest places, I was learning, could hide the ugliest secrets, and I was starting to dig mine up. The days after the smell in the hall stretched tight and thin, like a rubber band about to snap. I moved through the routines on autopilot, making lunches, wiping spills, but my mind was a trapped bird, fluttering against the cage of this pretty house. The kids were changing too. The boy's questions got stranger. One afternoon, out of nowhere, he looked up from his drawing and asked, "Does getting hurt in a dream make you hurt when you wake up?" I gave him the easy answer. "No, buddy. Dreams aren't real. They can't hurt you." He just stared at me, not with fear, but with a kind of pity, like I was the one who didn't understand. "Mr. Numbers says you're wrong," he stated simply, then went back to his pencils. That sentence, so calm and sure, sent a cold ripple through me. It wasn't the boy talking anymore, not really. It was a lesson being repeated. The little girl became obsessed with a game she called Quiet Mouse. She would sit in the middle of the playroom, not moving a muscle, for frighteningly long stretches, just staring at a spot on the carpet. When I asked what she was doing, she whispered, listening for the quiet. "It's practice." Practice for what? I didn't want to know. The attic stayed quiet, no more knocks, but its presence was a constant pressure, a closed mouth at the end of the hall holding back a scream. Then came the night it all shifted from creepy to truly terrifying. I'd gone to bed late, my brain too busy with worries to sleep, but I must have finally drifted off. What woke me wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a sudden, certain knowledge that something was wrong. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed a sickly green, 2:17 a.m. The house wasn't just still, it felt hollow waiting. I got up, my bare feet cold on the wood floor, and opened my door a crack. The hallway was lit by the soft blue glow of a nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. And there, in that faint light, I saw her. The little girl. She was standing in the middle of the hallway, facing the attic stairs. She wasn't sleepwalking in the normal, shuffling way. She was utterly rigid, her back straight, her arms held stiff at her sides. I whispered her name, but she didn't react. Then, with a jerky, mechanical motion, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by an unskilled hand, she turned and walked towards the playroom. Her steps were too even, too precise. I followed, keeping my distance, my breath caught in my throat. She pushed the playroom door open and went inside. I crept to the doorway and peered in. Moonlight poured through the big window, painting the toys and furniture in shades of gray and blue. She stood in the center of the room, her face tilted up, her eyes half open but seeing nothing. Then she moved. She walked to the toy bin, her movements still all wrong, and rummaged without looking, pulling out a big, red, plastic fire truck. It was a heavy toy solid. She held it in both hands, her small fingers looking impossibly frail against the bright red plastic. She carried it to the center of the room, where her favorite teddy bear sat propped against a pillow. She stood over the bear, looking down at it, and then her face changed. The blank, sleepy look vanished, replaced by a flat, empty expression that was far too old for her. Her mouth opened. The voice that came out was not her sweet, little girl voice. It was a dry, raspy whisper, like stones grinding together. "Quiet," the voice hissed. "Be quiet. No more loud." With a strength that made my blood freeze, she raised the heavy fire truck high above her head, using both hands, her little arms trembling with the strain. For a horrible second, she held it there, a small statue of violence in the moonlight. Then she brought it down, not on the bear's body, but directly, deliberately, across its stuffed neck. The sound was a sickening thwump of plastic hitting cloth and stuffing. She raised the truck and brought it down again. Thwump. And again. Thwump. Each impact was methodical, focused, a horrifying pantomime of murder. The raspy voice whispered with each blow. "No more loud. No more loud." I was frozen in the doorway, my hands clenched into fists so tight my nails dug into my palms. Every instinct screamed at me to rush in, to grab her, to stop this awful play. But a deeper, more primal instinct held me back. That wasn't her. The thing swinging that truck, the thing using her voice, it wasn't the little girl. It was something else, something wearing her like a suit. If I startled it, if I interfered, where would it go? What would it do? I forced myself to watch, to be a witness, my stomach churning. As she delivered another blow, the night light in the hall behind me began to flicker. Not a power surge flicker, but a rapid, stuttering blink, on-off, casting a jerky, strobe light effect that made her movements look even more unnatural, a broken film reel of a crime. After 6 or 7 blows, she stopped. She dropped the fire truck with a clatter that echoed in the quiet room. She looked down at the bear, its head nearly severed, white stuffing bulging from the torn fabric. Then slowly her head turned. Her half-closed eyes, gleaming in the erratic light, seemed to find me in the dark doorway. The raspy whisper filled the room again, calm, almost conversational. "You're not the loud one. You're the quiet one." A chill crawled down my spine. It was talking to me. It knew I was there. "You can watch," it said through her lips. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the little girl's body relaxed. The ancient look left her face. She blinked slowly, gave a small, tired sigh, and walked right past me, back down the hall to her bedroom, moving now with the normal, sleepy gait of a child. I heard the soft rustle of her blankets as she climbed into bed. I stood in the playroom doorway for a long time, shaking, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. The hall light steadied, returning to its soft, constant glow. The playroom was a mess of moonlight and shadows, the red fire truck a bloody splash of color on the floor, the murdered bear lying beside it. I made myself go in. I picked up the bear. The damage was severe, the neck fabric torn, the stuffing pulled out. It was a violent, angry act. This wasn't a game. This was a reenactment. This was what happened to the little shadow. I hid the bear and the fire truck on the top shelf of the hall closet, behind some old blankets, my hands trembling the whole time. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat on my bed, watching the door, listening, waiting for the raspy voice to call my name. The next morning, the little girl came to breakfast yawning, rubbing her eyes. She ate her cereal cheerfully, swinging her legs under the table. She had no memory of it. None. I watched her, this sweet, small person, and felt a wave of protective fury mixed with gut-churning fear. Something was using her, violating her sleep to act out its ugly story. The boy seemed more withdrawn than ever, watching me with a knowing look that made me uncomfortable. I tried to go about the day normally, but the horror of the night was a film over everything. Later that afternoon, I needed a fresh towel. I went to the hall closet, the one where I'd hidden the evidence. I opened the door, reached up to the high shelf behind the blankets where I'd stuffed the bear. My fingers brushed soft fabric. I pulled it down. It was the teddy bear, but it was different. The torn neck was gone. The bear was whole again. Someone had sewn it up. The stitching was crude, big, looping stitches made with bright red yarn, the kind the little girl used for her lacing cards. The job was messy. The head sat at a slightly odd angle, but it was sealed. The violent wound was closed. Sitting neatly in the bear's lap, placed there with clear intention, was a single, dry alphabet cereal ring. I picked it up, my hand steady now with a cold, focused dread. I turned the ring in my fingers. The little letter printed on it was a D. I stared at that single letter. D, the loud man? The little shadow? A name? It was a clue, a breadcrumb left by the thing in the attic, a thing that repaired its props and continued its lessons. I put the bear back on the shelf, but I pocketed the cereal ring. The message was for me. It was telling me it knew I had watched. It was telling me the story had a character named D. And it was telling me in no uncertain terms that it could touch the real world, not just in smells and sounds, but in needle and thread. The game was no longer just about watching. I was being included, and my first piece of the puzzle, small and crisp and terrifying, was now in my jeans pocket, waiting to be understood. The cereal ring with the D felt like a live coal in my pocket, a tiny, accusing eye. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The mother had mentioned once, offhand, that the hall closet, the one that shared a wall with the master bedroom, was weirdly insulated. She said the previous owner had it done. Maybe he was a light sleeper, she joked. At the time, it meant nothing. Now it felt like a vital clue. A closet with extra insulation. A single letter D. A reenacted murder in the night. My mind was putting together a terrible puzzle, and I didn't like the picture that was forming. I had to know more. I needed to look, to really search, while the kids were at a morning play date and the house was, for once, truly empty. I started with the hall closet itself. I pulled out all the towels and blankets, clearing the high shelf where I'd hidden the bear. I felt along the walls. They were firm, solid. But when I knocked on the back wall, the sound was different. Not a hollow boom, but a dull, flat thud, like there was something packed behind it. The insulation, sure. But why just this one closet? I got a flashlight and peered into the dark corners. That's when I saw it, tucked way back in the far corner of the shelf, the red fire truck. I pulled it out. It looked clean, innocent. But in the grooves of the plastic ladder, caught in the seams, were a few tiny, dark grains. I scraped one out with my fingernail. It wasn't dirt. It was hard and crystalline like brown sugar or dried gravy, or something else that had once been wet and had hardened. My stomach turned. I put the truck back exactly where I found it. My search turned to the boy's room. He was so orderly, so precise. If there was a pattern, a collection, it would be there. I looked under his bed, finding only dust bunnies and a lost sock. I checked his drawers, full of neatly folded clothes. Then I turned to his closet. His hanging shirts and pants were like a curtain. I pushed them aside, the hangers rattling softly. And there, on the floor in the back corner, was his collection. It wasn't toys. It was cereal rings. Dozens of them, maybe over 100, arranged not in a pile, but in neat, straight lines, like soldiers on a parade ground. They weren't all letters. Many were numbers, and they formed words. One line clearly spelled LOUD, another spelled QUIT, a third said HID, another DRK, and right in the middle, a small, perfect circle of rings around a single central piece. That central ring wasn't a letter. It was a number, 00, a circle within a circle. My breath caught. This wasn't random play. This was an archive, a record. Mr. Numbers was teaching him to spell the important words, the words of the story. And at the center of it all was nothing. 0. I backed out of the closet, my heart hammering. I needed context. I needed to know who lived here before. Sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, the bright sun feeling like a lie, I did a deeper search. Just the address gave me nothing. So I tried something else. I found an old picture of the house from the real estate listing, a nice shot of the front garden. I used a reverse image search, letting the internet scour for other places this picture lived. Most links were just other real estate sites, but one, buried on page 3 of results, was different. It was a link to a forgotten community blog, a neighborhood watch type page that hadn't been updated in years. The headline next to a grainy, zoomed-in photo of the house made my blood run cold. Previous owner of address vanished, presumed fled. I clicked it. The article was short, full of speculation. The man's name was Daniel. He lived alone. He'd worked from home, something in tech. Neighbors said he'd become reclusive in the months before he disappeared. Bills piled up, mail overflowed his box. No forced entry, no note. Police found his car 2 states away, parked at a train station. They figured he'd cracked under pressure, maybe debt, maybe a personal crisis, and just started over. The case went cold. The comments below were a graveyard of gossip. People guessing about secret affairs, gambling problems, witness protection. Standard small-town stuff. But as I read the name, Daniel, the D in my pocket seemed to burn. Daniel. Not David, the current father who traveled. Daniel, the previous owner, the vanished man. The loud man the entity didn't like. The violence the little girl acted out wasn't a future threat. It was a past event. It was showing us, teaching us what happened to Daniel. I was so focused on the text, I almost missed it. I scrolled back up to the grainy photo. It was taken from the street, showing the front of the house. One of the upstairs windows, the one to what was now the playroom, had a slight reflection in the glass. I zoomed in, the pixels blurring into colorful blocks. But the shapes were clear enough. In the reflection, you could see the blurry figure of a man, the photographer, holding up a camera. And behind him, in the dark interior of the house visible through the open front door, was another shape. A tall, thin shadow of a person, standing in the hallway, perfectly still, watching him take the picture. Was it Daniel? Or was it someone else already in the house? The photo was taken before he vanished. I stared until my eyes ached, the ambiguous shape in the dark hall feeling more present than the sunny kitchen around me. That night, the knowledge sat between me and the kids like a third person at the dinner table. I looked at them, these 2 small humans being slowly programmed by the ghost of a possible murder victim. I had to ask. After his sister was in bed, I sat with the boy on the couch. "That collection in your closet," I said, trying to sound casually curious. "The cereal rings. Those are some big words." He looked at me with those calm, knowing eyes. "Mr. Numbers is teaching me to spell the important words," he said, echoing my earlier thought. "So I don't forget the story." "What story?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He just shrugged, looking away at the blank television screen. "The story of the loud one and the quiet. The story of 0. He was slipping away, his own personality being overwritten by this cold, numerical haunting. I was losing them. The thought filled me with a desperate anger. These were my kids to protect. Not my kids, but I was here, and I was the only one who saw what was happening. Later, lying in bed, I went over it all. Daniel. The insulated closet. The 0. The reenactment. I had a terrible, almost clear picture. A man named Daniel was killed in this house. His body was hidden somewhere, maybe in that insulated wall. And his spirit, or the echo of the murder, had become this thing. Mr. Numbers, a logical, repeating pattern of violence and quiet, obsessed with teaching its story. It wasn't seeking justice. It was perpetuating itself. I needed proof. Real proof. Not serial rings or nightmares. Something I could take to someone, though I had no idea who would believe me. The police? The parents? They'd commit me. As these thoughts swirled in the dark, a new sound pulled me from them. It wasn't a thump. It was a metallic click-clack sound. A sharp, distinct sound. I knew that sound. It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being turned. Not a rattle from this side, but the slick, sliding clunk of the bolt being pulled back from the other side. My body went rigid. I held my breath, listening. The bolt slid back into place. Then, a moment later, it was pulled again. Click-clack. It was being tested. Someone or something was on the other side of that door, checking to see if it was locked. Checking to see if it could get out. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I was about to throw my covers off, to go and look, to maybe even shout, when another sound stopped me cold. It came from the children's room, down the hall. The little girl's voice, clear and completely awake, speaking to her brother. He says the quiet one is getting too close to the numbers. There was a pause. Then the boy's voice, flat and resigned, replied, "I know." The conversation ended. No more words. I lay there in the dark, the echo of the deadbolt test still ringing in my ears, the children's verdict hanging in the air. I was getting too close. I had found the name. I had found the history, and Mr. Numbers knew it. The lock testing wasn't a random event. It was a reminder, a show of capability. The door between us was still locked, but the thing on the other side was letting me know it had hands, it had will, and it was aware of every step I took. I was no longer an observer. I was a player in the game, and I had just moved into a dangerous position on the board. The attic was awake, and it knew my next move before I did. The warning from the children, the testing of the attic lock, it changed everything. A line had been crossed. Before, I felt like I was investigating a mystery. Now, I felt like the mystery was investigating me back. The kids were different too. It was like someone had turned down the volume on their personalities. The bright, curious boy who loved to build and draw was fading. His drawings were no longer creative, no more fantastical machines or superheroes. Now they were blueprints. He filled page after page with careful, measured cross-sections of the house. He drew the attic as a perfect black square. He drew the hall closet, always highlighting the wall shared with the master bedroom. In one drawing, inside that wall, he'd sketched a small, stick figure with an X for a mouth. He showed it to me one afternoon, his face blank. "That's where he is," he said, pointing at the stick figure in the wall. "He's 0 now." I took the paper, my hands feeling numb. The evidence was piling up, handed to me by a child who was becoming less of a child every day. The little girl invented a new game, one that made my skin crawl. She called it Quiet Statues. The rules were simple, she said. When she said, "The loud man is here," we all had to freeze, no matter what we were doing. The first person to move or make a sound lost. She played it with a feverish, intense focus. We'd be building blocks, and she'd suddenly hiss, "The loud man is here," and freeze, her body going perfectly stiff, her eyes wide and unblinking. The first few times, I played along, freezing for a few seconds before laughing and moving. She didn't laugh. She just stared at me with a disappointed look. Then, one time, as I reached for my coffee cup after her command, she didn't just look disappointed. Her sweet face smoothed over into that flat, empty expression I'd seen in the playroom that night. Her voice dropped to that awful dry rasp. "You lose," the voice whispered from her small mouth. "He finds the movers." Then she blinked, smiled her normal smile, and went back to her dolls as if nothing had happened. I sat there, my coffee forgotten, a chill wrapped around my spine. It wasn't a game to her. It was a drill, a survival lesson from Mr. Numbers. The worst moment was walking into the playroom and finding both of them sitting on the floor, side by side, facing the blank wall. They weren't moving. They weren't talking. They were just staring, their bodies still as stone. "What are you guys doing?" I asked, trying to sound light. The boy didn't turn his head. "It's showing the picture again," he said, his voice monotone. "The putting in the dark part." Their eyes were fixed on nothing, wide and reflective like little mirrors, and in them I could almost see the flicker of some horrible scene they were being forced to watch on a screen only they could see. I called their names, clapped my hands near their ears. They didn't flinch. They were gone, mentally checked out, tuned to a channel broadcasting pure terror. It took me physically turning the boy's shoulders and shaking him gently to break the trance. He looked at me, confused, as if I'd woken him from a deep sleep. His sister just slumped over and started crying softly, not knowing why. They were being hollowed out, their own memories and joys replaced with this one awful story. I found the note on my pillow 2 days later. The handwriting was the boy's, clumsy and large, but the words were not his. They were printed neatly in the center of a page torn from his sketchbook. It read, "The quiet one should not look for Daniel. Daniel is gone. Only the numbers are left. We are learning the numbers." I read it 5 times, the paper trembling in my hand. It was a direct message, a command, and a statement of fact. The entity wasn't hiding anymore. It was teaching, and it saw my curiosity as a disruption to the lesson plan. The children weren't just students. They were becoming part of the curriculum itself. I was an outsider, and my time was running out. I knew I had to talk to someone. I had to try. When the mother came home from her latest trip, exhausted and distracted, I cornered her in the kitchen as she poured a giant glass of wine. "We need to talk about the kids," I started, my voice too urgent. She sighed a long, suffering sound. "If this is about the sleepwalking again, the doctor said it's stress-related, it'll pass." "It's not sleepwalking," I interrupted, my control slipping. "They're talking about a man in the attic, they're having waking trances, they're acting out violence. I think something is very wrong in this house. I think it's connected to the previous owner, to Daniel." I watched her face. The exhaustion didn't lift. It just hardened into a mask of annoyed impatience. She took a long sip of wine. "The last nanny," she said, her words sharp and precise, said the exact same things. Word for word. She became fixated. On Daniel, on the attic, on shadows. It was all she talked about. We had to let her go, for her own good, and for the children's. She looked at me over the rim of her glass, her eyes cold. "This is a good job, Sam. Don't throw it away chasing ghosts." Then she walked out of the kitchen, leaving me standing there, the truth sitting in my mouth like a bitter pill. The last nanny saw it too. She tried to tell them, and they fired her. They called her fixated. They chose the beautiful, normal lie over the ugly, impossible truth. I was completely on my own. That night, haunted by the mother's words, I went to the hall closet. I needed to see, to feel the proof with my own hands. I remembered the boy's blueprint, the little zero he'd drawn exactly where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall. I took a knuckle and rapped on the wall there. The sound wasn't right. It didn't have the solid thud of the insulated area or the normal hollow sound of drywall. It made a faint, weird metallic ping, like I was tapping on a loose piece of sheet metal buried behind the plaster. My breath caught. I ran to the garage and found the father's toolbox. I pulled out a stud finder, a little electronic gadget that beeps when it finds a wooden beam behind a wall. I brought it back to the closet, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. I turned it on and slowly slid it across the wall. It beeped steadily, finding the studs, the normal bones of the house. Then, as I moved it over the spot I'd tapped, the steady beeping stopped. The stud finder went quiet. I moved it up, down, side to side. Nothing. No beep. It didn't find a stud. It found a void, an empty space, a perfect rectangle of nothing behind the wall, right where the boy had drawn his zero. This was it. This was the proof. The insulated closet wasn't for soundproofing. It was for hiding. Something was in that wall. Daniel, or what was left of him, was sealed in there, a zero in the equation of the house. I stood in the dim closet, the stud finder hanging limp in my hand, the weight of the discovery pressing down on me. I had found the source. Now what? Do I call the police and tell them I used a kid's drawing and a stud finder to locate a possible body in my employer's wall? They'd laugh, or worse, call the parents. I'd be fired, discredited, just like the last nanny. The entity would win. The children would be lost forever. Or I could look. I could know. The thought was terrifying, but it was the only move I had left. I couldn't tell anyone, but I could see for myself. I went back to the garage. I ignored the saws, the big tools. I saw a claw hammer, its steel head gleaming under the garage light. It felt right, simple, direct. I picked it up. It was solid, weighty in my hand. I carried it back into the house, through the quiet kitchen, down the dark hall. The attic door loomed at the end of the hallway, a dark sentinel. I ignored it. I walked into the hall closet, surrounded by the smell of clean linen, and, underneath it, the faint, cold smell of dust and old plaster. I stood facing the back wall, the spot that had made the strange ping. I raised the hammer. My arm trembled. This was it. Breaking this wall would break the normal world forever. There would be no going back. I took a deep, shuddering breath, gripped the hammer tighter, and pulled my arm back to swing. As I did, from directly above me, from the attic, came a sound so loud and final it shattered the night. Clack! It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being thrown open. Not tested. Opened. All the way. And then clear, slow, and impossibly loud, the sound of a single, heavy footstep on the attic stairs. Then another. Something was coming down. The sound of the attic door unlocking and that first, heavy footstep on the stair above me froze the blood in my veins. The hammer felt like a useless toy in my hand. All my bravado, my need to know what was in the wall, evaporated in an instant, replaced by a raw, animal terror. Something was coming down, and I was trapped in a closet. I dropped the hammer. It hit the carpeted floor with a dull thud that seemed too loud. I didn't wait for a second step. I scrambled out of the closet, my eyes glued to the attic door at the end of the hall. It was open just a crack, a slice of pure blackness behind it. No light came from up there, ever. I backed away, step by step, towards the living room, expecting that black slice to widen, for something to emerge. But nothing did. The footsteps had stopped. The house was still again, holding its breath. Or maybe it was waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't. I stayed on the couch all night, every light in the living room blazing, staring down the hallway at that dark crack, the hammer still lying in the closet where I'd dropped it. By morning, the door was still just barely ajar. The message was clear. It could come out whenever it wanted. My investigation was over. I was now a prisoner in the open. The children were worse. The boy stopped using words almost entirely. If I asked him what he wanted for breakfast, he would stare at the ceiling for a long moment, then say, 7, 2, 1. Not pancakes, not cereal, just numbers. His sister started communicating by tapping. A request for juice was tap, tap, tap on the table, a pause, then tap, tap. It was a code, and I didn't have the key. They were learning the language of Mr. Numbers, and they were forgetting how to speak mine. The house itself seemed to be counting too. I started noticing patterns, rhythms I'd tuned out before. The flickering hall light always did 3 quick blinks, then a pause, then a single long blink. The faint knocks from the attic, when they came, were in groups of 4. The terrible coppery smell from the vent returned not randomly, but like clockwork every 2 days, late at night. The house wasn't just haunted, it was a machine, ticking along on a schedule of horror, and the kids were becoming little cogs in it. I was drowning in a sea of meaningless numbers, and the current was pulling me under. The mother's comment about the last nanny became my only lifeline. If she saw it too, then I wasn't crazy. And if she was let go, what happened to her after that? I had to know. During the kids' nap time, I dug deep. I searched every local news site, every community forum, using every keyword I could think of. Nanny's strange behavior, attic, children, Daniel, the town name. It was like looking for a specific grain of sand on a beach. Hours passed. Then, on a forgotten corner of the internet, a cached page from a local parent forum that had shut down years ago, I found it. A post from a username, scarystories22. The post was a plea for advice. She wrote about the kids she watched, how they were channeling a traumatic event through a board game with cereal, about sleepwalking and violent reenactments. She mentioned the quiet man in the ceiling. The details were identical, down to the red fire truck. My hands shook as I read it. She was real. She was here. And she saw it all. The post had a few replies, most unhelpful, but one, from another user, stood out. It just said, "Sounds like the River Jane Doe from last year. So sad." That was all. A cold finger traced my spine. River Jane Doe. I opened a new tab and searched those words with our town name. The article loaded, a small, sad piece from the local digital paper. A year before this family moved into the house, an unidentified woman's body had been found in the Willow River, about 20 miles away. She'd been in the water for a while. No ID, no missing persons report that matched. The case went cold. The article was brief, clinical, but one line near the bottom made the room tilt around me. It read, "Among the few personal effects found on the body was a small, handmade token in the pocket of her jeans, a string with several alphabet cereal rings threaded onto it. The police speculated it might be a child's craft project, a charm of some kind. The article didn't say what the rings spelled, but I knew. I knew with a certainty that turned my stomach to ice. They spelled 'tell them.' It was the last message she ever made. She wasn't just let go. She was removed. Permanently. Mr. Numbers, or the human secret it protected, didn't just scare off threats. It eliminated them. The last nanny tried to tell, and she ended up in the river. I was not dealing with a ghost story. I was in a crime scene, and the killer was still here, wearing the skin of a mathematical ghost. The realization changed everything. The police were not an option. What was I going to say? A mathematical ghost murdered the last nanny and is teaching the kids to count. They'd lock me up. The parents were not an option. They'd already fired one nanny for saying these things. I was trapped in a house with a predator that had a proven history of killing to keep its secrets. My earlier curiosity felt like a death wish. I wasn't the quiet one anymore, not really. By searching for Daniel, I'd become a loud one, just like her. And the loud ones got silenced. I spent the next 2 days in a fog of fear, jumping at every sound, watching the children with a new kind of horror. They weren't just victims, they were the bait, the lighthouse leading ships like me onto the rocks. The boy, seeing my fear, seemed almost sorry for me. He handed me a drawing one afternoon. It was another river scene, more detailed than before. It showed a woman with long hair, my hair, lying at the bottom of a river, her eyes little X's. Wavy lines represented the water, but he hadn't labeled the drawing with words. Next to the wavy lines, in his careful print, was a string of numbers, 0419. He pointed at the numbers, then at the drawing of the dead woman, then at me. Mr. Numbers says this is when the quiet one becomes a statue forever. His voice was empty, a recorder playing back a message. A date? April 19th. A time? For 19? A measurement? I took the paper, my hands cold. It wasn't a prediction. It was a sentence. My sentence. That night, I was vacuuming the living room, trying to do something normal, to push the numbers in the river and the Jane Doe out of my head. As I moved the couch, the vacuum cleaner whined, sucking up dust. Something small and colorful caught the light, rolling from under the couch skirt. I turned off the vacuum and picked it up. Another alphabet serial ring. This one was faded, the letter worn almost smooth, but I could still make it out. It was a J. I held it under the lamp. It wasn't from the current box in the pantry. It was a different style, an older brand, one I hadn't seen in stores. A relic. This was from her time, from the last nanny. She must have dropped it, maybe during a game, maybe as she was trying to leave a clue. It had been here, under this couch, for over a year waiting. I closed my fist around it, the plastic biting into my palm. She was here, in this room, scared just like me, and now she was gone. I had her clue now, this little J. Was it the first letter of her real name? Did it matter? She was Jane Doe. She was a number in a morgue. And I was on the same path. I went back to the boy's drawing, to the numbers 0419. I'd been thinking of them as a date, a countdown to my own drowning. But what if it was something else? What if Mr. Numbers was, above all, literal? I grabbed the tape measure from the junk drawer. Heart pounding, I walked to the foot of the attic stairs. I ignored the still ajar door, the waiting blackness above. I measured from the floor to the center of the deadbolt on the attic door. The metal tape snicked out. 4 feet. I kept going. For feet, 1 inch, 1.9 inches. Exactly. The height to the lock was 4 feet, 9 inches. 0419. It wasn't a date. It was an instruction. A location. It was pointing to the lock, to the door, to the threshold. But why? To open it? To remember it? Or was it saying the door itself was the key? I looked from the numbers on the paper to the door, to the faint line of darkness. The 0, I realized, wasn't just a number. It was the starting point, the point of no return. The last nanny had gotten close, she had tried to tell them, and she had ended at 0, at nothing, at the bottom of the river. The kids were being taught the numbers, so they would become part of the system, so they would never tell. And I was being shown my end point. I had a choice now, a terrifying one. I could run. I could quit, pack my bags in the middle of the night, and flee like Daniel was supposed to have done, like the parents probably hoped I would do. I'd be safe, maybe, but the kids would be lost forever, their minds rewritten by the thing in the attic. Or I could stay. I could use the number, the code. I could open the door. Not the closet wall, but the source itself. I could walk up those stairs into the blackness and meet Mr. Numbers face to face. It was a suicide mission. The last nanny's fate proved that. But as I stood there, the faded J in one hand and the boy's drawing in the other, I knew running would only save my body. It would leave a part of me, the part that cared for those 2 fading children, trapped here forever, just another number in the equation. The attic door was open a crack, waiting. The numbers were laid out before me. The only question left was whether I was brave enough or stupid enough to solve for X. The knowledge of what happened to the last nanny, the faded cereal ring with the J in my pocket, it changed something in me. The fear was still there, a constant cold hum in my bones, but it was joined by a hard, clear anger. This thing, this Mr. Numbers, had taken a woman's life. It was stealing 2 children's minds, and it was hiding behind the parents' willful ignorance and the creep of the ordinary. I couldn't run. Not now. The numbers 0 for 19 were a key, I was sure of it. But a key to what? The attic door was already unlocked, open a crack, a silent invitation to a place I knew would be my grave. That wasn't the answer. The answer was in the math, in the pattern. The house was a living equation, and I needed to solve it before it solved for me. The kids were almost gone. They moved through the days like tiny robots. The boy would only respond to direct questions with number sequences. Ask him if he was hungry, he'd stare and say, 5, 3, 0. Ask his sister if she wanted to play outside, and she'd tap a rhythm on the tabletop. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. They ate when food was placed in front of them. They went to the bathroom. They slept, but the lights were off behind their eyes. They were becoming vessels, empty except for the counting thing pouring into them. I tried to break through once, kneeling in front of the boy, taking his small shoulders. Look at me, I pleaded. Tell me your name. Just tell me your name. He looked right through me, his lips moving silently, as if doing complex arithmetic in his head. Then he said, Unit 1. Sister is Unit 2. You are variable. Then he walked away. Unit 1. I wanted to cry or scream. I did neither. I just watched him go, my heart breaking for the funny, serious kid who was being erased. I became obsessed with the patterns. I started writing them down in a small notebook I kept hidden. The flickering lights, always 3 short, pause, 1 long. I wrote it as 3 to 1. The attic knocks came in 4s, 444. The smell from the vent returned every 41 hours with the precision of a train schedule. I noted the time, the duration. The house wasn't haunted by a ghost with a personality. It was infected with a logic, a terrible, repeating program. Mr. Numbers wasn't a who. It was a what? A glitch in reality that happened here. A frozen moment of violence playing on a loop. And it was trying to make everything else in its vicinity fit into its loop. The kids were being reprogrammed. I was a bug in the code, an unexpected variable, and it was trying to either delete me or assign me a value. Then, lying awake one night, the boy's river drawing with the 0 for 19 next to it burned in my mind. I'd fixated on the 4, 1, 9 as the measurement to the lock. But the 0 was separate. The 0 was the starting point, the point of origin. In the boy's blueprint drawings, he always put a 0 on the spot where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall. The place that had paint. The place the stud finder said was empty. 0 wasn't just nothing. It was a location, the source. The body in the wall was the 0 point, the cause of all this. The numbers were coordinates. They were telling me exactly where to look. But to do what? To confirm what I already knew. That felt pointless. No, the numbers were in action. They were a combination. But for what? The next day, while the kids were in their numb, trance-like state in front of a cartoon they weren't watching, I acted. I went to the hall closet. I didn't bring the hammer this time. I brought my tape measure and a flashlight. I needed to see the 0 point, to understand it physically. I cleared the shelf again. I measured carefully from the corner of the closet, following the boy's implicit blueprint. 4 feet along the back wall, then 1.9 inches in. That spot was right in the center of the strange, hollow rectangle. I knelt and pressed my ear against the wall there. I heard nothing, of course, but I imagined I could feel a coldness seeping through the plaster. I took a deep breath and did something that felt both stupid and inevitable. I knocked. Not a scared tap, but a firm, deliberate knock. 1, 2, 3. I waited. Nothing. Then, feeling like a fool performing a seance, I knocked 4 times, paused, knocked once, paused, then knocked 9 times. The sequence, for 19, I finished with one final soft tap. 0. For a long moment, nothing happened. The house hummed its usual quiet hum. I felt a flush of embarrassment. What did I expect? A secret door to swing open? Then a sound. Not from the wall, but from the attic above. A soft, rolling sound, like a metal ball bearing being rolled slowly across the floorboards. It traveled from one side of the attic to the other, directly above the closet. Then it stopped. A response. A confirmation. The code was accepted. A wave of dizzying terror and triumph washed over me. I was communicating with it, on its terms, in its language. I had just said, "I am at the 0 point," and it had answered. That evening, I found more proof the system was aware of me. I came into my bedroom to find my running shoes, which I always left tangled by the door, placed neatly side by side in the middle of the floor. The laces had been tied together, not in a simple knot, but in an intricate, tangled pattern, a nest of loops and crosses that looked less like a prank and more like a diagram, a knotted representation of the numbers I'd been documenting. It was a message, a show of power. It could enter my space. It could touch my things. It was saying, "I can tie you up in my patterns too." I used scissors to cut the laces free, my hands shaking. The final piece came from the mother, of all people. She was home for a single night between trips, a whirlwind of perfume and phone calls. As she rushed out the door with her suitcase, she called back, "Oh, the security system guy came by today while you were at the park, did a software update. Everything's on the app now, motion sensors and all. Just so you know." And then she was gone. The security system. I'd forgotten about it. Small cameras in the living room and kitchen, motion sensors on the doors, and I now realized with a jolt, probably in the hallways. Maybe even one facing the hall closet. The thought made me sick. Had it seen me measuring? Had it seen me knock? Was the mother, miles away, getting alerts on her phone about my nighttime investigations? It didn't matter. What mattered was that the system was a fact, a digital witness. And if something happened to me, like it happened to the last nanny, there would be a record. Unless the entity, or someone helping it, could control that too. The decision solidified in my mind, hard and cold as a stone. I couldn't wait to be a victim. I couldn't just decode messages. I had to act. I had to introduce a new variable, something the equation couldn't handle. The numbers were all about order, repetition, predictability. I needed chaos. I needed something irrational. The closet wall was the 0 point, the cause. But confronting a body in the wall felt like a dead end, literally. It would just be proof, not a solution. The attic was the active node, the broadcasting station for the whole terrible program. That was where Mr. Numbers lived. That was the source of the signal. I had to go to the source, not with a hammer to break a wall, but with a mind armed with the one thing I had that it might not, a number that didn't behave. That night, after the children were in their beds, their breathing slow and even, I prepared. I didn't take a weapon. What weapon works against an idea? Instead, I stood in front of the mirror and practiced saying it. A number, the most famous irrational number in the world. A number that never ended and never repeated. A number that broke all the rules of Mr. Numbers' tidy, repeating system. I walked out of my room and down the hall. The attic door was still open that same inch, a slit of pure black. The house was so still I could hear the fridge running 2 floors down. I stopped at the foot of the stairs. I looked at that black slit. This was it. I put my foot on the first step. It creaked, a sound as loud as a gunshot in the quiet. I took another step, and another, climbing toward the 0 point of all my fear. I reached the door. The dark behind it was absolute, a solid thing. I could feel a cold, dry breath wafting from the opening, smelling of dust and old wood, and something else, something sharp and electric, like ozone after a lightning strike. I didn't push the door open wider. I stood before it, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I leaned toward the blackness, and I spoke, my voice clear and steady in the dark. 3.14, I said. Then I continued, reciting every digit of pi I could remember from a long-ago math class. 159, 265, 358, 979. I poured the endless, non-repeating number into the blackness like an offering or a challenge. I got to the 20th digit, the 30th. The blackness in front of me seemed to swirl, to vibrate. The temperature dropped sharply, making my teeth ache. From deep within the attic, I heard a new sound, a low, grinding hum, like a giant machine struggling against a sudden fault in its programming. The numbers were working. I had introduced a virus into the system. The attic door began to vibrate against my fingertips, not from something touching it, but from the air itself shaking with a furious, silent frequency. I had its attention. Now I had to see if I could survive it. The endless digits of pi hung in the cold air between me and the black mouth of the attic, a spell made of pure, chaotic logic. The low, grinding hum from the darkness rose in pitch, becoming a keening wail that didn't sound like it came from any throat, but from the wooden nails of the house itself, a structural scream. The attic door vibrated so violently under my hand, I had to snatch it back. The single slice of darkness began to pulse, not with light, but with a deeper, more profound blackness that seemed to suck the hall light into it. Then, from behind me, came the soft pad of bare feet. I whirled around. The children stood at the end of the hallway, side by side, holding hands. They were awake, but not awake. Their eyes were wide open, but the pupils were vast, swallowing the color, two pools of endless black. They looked at me, through me, and spoke, not in unison, but with words that flowed from one to the other, the boy's voice layered with his sister's raspy whisper, creating that awful, blended tone of Mr. Numbers. "You stand at the 0 point," the voice said, the words crisp and cold. "The place between the numbers." The boy raised a hand and pointed past me to the hall closet. "He is there, the loud one. He is 0. Then his hand swung to point at his own chest, then to his sister. "We are here. We are the new numbers. We are 1 and 2. You are the quiet one." The twin sets of black eyes fixed on me. "You can be 0 too." It was an offer, a terrible, logical offer. It wasn't threatening to kill me. It was offering me a place in the equation. To be like Daniel, a quiet, permanent fact in the wall. To be a solved variable, a static part of the house's memory. If I would just stop introducing messy, irrational numbers and accept the story. To become a statue forever. Understanding crashed over me, cold and clear. Mr. Numbers wasn't Daniel's ghost. Daniel was the victim, the 0. Mr. Numbers was the event of the murder itself. The shockwave of violence that had been so profound it scarred the house. A psychic stamp that had developed a cold consciousness of its own. It didn't want revenge. It wanted to perfect the quiet that followed the loud noise. It wanted to turn everything into a monument to that perfect mathematical stillness. It was turning the children into living numbers, erasing their messy humanity to make them clean, countable parts of the system. And it wanted to do the same to me. Looking into their empty eyes, I saw no trace of the kids I knew. They were shells, beautiful little shells reciting a lesson they didn't understand anymore. They were already gone. The grief of that loss was a physical pain in my chest, sharper than any fear. The vibrating attic door suddenly flew open with a crash, slamming against the inside wall. The darkness within wasn't empty. It wasn't an attic. It was a void, a square hole cut out of reality. No rafters, no boxes, just a depthless black that seemed to go on forever. And from that blackness, a command came. It didn't hit my ears. It slammed directly into my mind, a single pure concept without sound, a thought that was not my own, 0. It was a verdict, an eraser. The hammer I'd dropped earlier suddenly felt like it was being pulled from the closet, sliding across the floor toward the children, but I knew that was just my terror. The real hammer was the word in my head, pounding to delete me. The darkness in the attic doorway began to change. It wasn't spreading. It was pouring. It flowed out over the threshold like thick, sentient oil, a living shadow that absorbed the light as it came, dropping the hallway into a deepening twilight. It streamed down the attic stairs, across the floor, moving toward me with a slow, inevitable pace. The children watched, their black eyes reflecting nothing, small smiles touching their identical lips. The shadow reached my feet. A cold so intense it felt like burning shot up my legs. My muscles locked. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was being turned off, digitized into nothingness. The shadow climbed to my knees, my thighs, a rising tide of anti-light. This was it. I was becoming 0. But in that final moment, a thought sparked, the last flare of my messy, irrational human mind. It wasn't a number. It was a word. The first nanny's word. The word she spelled with her cereal rings before she died. The word she couldn't tell them. I had tried logic. I had tried pi. But this thing wasn't about logic. It was about a story. And every story needs an ending. My mouth was frozen, my lungs full of cold, but I forced the air out, shaping it around the word that was the opposite of quiet, the opposite of numbers, the most human thing I had left. I didn't shout it. I breathed it into the advancing dark, a final, defiant exhale. Help! The word was small, a puff of vapor in the cold air. But the effect was instant. The flowing shadow hesitated. The grinding, keening sound from the attic stuttered, skipped like a broken record. The children's synchronized smiles faltered. The boy blinked, his eyes flickering, the black receding for a millisecond to show a flash of confused, frightened blue. The command in my head, 0, fractured, replaced by a burst of static, a scramble of conflicting signals. The shadow crawling up my torso recoiled, pulling back an inch, its solid cold turning to a bitter chill. It wasn't hurt. It was confused. Help wasn't in its vocabulary. It was a variable it couldn't compute, a function with no set answer. My body was my own again. I stumbled back, away from the attic stairs, away from the children, my legs trembling so badly I almost fell. The living shadow pooled on the floor, swirling, uncertain. The attic void seemed to pulse, the darkness within it churning. The children stood still, their heads tilting in unison, as if listening to a new, confusing instruction. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, not to the front door, but to the hall closet. I didn't grab for a weapon. I grabbed for the proof. I shoved aside the blankets on the high shelf, and my fingers closed around the cold plastic of the red fire truck. I pulled it down, clutching it to my chest like a relic. Then I ran, past the swirling dark on the floor, past the silent, staring children, down the stairs, through the dark living room, to the front door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers slick with sweat, expecting a cold hand on my shoulder any second. The lock turned. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool, normal night air. I didn't stop running until I was 2 blocks away, under the bright, indifferent glow of a streetlight. I stood there, gasping, the fire truck still in my hand, the house a dark shape in the distance. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? Instead, I went to the all-night diner on the edge of town. I sat in a sticky vinyl booth, ordered coffee I didn't drink, and I waited for the sun to come up. When the town began to stir, I made 2 calls. The first was to the parents. My voice was calm, flat. I said there had been a break-in overnight, someone in the house. I said the children were safe but scared, that I'd chased the intruder out but was too shaken to stay. I told them they needed to come home immediately. I heard the mother's shock, the father's bluster. I didn't care. I hung up. The second call was to a number I'd looked up weeks ago but never dialed, the non-emergency line for the county coroner's office. I asked about the Jane Doe from the Willow River, the one with the serial rings. I pretended to be a distant relative, just following a hunch. I gave a fake name. The board clerk put me on hold, then came back. Effects are held for 7 years pending identification, she droned. Yes, that case is still open. Token entered into evidence. I thanked her and hung up. The evidence existed. It was real. A week later, I read a small article in the local paper online. The family at my old address had suddenly moved out, citing a job transfer. The house was listed for sale again. The article was 3 sentences long. There was no mention of intruders or of any trouble. The story was being buried, smoothed over just like before. I sat in my new small apartment, the red fire truck on my kitchen table. I had taken one piece of the equation with me. I thought about the children, wherever they were. Were they still Unit 1 and Unit 2? Or had the break in the pattern, the strange, illogical word help, cracked the programming enough for them to start remembering their own names? I'll probably never know. The house is empty now, waiting for the next family, the next set of variables. The thing in the attic is still there, I'm sure of it, a wound in the world that never healed, counting and waiting. But I got out. I didn't become zero. I became something else. I became the one who spoke the word that didn't fit. Sometimes, late at night, I take the fire truck and I look at the tiny dark grains still stuck in the ladder's grooves. I think about Daniel in the wall, and the nanny in the river, and the 2 kids who loved machines and coloring. And I wonder if somewhere in that hollow mathematical dark, the echo of that small, human word is still bouncing around, a piece of faulty code it can't delete. A reminder that some stories, no matter how hard you try to simplify them, can never truly be solved. Story number 5. You want to know when it started? It started with a laugh. That's the worst part. If I'd known what was coming, I would have snatched that stupid board out of his hands and snapped it over my knee right there in the middle of the party. My name is Ben. We were at this Halloween bash at our buddy's apartment. You know, the kind, where the decorations are cheap and the music is too loud and someone always brings a punch that tastes like liquored up cough syrup. I was hanging with my wife, who is the most rock-solid, down-to-earth person I have ever met, a nurse who deals in hard facts and bodily fluids all day long, so ghosts and goblins are a joke to her. Then our friend pulls out this ancient Ouija board from a closet, covered in dust, the letters on it all faded and worn. He thought it was hilarious. My wife gave me that look, the one that says, "Can you believe this guy?" But she was smiling and she humored him. We all gathered around the coffee table, a bunch of grown adults feeling silly, and we put our fingers lightly on that little plastic pointer thing. It started to move, real slow at first, then in these jerky circles. It spelled out gobbledygook, nothing that made any sense, and everyone was laughing and blaming each other for pushing it. But I was right next to my wife, my finger beside hers, and I felt her whole hand go tense. I mean, stone cold stiff. Her laughter came out a half second after everyone else's, forced and thin, and when I glanced at her, her eyes were wide open, not with fun, but with this real shock, like she'd just touched a live wire. I brushed it off. Too much punch, maybe. The mood was spooky and fun, and she got caught up in it. That's what I told myself. We drove home later, and I asked her about it in the car. She just shook her head and laughed it off for real this time. That thing gave me the creeps for a second, she said, rubbing her fingers like they were cold. Felt like it really wanted to move on its own. Weird, right? I agreed it was weird, and we left it at that. We made a pact, joking as we pulled into our driveway, to leave the spirit world to the professionals and stick to scary movies from then on. Life went back to normal for a whole week. We worked, we ate dinner, we watched our shows. I forgot all about the board. Then the first thing happened. I woke up in the dead of night, not to a sound exactly, but to a feeling. The space in bed next to me was empty and cold. The digital clock on my side read 3:18 a.m. in ugly red numbers. I laid there for a minute, thinking she was just in the bathroom, but I didn't hear anything. A real quiet had settled over the house, the kind that makes your ears ring. I got up and padded out into the hallway. The living room was dark, but a slash of brutal white light was cutting across the floor from the kitchen. I walked to the doorway, and there she was. My wife was standing in the middle of the kitchen, barefoot on the cold tile, still in her sleep shirt. She was facing the counter, where we keep the notepad by the phone. Her back was to me, and she was perfectly still. "Hey," I said softly, not wanting to startle her. "You okay?" She didn't move a muscle. I took a few steps into the room. "Honey." "Nothing." I came around the side of her so I could see her face, and my breath hitched in my throat. Her eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead at the wall, but they were blank. Empty, like a doll's eyes. There was no one home behind them. In her right hand, she held a pen. On the notepad in front of her, she had written a line of numbers, over and over, in a tight, neat script that looked nothing like her usual messy doctor's scrawl. 7-1-4-1-8. Down one line. 7-1-4-1-8. Down another. The page was covered in them. "What are you doing?" I whispered. My heart was thumping against my ribs. She didn't flicker. Her hand moved with a mechanical precision, finishing one line and starting the next without a pause. I reached out slowly and touched her shoulder. Her skin was cool. I gave her a gentle shake. "Wake up!" Her hand stopped writing. She blinked once, slowly, and then her eyes rolled back into a more normal position. She looked at the pen in her hand like she'd never seen it before, then at the notepad. A wave of confusion washed over her face, followed by a deep, tired frown. "Ben," she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "What's going on? Why are we in the kitchen?" I pointed at the notepad. "You were writing. In your sleep, I think." She looked down at the numbers, her brow furrowed. She picked up the pad, staring at the strings of 7-1-4-1-8. "I did this?" she asked, her voice small. "I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I was in bed, and then I'm here." She looked genuinely spooked, and that scared me more than the blank eyes had. We stood there in the harsh fluorescent light for a minute, just staring at the evidence. Then, like we both decided at the same time, we chose to explain it away. "Sleepwalking," I said with more confidence than I felt. "You've never done it before, but stress can trigger it, right? Hospital been crazy?" She nodded eagerly, latching onto the logic. Yeah, it's been a month. Maybe the Ouija board thing freaked my subconscious out more than I thought. Suggested something. We both forced laughs, the sound brittle in the quiet kitchen. "Well, no more late night snacks for you," I joked, taking the pen from her hand. I tore the top sheet off the notepad, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the trash can under the sink. A concrete action to bury a weird moment. "Come on, let's go back to bed." She let me lead her back to the bedroom, and she was asleep again almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. I lay awake for a long time, listening to her breathe, watching the red numbers on the clock change. The rational part of my brain had a whole list of explanations: stress, suggestion, a weird one-off sleep disorder. The other part, the primal part, kept seeing those empty eyes and that precise, alien handwriting. I pushed that part down, hard. The next morning, it was like it never happened. We had coffee. We talked about our plans for the weekend. We didn't mention the numbers. When I emptied the kitchen trash later, I saw that crumpled ball of paper sitting on top of a coffee filter and some eggshells. I thought about smoothing it out, looking at it again. Instead, I shoved it down deeper into the bag, tied the bag shut, and took it out to the bin. Gone. Case closed. For the next 10 days, everything was perfect. Normal. Better than normal, even. We went out to dinner, we saw a movie, we laughed a lot. I almost managed to convince myself I'd imagined the whole thing, that my own half-asleep brain had cooked up the drama. That's why I was so completely unprepared for what happened next. It was a Tuesday night. I was in a deep, dreamless sleep. A pressure on the edge of the mattress woke me, the subtle dip of weight. I figured she was just turning over, but then I felt a presence. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the faint glow from a streetlight outside outlined a figure standing right beside the bed. It was her. She was just standing there, looking down at me. I could feel her gaze. "You okay?" I slurred, still half in a dream. She didn't answer. She leaned down slowly, bringing her face closer to mine in the dark. I could smell her shampoo, see the faint gleam in her eyes. Her lips were inches from my ear, and then she spoke. But it wasn't her voice. It was dry, a papery rustle of a sound, like pages turning in an old book. It was utterly empty of any of the warmth or life that was her. The words were clear and cold. "You threw me away." A chill, sharper than any ice, shot straight down my spine. My whole body went rigid. "Don't do that again." Then, as smoothly as if she were on wheels, she straightened up, turned, and walked back around to her side of the bed. I heard the sheets rustle as she slid back under the covers. A moment later, the soft, even rhythm of sleep breathing began again. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I stared at the ceiling, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would crack my ribs. The darkness in the room wasn't just an absence of light anymore. It felt like a substance, a living thing pressing down on me. That voice, that wasn't my wife. The thing that had spoken used her throat, her mouth, but it was a tenant. And in that moment, with those 6 whispered words, I understood with a cold, absolute certainty that it had just finished unpacking its bags. It was moved in for good. The week of normal life had just been the calm before the storm, and the storm was now here, standing in the shadowy corners of our bedroom, sleeping peacefully next to me. The question wasn't what had happened anymore. The question, the one that froze my blood, was what did it want next? There is a specific metallic taste of fear that fills your mouth when you realize you know something you should absolutely, positively not know. It tastes like you bit a battery. After that night with the voice, nothing was the same. My wife didn't remember it, of course. When I asked her, trembling over coffee the next morning, she just looked at me with such genuine, sleepy confusion that I instantly felt like a monster for bringing it up. She saw the real fear on my face, though, and her own cheerfulness faded. We didn't talk about the Ouija board. We didn't talk about sleepwalking. We moved through our days like 2 people walking on a frozen pond, listening for cracks. The worst part was the waiting. The thing had said not to throw it away. I had thrown the numbers away. So what happened now? For a few nights, nothing. She slept, or seemed to. I didn't sleep at all. I'd watch her until my eyes burned, jumping at every twitch of her finger. Then, 4 nights after the voice, I woke up to the sound of paper. Not a rustle, but a steady, deliberate scratching. I didn't even sit up. I just turned my head on the pillow. The dim light from the bathroom we kept on for this exact reason showed her silhouette at her small writing desk. She was sitting upright, back straight, head cocked as if listening to distant music. Her hand was moving in that same robotically precise way. This time, it wasn't just numbers. She was writing words. I slipped out of bed and crept closer. The page was a mess of phrases, written over each other in blocks, like a frantic note from a bad dream. White ribbons in the mud. Wet stone smells like iron. 3 pines in a line, the middle one split. And then, over in the corner, circled almost like an afterthought, "She's cold." My stomach turned over. This wasn't sleep talk. This was a description. On the next page, she began to draw. It was a rough map. A crooked line for a road, a squiggly patch for what looked like a creek, a little square that might be a parking lot or a building, and then a cluster of 3 little trees. An X marked a spot about an inch from them. Next to the X, she wrote those words again, "She's cold." She finished the D, and her hand went still. The pen dropped from her fingers and rolled across the paper. She stood up, turned, and walked back to bed, her eyes seeing nothing, her movements smooth and unnatural. She got under the covers and was still. I stood there in the half-light, staring at the map. My hands were shaking. This was a problem. A big, real-world problem. This wasn't about a creepy feeling or a weird voice in the dark anymore. This was about a place and a person who was cold. I spent the next day in a fog. I called in sick to work. My wife went to her hospital shift, cheerful and normal, having no memory of the night. I took the map out of the desk drawer and stared at it. I knew that area. The squiggly creek, the shape of the road. It was a section of the big state forest about 45 minutes north of town. I'd gone hiking there a few times years ago. I looked at the words white ribbons and 3 pines. I thought about the phrase, she's cold. A deep, terrible understanding started to dawn. This wasn't a premonition of something that might happen. This felt like a report on something that already had. The thing in my wife was telling me where to find a body. I was holding a piece of a crime scene in my hand. What do you do with that? My mind raced in panicked circles. If I called the police, what would I say? Hello, my wife sleepwalks and draws maps given to her by a ghost. Can you check these coordinates? They'd laugh, or worse, they'd think I was involved. They'd come here, they'd see our life, they'd tear it apart looking for a reason. My wife could lose her nursing license over being part of a morbid hoax. But the other option was to burn the map and try to forget. And that meant if there was a girl out there in those woods, a daughter or a sister, she would stay lost. Her family would have no answers. They would live in that hell of not knowing forever. And I would know that I could have helped. I looked at the picture of us on the mantle, smiling in the sun. I thought about the laugh that started this. I made my choice. Later that afternoon, I told my wife I was going to run to the hardware store. I drove north, but not to the forest. I drove to the next town over, my heart pounding the whole way. I found an old payphone outside a closed-down gas station. My fingers were so cold I could barely get the coins in. I dialed the non-emergency number for the county sheriff's office, the one for the county where the state forest was. A bored-sounding dispatcher answered. My voice came out high and strained. I need to report. I think there might be something in the state forest, near the old Miller's Creek Loop. By 3 pine trees together, one is split. There might be a woman there. The dispatcher perked up. Sir, are you reporting an incident? Are you at the location? No, I'm not. I heard something. I can't say more. Just please check by the 3 pines. I hung up before she could ask my name. I leaned against the payphone, feeling sick. I had just thrown a rock into a pond, and I had no idea how big the ripples would be. The next 3 days were agony. We watched the local news every night with a kind of terrified focus. Nothing. Maybe it was a hoax after all. Maybe the thing was just messing with us, feeding us nonsense. Part of me hoped that was true. It would be better than the alternative. Then, on the 3rd night, it was the 2nd story after the commercial break. The anchor's face was serious. In a grim discovery today, county search and rescue teams, acting on an anonymous tip, recovered human remains in the northern section of the state forest. The video cut to a windy scene, yellow police tape fluttering between trees. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The camera panned across a familiar cluster of trees. 3 tall pines growing close together, and the one in the middle had a long vertical split in its trunk, just like in the drawing. The reporter was talking about an ongoing investigation, a missing persons case from 2 years prior being reopened. But I wasn't hearing the words. My eyes were glued to the edge of the screen, to the bottom of the news frame. There, caught on a branch near the tape, fluttering in the wind, was a shred of something dirty and off-white. It was a piece of ribbon, a white ribbon, a detail I had never said to the dispatcher, a detail that had never been released to the public. It was proof, absolute, terrifying proof. My wife walked into the room then, holding 2 mugs of tea. She saw the TV. She saw the 3 pine trees filling the screen. Her face went pale, the color draining away like someone had pulled a plug. The mug slipped from her hands and hit the carpet with a dull thud, sending hot tea splashing across the floor. She didn't scream. She didn't cry out. She just stood there, staring, her hands still held out as if holding the mugs. Her voice was a tiny, broken thing. "Oh God," she whispered, not to me, to the room, to the universe. "It's real." We cleaned up the tea in a wordless, mechanical chore. We didn't talk about the news. We didn't talk about the map. We went to bed and lay side by side, not touching, staring at the ceiling. Our house wasn't a home anymore. It was a tomb full of secrets, and we were the bodies inside it, waiting for the next shovel of dirt to fall. We were bound together now not just by love, but by this horrific knowledge. We had done a good thing, maybe. A family would get closure. But we had paid for it with our peace, with our sanity. The thing had shown us it was real, and it had shown us it was powerful. And it was still here, in her, sleeping right next to me. What did it want as a reward? A week passed in this awful, quiet tension. We jumped at every car door slam outside. The phone ringing made us stare at each other in panic before answering. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the consequence of our secret good deed to come crashing down. Then on a Thursday afternoon it did. I was in the living room, trying to read a magazine and seeing only blurred lines, when I saw a car pull up out front. It wasn't a police cruiser. It was a plain, dark sedan, the kind you see in movies. 2 men got out. They were both wearing suits, but not fancy ones. These were cheap, off-the-rack suits, the kind meant to look official without drawing attention. They were clean-cut, with short hair. They looked like they could be insurance adjusters or low-level government workers. But they moved with a purpose. They came up our walkway, not fast, but not slow. One of them, the taller one, checked a small notepad in his hand. He looked up at our house number. Then his gaze traveled directly to the front window where I was sitting. Our eyes met through the glass. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He just gave a single, small nod to his partner, confirming the address. Then they both turned and walked up to our front door. The doorbell rang, a cheerful sound that felt like a scream in the quiet house. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones, that our life of quiet dread was over. The world, the real, official badge-carrying world, was now on our doorstep. And it had come to ask how we knew. Agent Harris, the taller one, had a smile that could sell you a bridge to nowhere and make you thank him for the opportunity. It was a professional smile, practiced and warm, but it didn't reach his eyes, which were the color of a winter sky and just as warm. He introduced himself and his partner, Agent Collins, who was quieter and seemed to be in charge of observing everything. They flashed badges that said Federal Bureau of Investigation, and my knees went a little weak. They were so polite, so understanding. They sat in our living room, accepted glasses of water, and called us Mr. and Mrs., which felt strange and formal. Harris did most of the talking. He was disarming. He didn't accuse us of anything. He praised us. He said what we did, making that anonymous call, took courage and civic responsibility. He called us good people in a difficult situation. My wife, who had been pale and trembling, seemed to calm a little under his gentle tone. He talked about the dead girl in the forest, using her real name, which we hadn't known. He said because of our tip, a family finally had answers after 2 long years of hell. He made it sound like we were heroes. Then he gently pivoted. He explained he worked for a specific part of the FBI, the Behavioral Analysis Unit. They studied patterns, he said. Patterns of killers, of victims, of crimes. And now, they had stumbled onto a new kind of pattern. The pattern of information that led to the forest. He looked at my wife with a mix of awe and sympathy. We believe, based on the specificity and accuracy of the details that were not public, that you may be experiencing something very rare, Mrs. Omitted. An unintentional conduit, an oracle, if you will, for lack of a better word. He said it so clinically, so respectfully, that it almost sounded normal, like a medical condition. He saw the horror on her face and quickly held up a hand. We're not here to label you or frighten you. We're here because we think you can help. There are thousands of missing people out there, thousands of families living in that same agony we just ended for one. What if you could do for them what you did for this girl's family? What if your episodes could bring other lost ones home? He framed it not as an invasion, but as a calling, a way to make this nightmare mean something. My wife's eyes filled with tears, but they were different now. Not just tears of fear, but of a desperate, hopeful guilt. She wanted this to be useful. She needed it to be for something. I saw her latch onto the idea like a life preserver in a stormy sea. The ask, when it came, seemed almost reasonable. They wanted to study the phenomenon, he said, to understand it so they could harness it responsibly. They proposed a simple, temporary observation. They would install some non-invasive monitoring equipment in our bedroom and living room. Just audio recorders, video cameras with night vision, some motion sensors. They wanted to capture the episodes in their pure state, he explained, to see if they could trigger them or predict them, to gather the information more cleanly and quickly. It would all be very discreet. The data would be secure. They would have agents monitoring from a van outside only during the night, not during the day. We could stop at any time. He made saying no feel like slamming a door in the face of all those grieving families. My wife looked at me, her eyes pleading. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to turn this curse into a cure. I felt cornered. The logic was sickeningly persuasive. What was a little privacy weighed against saving lives? I asked about the legal stuff, my voice sounding small. Agent Harris smiled that reassuring smile and produced a document from his briefcase. It was a consent form. It was several pages long, filled with dense legal language that swam before my eyes. Words like observation, data collection, forensic analysis. My eyes caught on one phrase near the middle. The subject acknowledges the potential for the generation of previously unknown evidentiary material. I pointed to it. What does previously unknown mean exactly? Harris's smile didn't flicker. It means we don't know what we'll find. That's the point of the study, Mr. Omitted. To discover the pattern, the limits. It's a standard clause. It didn't feel standard. It felt like a blanket permission slip for anything. But under my wife's hopeful gaze and Harris's calm pressure, I signed. She signed. We sold a piece of our private lives, and they made us feel like we were getting a bargain. The installation happened 2 days later. It was a violation, plain and simple. 2 technicians in plain clothes came, polite but impersonal. They drilled small holes in our walls and ceiling. They snaked thin, black wires through them. They placed a small, dark globe of a camera in the corner of our bedroom ceiling, right above the foot of the bed. Another in the living room. Tiny microphones were tucked into light fixtures. They gave us a panic button, a little wireless fob to hold, in case we felt uncomfortable and wanted the agents outside to come in immediately. Having it in my hand made me feel less safe, not more. It was an admission that something bad could happen here. When they left, our home was different. It was a watched place. The cameras were off, they said, until the observation period began that night, but their dark lenses felt like unblinking eyes. We tried to make dinner, tried to talk normally, but we were actors on a stage, aware of the empty seats soon to be filled. When night fell, a plain white van pulled up across the street. We saw the faint glow of monitor screens inside. The observation had begun. We went through our bedtime routine, feeling exposed and ridiculous. We changed clothes in the bathroom. We got into bed and turned off the light. The room was dark, but I knew that to the agents in the van with their night vision, it was probably as bright as day. I held my wife, feeling her shiver against me. "It's going to be okay," I whispered, the lie tasting bitter. "We're helping people." She just nodded, clutching my arm. We lay there for what felt like hours, pretending to sleep, listening to the sounds of our own house, every creak and groan magnified. I watched the red light on the camera. It remained dark. They said it wouldn't glow, that it was completely hidden in operation. But I swore I could feel its focus on us. We were no longer a husband and wife. We were specimens in a jar, and the scientists were taking notes. Eventually, from sheer exhaustion, I must have drifted off. I was jerked awake not by a sound, but by a movement. My wife was sitting up, not with the slow, sleepy sit of someone waking, but in one fluid, unnatural motion, like a puppet pulled upright by its strings. My heart seized. I didn't move. I just watched, my eyes straining in the dark. She swung her legs out of bed and stood up. She didn't walk to the door. She didn't go to her desk. She just stood there for a long moment, facing the wall. Then slowly, deliberately, she turned her head. Not toward me, toward the corner of the room, toward the small, dark globe of the camera. She stared directly into it. I could see the pale oval of her face in the gloom, her features slack, her eyes like dark pits. She held that pose, utterly still, for a minute that stretched into an eternity. She was looking right at the agents in the van, right through the lens. It was a recognition, an acknowledgement, a hello. Then, just as smoothly, she turned back, lay down, and pulled the covers over herself. The regular rhythm of her breathing started again, almost instantly. I lay there frozen, my own breath caught in my throat. The thing knew it was being watched. It had just looked into the eyes of the FBI, and let them know it saw them too. In the van across the street, Agent Harris would be watching his monitor. He wouldn't be seeing a victim or a patient. He would be seeing a phenomenon, a source, looking right back at him. The balance of power in the room, in our lives, had just shifted. We were no longer just the subjects of the study. We had just become active participants in a conversation we never wanted to have, and the other party had just said its first chilling word directly to the authorities. The observation had officially begun, and the first data point was a silent, staring challenge. What would the FBI's response be? The day they saved the first girl, I learned a terrible truth. Doing good can feel exactly like doing evil. The chill up your spine is the same. After the night of the staring contest, things changed fast. Agent Harris and his team were electric with a new kind of focus. They weren't just observers anymore. They were hunters, and my wife was their bloodhound. They started what they called structured observation. They asked us to keep a strict sleep schedule. They gave her a mild, supposedly harmless sedative at the same time each night to, as Harris put it, lower the barriers to entry. It made my skin crawl, but she agreed. She wanted to help. She needed to make the horror worthwhile. About a week after the cameras went in, it happened. It was a Tuesday just past midnight. I was in the van with them, something they'd started allowing, maybe to keep me compliant. I watched the grainy green night vision feed from our bedroom. She sat up, that same fluid motion, and went straight to her desk. Under the watchful eye of the camera, she picked up a pen and wrote, not in the frantic script of before, but in slow, deliberate print. An address in a city 3 states away, and a name, Lily. She wrote it once, then put the pen down and went back to bed. In the van, it was like someone had set off a firecracker. Harris didn't cheer, but his whole body went taut. He snapped his fingers at Collins, who was already typing furiously on a laptop, cross-referencing the name and location against a database. His eyes went wide. A Lily was reported missing 72 hours ago from that city. Family just filed the report. No media, no Amber Alert yet. It's not public. The air left the van. This wasn't a cold case from years ago. This was a fresh one. A fresh one, as the entity had whispered. The clock was ticking. Harris was on his phone in seconds, his voice low and urgent, relaying the information to local field agents. I sat there, numb, watching the screen that showed my sleeping wife. She had just handed them a secret, a piece of knowledge no one on Earth should have had. The next 48 hours were a blur of tension. We weren't told anything, but the agents monitoring the house had a new energy, a buzzing anticipation. Then on Thursday morning, Harris showed up at our door, and he wasn't alone. He had another agent with him, and he was holding a bottle of champagne. His smile was genuine this time, broad and triumphant. "We got her," he said, stepping inside. "Lily. She was alive, locked in a basement 2 blocks from the address you gave us. She's dehydrated, scared, but she's going to be okay. You did that." My wife, who had come downstairs looking tired and worn, stopped in her tracks. Her hand flew to her mouth. Then the tears came, real, shaking sobs of relief. Harris popped the champagne cork, a loud, celebratory sound that felt alien in our house. He poured 3 glasses, for him, for my wife, for me. The mood in the living room was suddenly euphoric. The agents who were usually so quiet were talking over each other, using words like breakthrough and paradigm shift. My wife was smiling through her tears, her shoulders lighter than I'd seen them in months. For a single shining moment, it felt like we had won. We had taken the monster and forced it to do a miracle. We were heroes. I even drank the champagne, the bubbles feeling like hope on my tongue. That feeling lasted about an hour. After the initial celebration died down, Harris and the other agents huddled in our kitchen, talking in low, excited voices. I went to get more water, and I caught a snippet of their conversation. They weren't saying Mrs. or using her name. One of the junior agents, a guy with a buzz cut, said, "The asset's output last night was remarkably clean, much clearer than the forest data." The other nodded, replying, "We need to maximize output. See if we can schedule the stimulus more reliably." The asset. Maximize output. Schedule stimulus. The words were cold, technical, like they were talking about a factory machine, not my wife. The humanity was being scrubbed away, replaced by the language of production. I looked at my wife, sitting on the couch, holding her empty champagne flute and staring into space with a fragile smile. She was being drained. The physical toll was becoming impossible to ignore. The dark circles under her eyes were permanent bruises. She'd lost weight, her clothes hanging a little loose. During the day, she was jumpy, flinching at the microwave beep or a bird hitting the window. She was a battery being used to power something awful, and she was running down. And I was becoming a ghost in my own home. The agents talked to her about her, but rarely to me. I was the spouse of the asset, a logistical detail, the guy who made coffee and signed forms. My concerns were met with polite nods from Harris, and then ignored. The mission, the greater good, was all that mattered. I tried to talk to her about it a few days later. "This is killing you," I said, holding her hands. They felt thin and cold. "You see what they call you? An asset. We need to stop this." She pulled her hands away, her eyes fierce. "Stop? Ben, that girl is home because of me. Her mother has her back. What's a little tiredness compared to that? This is why it's happening. This is the reason. She had that light in her eyes, the one of absolute conviction. She had found redemption in the horror, and she was clinging to it with everything she had. I couldn't argue with the results. I couldn't tell a mother her daughter wasn't worth my wife's help. The moral math was monstrous, and it was winning. That night, after another session that yielded nothing, I found her not in bed, but standing in the living room, staring up at the camera in the corner. Its dark lens was like a pupil. She didn't move when I entered. "You should be asleep," I said softly. She didn't look at me. Her voice, when it came, was small and ragged, the voice of the woman I loved, not the empty vessel. "It's getting louder," she whispered. I stepped closer. "What is?" "The noise. The presence. It's not just talking through me anymore, Ben. It's starting to talk to me. In the in-between times, when I'm just waking up or falling asleep. I hear it like a thought that isn't mine." A fresh wave of dread washed over me. "What does it say?" She finally turned to look at me, and her eyes were pools of sheer terror. "It's asking for things. It says it's hungry. It says the work is good, but it wants payment for its help." The word payment hung in the air between us, ugly and full of threat. The celebration, the champagne, the hero talk, it all curdled in that moment. We hadn't tamed the monster. We had just fed it a snack, and now it was looking up from its meal, licking its lips, and asking what was for dinner. The good deed now had a price tag, and the thing inside my wife was starting to present the bill. What did a paranormal entity consider fair payment? The thought kept me awake long after she finally went to sleep. The line between using the thing and serving it had just vanished. We were no longer partners in a grim endeavor. We were waiters, and a very dangerous customer had just started looking at the menu. They say the devil's greatest trick was convincing the world he didn't exist. But his second greatest trick was getting the FBI to draw up a contract. The payment talk hung over us for a week, a storm cloud we kept waiting to burst. The sessions continued, but now my wife was quieter during them, more passive, like she was just a door being held open. Then, on a night when I was in the van as usual, it happened. The event that changed everything. She took the sedative and fell asleep. On the monitor, I watched her sit up. But this time was different. She didn't go to the desk. She slid out of bed and walked, with that eerie smoothness, out of the bedroom and into the living room. Harris, next to me, leaned forward, his face lit by the screen's glow. "New behavior," he muttered, more to himself than to me. She walked across the living room, past the couch, past the television, and stopped in front of the large two-way mirror the technicians had installed the week before. It looked like a decorative mirror to us, but from the spare room next door, it was a window. She stood there, a pale figure in a nightgown, reflected in the dark glass. Then she slowly raised her right hand and placed her palm flat against the cool surface. She leaned in, her mouth almost touching the glass, and she spoke. The voice wasn't the dry rustle from before. It was distorted, layered, like several people speaking at once from the bottom of a well. It was loud enough for the microphones to pick up cleanly. "5 more, the voice said, the words clear and chillingly businesslike. "I give you 5 more lost ones. Fresh ones. You will find them alive. You will be heroes." In the van, you could have heard a pin drop. Harris was frozen, not even breathing. The voice continued. "But the seventh is mine. You will watch. You will record. And you will let me keep her." A bolt of pure, undiluted horror shot through me. Keep her. It wasn't talking about information anymore. It was talking about a person. It was making a trade. My wife's body then turned from the mirror. She walked to the large evidence board the FBI had set up in our living room to track missing persons cases. It was covered in photos of smiling people, maps, and notes. Underneath were columns labeled "Victim, Last Seen, Unsub," which Harris told me stood for unknown subject. She stood before it, her head tilted. Then, with a calm that was somehow worse than any frenzy, she reached up to a small stack of recent case photos. She shuffled through them and pulled one out. It was a picture of herself, a snapshot I'd taken in the garden last spring. She was smiling, her eyes squinting in the sun. The entity, using her hand, held the photo up to the board. It smiled her smile, an expression that was all wrong, too wide, too knowing. Then it pinned the photo of my wife squarely under the column labeled "Unsub." It was signing its work. It was confessing. It was saying, "I am the unknown subject. I am the phenomenon. And I am in control." Then, as if the show was over, she turned and walked back to bed. The monitors showed her lying down, returning to a normal sleep pattern. The van was a tomb. The agents were staring at their screens, then at Harris, then at me. I was shaking, my hands gripping the edge of the console, so hard my knuckles were white. Harris finally moved. He didn't look at me. He picked up a dedicated phone, his face a mask of professional calm, but I saw a tremor in his hand. "Sir," he said into the receiver, "we have a development. The entity has directly communicated. It's set. Terms. We need a full briefing." "Yes, sir. I understand." He hung up and finally met my gaze. There was no warmth there now, no reassuring smile. There was only the cool assessment of a man looking at a complicated problem. "Sir," he said, his voice formal, "we need to discuss the parameters of our continued cooperation. The entity has set terms. We should meet. Off the record." That's how I found myself in a deserted county park at 6 the next morning, sitting across from Agent Harris at a splintery picnic table. The sun was just coming up, casting long, cold shadows. He didn't offer coffee. He didn't offer comfort. He slid a single sheet of paper across the weathered wood toward me. It wasn't official letterhead. It was plain with typed text. At the top it said, "Memorandum of Understanding Draft." My eyes scanned the lines, my brain refusing to process the words. It was laid out like a business agreement. Party A, the entity, manifested through the subject, agrees to provide five verified, actionable intelligence packets leading to the location and recovery of living missing persons. Party B, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, agrees, upon fulfillment of the above, to grant the entity unimpeded acquisition of Subject 7. Party B will provide observation and recording of the acquisition process for study. All terms contingent upon the continued viability of the subject as a conduit. I looked up at Harris, my mouth dry. "This is insane. You can't be considering this. This is a person. Subject 7 foot is a person." Harris's expression didn't change. "The memorandum is a draft, a tool to understand its demands. It wants a framework. It thinks in transactions. It wants a human being," I said, my voice rising. "And in exchange, it promises 5, Harris replied, his voice low and steady. 5 living people returned to their families. We have already saved 2. The entity has a 100% success rate. It is, for all intents and purposes, a perfect source. We have never had a tool like this." He used the word tool again. It was all a calculation to him. "My wife is not a tool, and you're talking about handing someone over to that. We are talking about saving 5 lives with certainty," he said, his wintry eyes locking onto mine. "We're talking about a phenomenon that operates whether we agree or not. This way we can guide it, control the outcome, save more than we lose. It's a terrible choice, but it is a choice with a net positive outcome." He was doing the moral math again, right in front of me, and the numbers, in his ledger, added up in favor of the deal. I pushed the paper back toward him as if it were poisoned. "I won't let this happen. I'll go to the press. I'll tell everyone." Harris slowly folded the paper and put it back in his jacket pocket. "That would be inadvisable. You signed confidentiality agreements. Your wife is a material witness and the source of critical ongoing investigations. Any disclosure would compromise those investigations and result in serious legal consequences. More importantly," he leaned forward slightly, "it would not stop the entity. It would only stop us from being able to mitigate the outcome. Without us, there is no guarantee it would stop at 5 before taking its 7. It might just take her whenever it wants. This way we get 5 lives. We get to study the acquisition process, to perhaps understand how to prevent it in the future. This is the only play." I felt the walls closing in. The law, the logic, the greater good, it was all a cage. He stood up, brushing a leaf from his pants. "Talk to your wife. Explain the situation. The decision is ultimately hers. She is the conduit. The memorandum, if we proceed, would be with the entity through her. Her consent is the keystone." He walked back to his sedan and drove away, leaving me sitting in the cold morning light, the taste of bile in my mouth. He had reframed it yet again. It wasn't the FBI making a deal with a demon. It was my wife, the hero, choosing to save 5 people with the unfortunate collateral cost of 1. He had made refusal seem not just selfish, but murderous. I drove home, my mind reeling. How do you even begin that conversation? I walked into the house to find her at the kitchen table, already awake, clutching a mug. She looked up at me, and she knew. "He talked to you," she said, her voice flat. I nodded, sinking into the chair across from her. "They have a draft, an agreement. 5 lives for one. I couldn't say it. She stared into her coffee. It spoke to me again last night, after the session, in that in-between place. It showed me, not who but, the feeling of having the seventh. It wants it. It's hungry for it. She looked at me, her eyes hollow. Harris is right about one thing, Ben. It's going to happen. With or without them. This way. At least some good comes from it. 5 families get their people back. That has to mean something. I heard the resignation in her voice, the same deadly math taking root. The entity wasn't just talking to her. It was persuading her. It was making her its advocate. We were no longer just the keepers of a secret. We were now the negotiators for a predator, and the contract was on the table. The question was no longer if a terrible price would be paid, but when and who would be handed over to pay it. They had a calendar for it. Tuesdays and Fridays, 9 p.m. My wife's damnation was penciled in between budget review and forensic sync-up. The memorandum of understanding, as Harris called it, was finalized. I never saw the signed version. I just saw the results. Our life became a grim, mechanical schedule. The sessions were no longer about catching a random event. They were harvests. Every Tuesday and Friday, an agent would arrive at 8:45 p.m. with a small paper cup containing my wife's sedative. She would take it without a word, her eyes already distant. By 9 p.m., she would be in bed. By 9:15, the agents, Harris, Collins, and 2 others, would be in the observation van or in the spare room behind the mirror, laptops open, recorders running. I usually stayed in the van. I couldn't bear to be in the house. It felt like watching a surgery on someone I loved, but the surgery was to remove a truth, not a tumor. The process was always the same. She would sit up, walk to the desk, and write. Sometimes it was an address, sometimes a name, sometimes a few fragmented details like red door or smells of diesel. The entity was delivering its part of the bargain with cold efficiency. The FBI's machinery were into action. The information was fed into their systems, cross-referenced, analyzed. And it worked. They found the 3rd missing person, a teenager who had run away and gotten trapped in an abandoned warehouse. They found the 4th, a man with early dementia who had wandered miles from his home and was stuck in a drainage ditch. Both alive. Each time, there was no celebration, no champagne, just a quiet nod from Harris, a note in a file, and a glance at a tally sheet that was, I knew, counting down. 5 promised, 2 delivered, 3 to go. My wife was fading. In her waking hours, she was a ghost. She spoke in short sentences, if at all. She picked at her food. She jumped at ordinary sounds, the click of the thermostat, the hum of the refrigerator. The light in her eyes, the one that had briefly flared with purpose after saving the first girl, was gone, replaced by a flat, dull exhaustion. She spent hours scrolling through local news sites on her tablet, looking at the smiling faces of the people she had helped find. She would touch their photos on the screen and whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She was apologizing to them for the cost, for the thing inside her that saw them as currency. I became a stranger in my own life. The agents now had a routine. They brought their own coffee. They had a specific chair in the living room they used for debriefs. They talked about maximizing asset viability and subconscious conditioning. I was furniture. My rage and fear had no outlet. One night, after the 4th person was found, I snapped. I cornered Harris in our kitchen as he was pouring himself a glass of water. "Look at her," I hissed, keeping my voice low so she wouldn't hear from the living room. "She's dying. She's losing weight. She's not sleeping. She's terrified all the time. You're killing her to fulfill this insane contract." Harris turned, his face a mask of calm patience. He took a slow sip of water. Mr. omitted. "Your wife is serving a greater good on a scale you cannot comprehend. We are saving lives with a certainty we have never possessed. The alternative is that the entity acts unpredictably, and people still go missing, and we learn nothing. This is the path of maximum benefit." "Maximum benefit for who?" I spat. "For your statistics? She's a person. What is 1 life weighed against 5, huh? Is that your calculus?" He didn't even blink. "It's the calculus of the situation. It's the math we have been given. We did not create the terms. We are simply managing them to save as many as possible. Your wife understands this. It's time you did too." He walked out, leaving me trembling with impotent fury. His words echoed in my head, a cold, logical poison. 1 for 5. It was rational. It was monstrous. And I couldn't find a way to break the equation. A few days later, I came home from a pointless walk to find my wife in the living room. She was standing on a chair, a pair of kitchen scissors in her hand, stretching toward the small black globe of the camera in the corner. Her hands were shaking so badly the scissors were clicking together. She couldn't reach the wires. She wasn't even close. "Hey," I said softly, rushing over. "What are you doing?" She looked down at me, and for the first time in weeks, her eyes were clear, lucid, and filled with a raw, animal terror I had never seen before. It was my wife, truly my wife, looking out at me. She let the scissors drop to the carpet and stepped down, collapsing into my arms. She was sobbing, great heaving sobs that shook her whole frame. "It's picking her out," she choked out, her words muffled against my shoulder. "The seventh. Oh God, Ben, it's showing me her face in my dreams. When I'm awake, I see her in flashes. She has curly red hair. She has a little mole above her lip. She's real. And the thing, it's making me like her. It's making me feel a pull toward her, a fondness. It's preparing me. It wants me to want her to come." I held her, my own blood running cold. This was worse than just taking a victim. This was corruption. It was twisting her emotions, making her complicit in a sick courtship. She wasn't just the door anymore. It was training her to be the welcome mat. That night, the Tuesday session happened as scheduled. She gave them the details that led to the fifth missing person, a young woman who had been taken by an ex-boyfriend. The agents were efficient, focused. The deal was almost done. 5 for 1. After she returned to bed and the agents were packing up, the entity used her mouth one more time. She sat up, looked directly at the camera in the bedroom, and the layered, distorted voice filled the speakers in the van. "The seventh must be a volunteer," it said, the words crisp and demanding. "She must come willingly. You will arrange it." Then she lay back down. In the van, Harris stopped what he was doing. He looked at Collins, then at the other agents. A slow, understanding nod passed between them. The terms had just been updated. It wasn't enough to just hand someone over. The victim had to walk into the monster's arms of her own free will. The horror wasn't just in the act, it was in the deception, in the betrayal of trust. The entity didn't just want a meal. It wanted a gift beautifully wrapped, and it was the FBI's job and my wife's role to do the wrapping. The countdown was nearly over. The fifth life was saved, ticking the box in their ledgers. The machinery of the deal was now shifting gears, moving from retrieval to procurement. The who had been chosen. The how had just been specified, willingly. The only questions left were when, and what sick, twisted performance would they have to stage to make an innocent woman volunteer for her own nightmare? We used to be the victims. Then we were the tools. Now, I looked at the file photo of the young woman with the curly red hair and the kind smile, and I understood. We were about to become the bait. The entity, true to its word, gave up the details during the next session. It wasn't a sleep scribble this time. My wife, under its control, took a charcoal pencil and drew a portrait. It was shockingly good, lifelike. A woman in her mid-20s with a wild cascade of red curls, bright eyes, and a small, distinct mole just above her lip. A name was written beneath, Chloe. Then came the data dump, where she worked, where she lived, where she got her coffee. The FBI's databases lit up like a Christmas tree. Chloe was real, 24 years old, a graduate student in psychology, a volunteer at a local crisis hotline center. She wasn't missing. She was going about her life, studying for exams, walking her dog in the park, completely unaware that she had been selected. The horror of it was in the sheer normalcy. They didn't put her under protection. They put her under a microscope. Without a word to me, the surveillance began. I'd see it on the agents' tablets when they thought I wasn't looking. A live tracking that moved through a grocery store. A grainy telephoto image showed her laughing with a friend outside a library. Audio logs noted her patterns. They compiled a file, her routines, her small debts, her quiet social life, her history of battling depression in college. They weren't profiling a victim to protect her. They were profiling a product to see why it had been chosen and how best to package it. The words on one agent's notes made me feel sick. Vulnerability, isolation, empathetic profile, potential approach vector, simulated crisis. They were looking for the cracks in her life where they could slip their hooks in. The worst part was watching what it did to my wife. The entity wasn't just showing her Chloe's face in dreams anymore. It was leaking details into her waking mind. We'd be eating breakfast and she'd suddenly say, "She takes 1 sugar in her coffee, but she's trying to cut back." Or, "She hums that song from the old cartoon when she's in the shower." She'd know these intimate, pointless things, and she'd say them with a mix of wonder and revulsion. One evening, she broke down, clutching her head as if trying to physically rip the knowledge out. "I care about her," she wept, her whole body shaking. "I see her life, her little struggles, and I want her to be okay. I want to protect her. But the other part of me, the thing inside, it wants her to come. It's making me feel this pull, like I'm making a new friend, but the friendship is a trap, and I'm building it cell by cell." She was being hollowed out and filled with the entity's desires. Her own compassion, her nurse's instinct to care, was being weaponized against her and against an innocent woman. I was powerless. Harris made it clear we were past the point of debate. The memorandum was active. 5 lives had been saved. The entity had upheld its end. The FBI was now obligated to facilitate the acquisition of Subject 7. The word facilitate made it sound like they were setting up a business meeting, not a sacrifice. He called me into the living room one afternoon. The evidence board, once covered in many faces, now had a new, dedicated section. Chloe's photo was in the center, surrounded by maps of her neighborhood, her class schedule, photos of her dog. It was a hunter's board. "The entity requires a facilitator on the ground," Harris said, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Someone to make the introduction convincing, to secure the willing compliance. It has to be your wife. The connection is already forming. The entity is building affinity within her. She is the perfect lure." I stared at him, my mouth agape. "You want her to befriend Chloe? To trick her?" "We want her to fulfill the agreed-upon terms," Harris corrected, as if I'd misunderstood a clause in a car rental agreement. The entity specified willing. Your wife, guided by the entity's knowledge and her own genuine empathetic qualities, is the only viable instrument to achieve that. You need to prepare her. Her conscious mind needs to align with the operational necessity. He was telling me to get my wife ready to betray and doom another human being. I refused. I yelled. I threatened again to go public. Harris just listened, then opened a folder on the table. It was the final, signed memorandum of understanding. At the bottom, next to the swirling, unnatural signature the entity had somehow scrawled during a session, was the clear, sharp signature of a deputy director of the FBI. The full weight of the institution, its seal, its authority, was behind this madness. It was no longer just Harris and his team. It was the United States government. They had signed a contract with the thing in my wife. "Your cooperation is expected," Harris said, closing the folder, "for the continuity of the operation and for your wife's well-being. A resistant conduit could experience breakdown. We need her stable. You need her stable." It was a threat, wrapped in concern. That night, I held my wife as she cried herself into a fitful sleep. I watched her face, now so thin and tired, and I knew Harris was right about one terrible thing. If she fought this, it would destroy what was left of her mind. The thing would tear her apart from the inside to get what it wanted. We were in a box with no exits. The next morning, she was different, calmer, resigned. She looked at me over her coffee, and her eyes held a terrifying certainty. "It showed me the afterwards," she said, her voice quiet but clear. "Last night, in that place between, Chloe won't be hurt. Not in the way you think. She won't be screaming in a dark room. The entity doesn't want that. It wants a companion. It's lonely. It showed me. A kind of peace. A quiet place. She'll be there, and she'll be happy. Content. And after Chloe," she took a sharp breath, "it wants to pick the next one, too. It's just getting started. It's building something. A collection. This is only the first trade." Her words iced my soul. It wasn't a one-time deal. It was a subscription service. 5 lives bought one for its collection, and then it would want more 5-for-1 trades forever. We weren't just sacrificing Chloe. We were founding a membership for a monsters club, and the FBI was the manager. The machinery began to move in earnest. Agents started coming during the day now. They weren't just observers, they were directors. They brought in a woman, an agent who specialized in what they called narrative construction. They sat with my wife in the living room, which now felt like a stage. They coached her. They gave her a new name to use, a backstory. They taught her a script of trauma, a story of an abusive relationship, of being scared and alone, tailored to trigger Chloe's psychology training and her crisis center instincts. They practiced the emotional cues. When to let her voice crack, when to let a tear fall, how to sound fragile but not unstable, desperate but not dangerous. They were turning my wife into the perfect, wounded bird. I watched from the kitchen door, feeling like I was going to vomit. My wife, my smart, strong, funny wife, was sitting there, repeating lines like an actress. "My name is Maya," she practiced, her voice trembling on cue. "I'm so scared. I heard you could help. You're the only one I could talk to. Can you meet me? Please, I have nowhere else to go." The agent nodded, encouraging. "Good. The helplessness is good. But remember, you also need to show strength. You're reaching out. You're taking control. You're a survivor." She'll relate to that. It was a perversion of everything she was. They were using her goodness to craft the ultimate evil lie. The rehearsal was the final nail in my coffin. I saw her, after the agents left, staring at her own reflection in the dark television screen. The person looking back was a stranger, a weapon they had loaded and aimed. The meeting was set, 2 days from now. In a quiet, secluded park Chloe was known to walk through. My role was simple: drive my wife there. Be the concerned, supportive husband in the background, the visual proof that this was just a couple in trouble, not a threat. My presence was the final piece of set dressing to sell the lie. The last night before the meeting, I didn't sleep. I lay beside her, listening to her breathe, memorizing the feel of her hand in mine. I thought about Chloe, about her dog, about her life about to be erased and replaced with some warped, quiet peace in a monster's collection. I thought about the 5 people we had saved, their faces mixing with Chloe's in my mind. The math was a prison, and tomorrow we were going to become the wardens and lead the next inmate right to her cell. They weren't just asking my wife to lie. They were asking her to build a friendship out of ashes and malice, to make Chloe trust her so completely that she would walk into the dark without a second thought. The morning of the meeting was bright and clear, a cruel parody of a nice day. My wife had changed. The FBI stylist had dyed her hair a shade darker, cut it in a different style. They gave her clothes that were softer, less assertive than what she usually wore. A simple sweater, jeans, no makeup to make her look more vulnerable. She looked like a younger, more broken version of herself. She looked like Maya. I barely recognized her. We didn't speak on the drive. I just followed the GPS route an agent had programmed into my phone. We parked a block away from the small neighborhood park, as instructed. I turned off the engine. The quiet in the car was complete, filled only with the sound of our breathing. I reached over and took her hand. It was ice cold and still. She was staring straight ahead, her face a calm mask, but I could see a muscle twitching in her jaw. "We don't have to do this," I whispered, the words feeling useless even as I said them. "We can drive away. Right now. We can just go." She turned her head slowly to look at me. Her eyes were deep, dark pools of a terrible resolve. "And then what then? It takes her anyway, somewhere else, some other time, and 5 people are dead in ditches and basements who didn't have to be. This is the deal. We made it. I have to see it through." She wasn't just resigned. She had accepted the logic, absorbed it into her bones. The entity's will and the FBI's purpose had fused inside her. She was the instrument, and she was ready to perform. She opened the car door. "Wait for the signal," she said, her voice flat. "Then come." She walked away, a solitary figure moving toward the park entrance. I watched her go, my heart a pounding drum in my chest. I had a small earpiece in, tuned to the surveillance frequency. I could hear the routine checks from the agents positioned around the park, in trees, in unmarked vans. I could hear Harris's calm, low voice from the main observation van. "All units stand by. The asset is approaching the meeting point. Subject 7 is on the bench, confirmed." I saw her then. Chloe. She was sitting on a wooden bench under a large oak tree, just as they said she would be. She was wearing a light jacket, a book open on her lap, but she wasn't reading. She was looking around, a slightly concerned, kind expression on her face. She was waiting for a stranger in need. My wife walked along the path, her posture subtly changed, slumped a little, arms wrapped around herself as if for warmth. She approached the bench, hesitant, then stopped a few feet away. Through my earpiece, I heard her voice, trembling with manufactured tears, layered with a genuine, gut-wrenching fear that was all too real. "Excuse me? Are you Chloe? From the crisis center?" Chloe looked up, her face immediately softening into a warm, open smile. "Yes, that's me. Are you Maya?" My wife nodded, biting her lip. She took a tentative step closer. "I'm so sorry to bother you here. I didn't know who else to call. The hotline said you sometimes take private referrals for people who are scared." She was delivering the script perfectly, but the raw emotion underpinning it was her own terror, which made it devastatingly convincing. "Of course," Chloe said. patting the space on the bench beside her. "Please sit. You're not a bother at all." My wife sat, keeping a small, careful distance. The conversation flowed, guided by my wife's training and Chloe's natural empathy. My wife spun the tale of Maya, the controlling partner, the fear, the feeling of being trapped. Chloe listened, nodding, offering gentle words of support and validation. They talked for 20 minutes. I watched, my stomach in knots, as Chloe's body language opened up, as she leaned in, as she touched my wife's arm in a gesture of comfort. The trap was closing. It was working. Then my wife delivered the key line, the one they had practiced over and over. I think I need to get away, just for a few days, to clear my head, to be safe. I have a cousin, she has a cabin. It's remote, no one knows about it, but I'm too scared to go alone. I don't trust myself. Would you? Could you possibly come with me? Just to help me get settled? I know it's a huge thing to ask, but I feel like I can trust you. You're the first person who has really listened. There it was. The invitation. The request for a volunteer. Chloe didn't answer right away. She looked at my wife, her face a picture of compassion and conflict. This was the moment. If she said no, the operation was a failure. The entity would be denied. What would it do then? My earpiece crackled. Harris's voice was a tense murmur. Critical moment. All units, hold. Chloe sighed a soft, caring sound. "Oh, Maya, that's a lot. You must be so exhausted." She looked down at her hands, then back up, her decision made. "You know what? Yes, I'll go with you. You shouldn't have to face this alone. Everyone deserves to feel safe." She said it. She volunteered. A wave of nausea, so intense I almost passed out, washed over me. It was done. The terms were met. In the earpiece, Harris's voice was no longer a murmur. It was clear, firm, and final. "All units, stand by. The acquisition of Subject 7 is in progress. Let the record show, for the families of the 5, we have fulfilled our contract." His words were a legal, moral, and spiritual gut punch. We had done it. We had traded. My wife, on the bench, managed a tearful, grateful smile. "Thank you," she whispered to Chloe, the words thick with a real gratitude that was hideously twisted. "Thank you so much." They made a plan. Chloe would go home, pack a bag, tell her roommate she was helping a friend in crisis. They would meet back here in 2 hours. My wife walked back to the car, her steps quicker now. She slid into the passenger seat and closed the door. She didn't look at me. She stared out the windshield, her face blank. "She said yes," she stated, her voice devoid of any emotion. "I know," I said. I started the car and drove, not back home, but just drove, following no route. We had 2 hours until the final act. We ended up at a lookout point over the city. We sat there, watching the world go on, people living lives untouched by monsters and memorandums. After a long while she spoke, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it. "It's happy," she said. "The thing inside me. It's pleased. It likes her. It can't wait." I had no words. There were no words left. We drove back to the park at the appointed time. Chloe was there, with a small overnight bag, looking both concerned and determined, a good person ready to do a good deed. My wife got out to meet her. I stayed in the driver's seat, as instructed. My role was over. I watched as Chloe hugged my wife, a brief, comforting hug. They walked together toward a different car, an innocuous sedan that an agent had parked nearby. The cabin was a fiction. The destination was something else entirely, a place only the FBI and the entity knew. My wife opened the passenger door for Chloe. Chloe smiled, said something, and got in. My wife walked around to the driver's side. Before she got in, she paused. She turned her head and looked back across the park, directly at our car, directly at me. The distance was too far to see her expression, but I could feel the weight of her gaze. Then she did something she shouldn't have. She raised her hand, not in a wave, but held it up, palm facing me, fingers slightly spread. She held it there for a 3 count. Then she lowered it, got into the sedan, and started the engine. They drove away, turning a corner and disappearing from view. I sat there, paralyzed. That gesture, it wasn't in the script. It wasn't something Maya would do. It was something from us, from our private language, from a game we used to play. It meant wait for me. It meant I'm coming back. But she wasn't driving Chloe to a cabin. She was driving her to be given to the thing inside her. So why signal wait for me? Unless the plan had changed. Unless she wasn't planning to just hand Chloe over. Or unless the entity, pleased and confident, had let a piece of my real wife surface for just a second to send a message. Or maybe it was a farewell. I didn't know. All I knew was that the deal was complete. 5 lives for one. The contract was fulfilled. The sedan with my wife and Chloe was gone. The FBI would get their recorded observation of the acquisition. And I was alone in a quiet park, the taste of battery acid fear still in my mouth, with a single fragile thread of hope. A hand signal from a woman who was both my wife and a stranger, driving a volunteer to a monster, telling me to wait. The math was done. The ledger was balanced. But as I sat there, watching the empty street where they'd vanished, a new, more terrifying question began to form in the hollow space she left behind. When the entity was done with Chloe, and it came time to pick the next one, who would it want then? The waiting was over. The next part was just beginning, and I was alone with the silence and the signal. Story number 6. Look, I need to tell you about the free app and how it all started, but you have to promise not to think I'm crazy. My name is Leo. It was a Tuesday, I think, just a normal afternoon, and my kid was practically vibrating on the couch, glued to the tablet. Look, they shouted, shoving the screen in my face. It says it can connect me to the spirit world for free. I chuckled, because what else do you do? It was just some pixelated Ouija board thing with cheesy cartoon ghosts and fake spooky sound effects. The kind of digital toy you get for a few taps and watch a video ad to unlock. My partner was in the kitchen making dinner, and just rolled their eyes with a smile. Just don't believe in it too much, okay? I said, ruffling my kid's hair. It's just a game. They nodded, already engrossed, their little fingers sliding a glowing planchette across the screen. I remember the tinny, robotic voice from the tablet speaker saying things like, "The spirits are restless," in a way that was about as scary as a cartoon. I went back to checking my work email, and that was that. Or it should have been. The first thing that fell off happened later that night. The smart speaker in the kitchen, the one we use for timers and weather, was set for a cooking reminder. Out of nowhere, right in the middle of the quiet house, it didn't give its usual gentle chime. Instead, it blasted 3 seconds of the loudest, most painful static I've ever heard, a blaring, shredding noise that made all 3 of us jump. It stopped as suddenly as it started. We all just looked at each other. "What was that?" my partner asked, wiping their hands on a towel. "Glitch," I said, with more confidence than I felt. "Probably a bad update or something." I walked over and unplugged the thing, just in case. "See? No more problems." My kid looked a little pale, but went back to their drawing. I should have paid more attention. I really should have. The next thing was weirder. I was adjusting the thermostat before bed, just tapping the little screen to turn the heat down a degree. For a split second, the number showing the temperature didn't change. Instead, the whole display flickered and showed something else entirely. A string of numbers and letters. It said 42, 3,314 degrees north, 83, 0458 degree W. It was there for less than a blink, and then it was just the temperature again, like normal. A cold feeling, totally different from the chill I was trying to set, went right down my back. That wasn't a glitch. That was an address. I know what coordinates look like. I stood there staring at the blank little screen, my heart thumping. My partner asked me what was wrong from the bedroom, and I just mumbled nothing and went to my own phone. I opened the map app and typed those numbers in. The little pin dropped on a street, a real street, in a city over 400 miles away. It was just a regular neighborhood, rows of houses you could see from the satellite view. I felt silly then, but also deeply uneasy. What were the chances? A random app my kid downloaded, a smart speaker going nuts, and now my thermostat giving me GPS coordinates? I told myself it had to be a coincidence. Maybe our Wi-Fi network had gotten some kind of virus, or the thermostat was faulty and displaying error codes that just happened to look like map points. I didn't say anything to my partner about it. They were already spooked by the speaker. I didn't want to make it worse. Later, when my kid was asleep, I went over to the tablet. They'd left it on the couch. I picked it up, and the screen lit up. There was the app, still open. It was just a simple, stupid-looking interface. A wooden-looking board with letters and numbers, and that glowing planchette in the center. At the bottom it said, "Session active." I felt a little ridiculous, but I put my finger on the planchette. "Is anyone there?" I whispered, feeling like a complete idiot talking to a tablet. Nothing happened for a moment. Then, the planchette started to move under my finger. Not me moving it, I swear. It had a little vibration to it, like force feedback on a video game controller, and it tugged my finger along. It slid to the letter H, then E, then L, then L, then O. Hello. The robotic voice said it out loud. A chill went through me, but part of me was also laughing at myself. Of course it said hello. It was programmed to. It was just a game reading my subconscious movements. I deleted the app right then and there. I held my finger down on the icon until it jiggled and hit the little X. Goodbye, spirits, I muttered. I put the tablet on the charger and went to bed, telling myself I had solved it. No more app, no more problems. The house was peaceful. My partner was already asleep. I listened to the normal nighttime sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the faint tick of a clock down the hall. I started to drift off, feeling much better. That's when I heard it, a sound from down the hall, from my kid's room. Not a cry or a call. It was a soft, rhythmic swish-swish sound, like a finger sliding across a smooth screen. Then, clear as day, the tinny, familiar robotic voice from the tablet, the one I had just deleted, echoed softly down the dark hallway. It said one word, connected. My eyes snapped open in the dark. I lay there, frozen, listening. The sound didn't come again, but I knew what I'd heard. I got up, my feet cold on the floor, and crept to my kids' door. I pushed it open slowly. They were asleep, curled up under the blankets, breathing softly. The room was dark, but on their nightstand, the tablet screen was glowing a faint, sickly green. It wasn't on the charger. It was just lying there, screen on, showing that digital Ouija board. The planchette was sitting motionless in the center. I walked over and picked the tablet up. It was warm, too warm, like it had been running for hours. The app was open. I hadn't deleted it, or it had reinstalled itself. I went to the home screen. The app icon was right there, plain as day. My hands were shaking. I went into the settings, found the battery usage. The app had been actively used for the last 20 minutes. But my kid was asleep. I stood there in that dark room, holding that glowing tablet, listening to my child's peaceful breathing, and I felt a fear I'd never felt before, a clean, sharp fear that cut through all my rational explanations. It wasn't about ghosts. It was about something being in my house, in our machines, something that didn't follow the rules. I took the tablet with me, shut the door behind me, and went to the kitchen. I got a screwdriver from the junk drawer. I sat at the table and, very carefully, I pried the back off the tablet. I found the battery connector and disconnected it. I took out the little SIM card if it had one. I made it a dead piece of plastic and glass and metal. I put the pieces in a plastic grocery bag, tied it tight, and the next morning I drove it to the dump myself and threw it into the deepest bin I could find. When I got home, I told my partner we were having a digital detox weekend. I unplugged the smart speaker for good. I even put a piece of electrical tape over the thermostat screen. We played board games. We read books. We laughed. It felt good. It felt normal. By Sunday night, the weird tension was gone. We were just a family again. As I tucked my kid into bed, they smiled up at me. I had fun today, they said. Me too, buddy, I said, and I meant it. I kissed their forehead and turned out the light, leaving the door open a crack like always. I walked back to the living room, where my partner was reading, and sank onto the couch next to them with a sigh of relief. It was over. We had shut it down. We had won. That's when the light on the front of the cable box, a little blue LED that's always steady, began to blink. Not a normal blink. It blinked in a pattern. Short, short, short. Pause. Long, long, long. Pause. Short, short, short. My breath caught in my throat. I know that pattern. Everyone knows that pattern. It's an SOS. And I just sat there, staring at that flashing blue light in the dark, knowing with a terrible certainty that deleting the app had never been the answer. It had only been the start of the conversation. Winning felt good for about as long as it took for that little blue light on the cable box to blink its SOS into the dark living room. I just sat there, staring at it, my heart doing a slow, hard roll in my chest. My partner saw my face and followed my gaze. "What is that?" they whispered. I didn't answer. I just got up, walked over, and yanked the power cord from the wall. The light died. The room went back to just the lamplight. "It's nothing," I said, my voice tight. "Just a stupid glitch. We're done with glitches." The next day, I became a man on a mission. I went through the house like a tornado. I unplugged everything that had a chip in it. The smart TV? Unplugged. The voice assistant speakers? Unplugged and put in a closet. The digital picture frames, the Wi-Fi connected thermostat, even the fancy coffee maker that could order its own beans. All of it. I told myself, ghosts can't haunt silicon. The silicon has no power. It felt good, physically good, to pull those plugs. It felt like taking control. For 3 days, it was like we were living in a different time. We read paper books. We played cards. We talked. My kids seemed calmer, more present. The weird, focused intensity they'd had with that tablet was gone. I started to breathe easier. Maybe the SOS was just a final hiccup, a last gasp from whatever weird tech bug we'd picked up. I was convincing myself so well that the first sleepwalking episode hit me like a punch to the gut. It was the middle of the night. I got up to get a glass of water, and there they were, my kid, standing in the middle of the hallway. Not moving, just standing there in their dinosaur pajamas, perfectly still, facing the blank wall at the end of the hall. The hall was dark, but light from a street lamp outside the window fell across them. Their eyes were open, but they were wrong, glazed over like frosted glass. "Hey, buddy," I said softly, creeping closer. "You okay?" They didn't turn. Their little arm came up, and their finger pointed straight at the wall. Then they spoke, but it wasn't their voice. It was flat, robotic, empty of all the silly, warm tones of my child. 7, the voice said. 22, north, 5 feet. Then they just lowered their arm and stood there. My blood turned to ice water. I gently took their shoulder. "Hey, time for bed." They turned with me, compliant as a doll, and let me lead them back to their room. They crawled into bed and was asleep instantly, breathing deep and even. I sat on the edge of the bed for an hour, watching them, my mind racing. 7, 22, north, 5 feet. It was a measurement, a direction and a distance. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, over eggs, my kid was their usual bubbly self. They didn't remember a thing. I asked them, casual as I could, "You have any weird dreams last night?" They just shrugged and said no, and asked for more ketchup. I didn't tell my partner about it. Not yet. I thought maybe it was a one-time thing, a weird sleep-talking episode. I was so wrong. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time, my partner saw it too. We both heard a noise in the kitchen. We found our kids standing at the counter. They had a banana from the fruit bowl in their hand. They were holding it up to their ear, like an old-fashioned telephone. And they were talking. The voice was different this time. It wasn't robotic. It was clear, calm, and had an adult diction to it, words perfectly formed. It was the most chilling thing I'd ever heard come from their mouth. They said, "Property line, oak tree north side, 3 feet down, the locket is tarnished." Then they gently placed the banana back in the bowl, turned, and walked right past us back to bed, their eyes seeing nothing. My partner looked at me, their face white. "What was that?" they breathed. "What did they just say?" I couldn't speak. The words were burned into my brain. Property line, oak tree, a locket. This wasn't random sleep mumbling. It was instructions. It was information. The next day, we took our kid to the pediatrician. We sat in that bright, cheerful office with cartoon animals on the walls and felt like frauds. The doctor, a nice woman with a kind smile, listened carefully. She checked our kids' eyes, their ears, their reflexes. She asked them questions about school and friends. Our kid answered everything perfectly, happily. The doctor gave us a sympathetic look. "Everything looks perfectly normal," she said. "Sometimes very bright, imaginative children have active dream lives. Sleepwalking and sleep-talking can be triggered by stress, by excitement. Maybe the change in routine, all the unplugged devices, it could be their way of processing." She suggested a consistent bedtime, and maybe cutting out sugary snacks before bed. We left with a pamphlet, not a diagnosis. I felt dismissed. She hadn't heard the voice. She hadn't seen those empty eyes. That afternoon, I stood at our back window, looking at the big old oak tree that marked the north corner of our property. It had been there longer than the house. Property line, oak tree north side. A compulsion, a morbid, itching curiosity took hold of me. I had to know. While my partner took our kid to the park, I went to the garage and got a shovel. I felt insane. I was literally about to dig in my yard because my sleepwalking child mumbled something about a locket. But the pull was too strong. I walked to the oak tree. I stood on the north side, the side that faced the empty lot next door. I measured 3 rough feet from the thick trunk. I put the shovel tip into the grass and pushed. The ground was soft. I dug. The hole got deeper, about up to my knees. I was sweating, and I was about to give up, to laugh at my own stupidity, when the shovel hit something that wasn't a root. It clinked, a soft metallic sound. My stomach dropped. I got on my knees and dug with my hands, pulling away the cool, damp soil. My fingers closed around something small and hard. I pulled it out. It was a locket. A small, oval, silver locket, caked in black dirt and greenish tarnish, just like the voice had said. It was on a broken chain. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely rub the dirt off the front. There was a tiny latch. I pried it open with my thumbnail. Inside, protected by a little glass cover, was a photograph. A faded, black and white picture of a young woman. She had dark hair and sad, kind eyes. I had never seen her before in my life. I sat back in the dirt, clutching this cold piece of metal, staring at this stranger's face. How could my kid know this was here? They'd never dug back here. We'd only lived in this house for 5 years. This locket was older, much older. The voice had been right. Perfectly, terrifyingly right. I filled the hole back in, my mind racing in frantic, scared circles. Was our house haunted? Was some ghost talking through my kid? But the ghost used coordinates and gave measurements. That felt technical, not ghostly. I cleaned the locket as best I could and hid it in my toolbox in the garage. I didn't know what else to do. That night, we had a family movie night with a DVD player, something from the pre-streaming era. We made popcorn. We laughed at the silly cartoon. It felt almost normal again, a fragile bubble of peace. When the movie ended, my partner took our kid up for a bath. I stayed to clean up. As I was wiping the counter, a thought hit me, a question I'd been too scared to ask. I walked quietly to the garage. I opened my toolbox and took out the locket. I brought it inside and held it under the bright kitchen light, studying the woman's face. Who was she? I needed to know. On a reckless impulse, I took out my phone. I'd kept it, of course. You can't just unplug your entire life. I opened the browser. I didn't know where to start. I typed in our town's name and missing woman and locket. Nothing. I tried old photograph and our street name. More nothing. Frustrated, I just took a picture of the locket with my phone, the sad-faced woman clear in the frame. I used the image search function. The little circle spun, and then it gave me a result. A single result. It was from a scanned local newspaper article, dated 1957. The headline read, "Local woman still missing, police suspect foul play." And there, right below the headline, was a photograph. It was her, the same young woman from the locket, smiling a little in the photo, but with those same sad eyes. Her name was Clara. The article said she'd lived on our street, just a few houses down. She'd vanished walking home from work one evening. Her purse was found, but she never was. The case went cold. I stopped breathing. My kid had led me to a piece of a 60-year-old cold case buried in our yard. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a glitch. I was holding proof of a real tragedy in my hand, proof that had been found because a flat, empty voice had told us where to dig. I heard the bath water draining upstairs. I shoved the locket in my pocket, put my phone away, and tried to look normal as my partner came down with our kid in clean pajamas, their hair damp and smelling like shampoo. We did the bedtime routine. A story, a song, the nightlight plugged in. I tucked the blankets tight around them, my heart aching with a love that was all tangled up with a deep, crawling fear. "Sleep tight," I whispered. "Don't let the bed bugs bite." They giggled. "They won't, Daddy." I turned off the main light and closed the door most of the way. My partner and I went to our own room, exhausted. We didn't talk about the locket. I think we were both too scared to give it more air, to make it more real. I lay in the dark for a long time, listening to the familiar sounds of the house settling, the old oak tree branch scratching gently against the siding outside. I finally drifted into a thin, uneasy sleep. A noise woke me, a small, soft sound, the click of a door latch. I was instantly awake. I looked at the clock. It was 3:18 a.m. I got out of bed and peeked into the hallway. Our kid's door was open. The hallway was empty. A cold dread washed over me. I walked quickly to their room. The bed was empty. The covers were thrown back. "No," I whispered. I turned and hurried downstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. The living room was dark and still. The kitchen was empty. I checked the back door. Locked. Then I saw a sliver of light from under the door to the garage. I never go in the garage at night. I pushed the door open. The single bulb was on, casting long, hard shadows. And there they were, my kid, standing in the middle of the concrete floor, facing the workbench where my toolbox sat. They were just standing there. In their hand, held loosely at their side, was the silver locket, its broken chain dangling. They must have gone into my toolbox. They heard me come in and slowly, they turned to face me. Their eyes were wide open, completely aware, completely awake. But the look on their face, it wasn't theirs. It was a look of ancient, cool curiosity. It was the look of someone studying a bug under a glass. They looked right at me, and then they slowly raised their arm. Not to hand me the locket. They pointed. Their small finger was aimed directly at my chest. They held it there, perfectly steady, their strange, unfamiliar gaze locked on mine. They didn't say a word. They didn't have to. The message was clear. The finding of the locket wasn't the end of the game. It was just the end of the first move. And now it was my turn. I stood there in the cold garage, staring at my own child who was looking at me with the eyes of a stranger, and I knew with a terrible certainty that unplugging everything had done nothing. It didn't need our machines anymore. It had found a better way to connect. It was using him, and it was just getting started. The pointing finger in the garage felt like it lasted an hour, but it was probably only a few seconds. My kid just stood there, holding that tarnished locket, aiming their finger right at my heart with a look on their face that was all wrong. Then, as if a switch flipped, their eyes fluttered. The strange, cool curiosity melted away, replaced by childish confusion and then fear. They looked at the locket in their hand, like they'd never seen it before, their lip trembling. "Daddy," they whispered, their own voice small and scared. I rushed over and scooped them up, holding them tight, feeling their little heart hammering against my chest. It's okay," I murmured, over and over, more for me than for them. I took the locket from their limp fingers and carried them back to bed. They were asleep again almost before I tucked them in, a deep, unnatural sleep. I didn't sleep at all. I sat at the kitchen table with the locket in front of me, this little metal piece of a nightmare. My partner found me there at dawn. I showed them the locket and told them everything, the digging, the newspaper article, the pointing. Their face went from sleepy to horrified. "We have to get out of this house," they said, their voice firm. "Today, we'll go to my sister's." It sounded like heaven. A normal house, with normal Wi-Fi and no buried secrets. We packed bags in a frantic hurry, throwing clothes and toiletries into suitcases. We were running on pure adrenaline, the kind that makes your hands shake. We decided to leave the big stuff, just get in the car and go. As we were carrying the last bag to the car, my phone, which was in my pocket, buzzed. It wasn't a call. It was a notification from our home security system. We had a few basic cameras, one at the front door, one in the living room. I'd unplugged their power supplies weeks ago. The notification said, "Motion detected, living room camera." My blood went cold. I tapped the alert. The app loaded, showing a live feed. The living room was dark, but the camera had night vision. It showed the room in grainy green and black. And there, in the center of the room, was our large flat-screen TV. It was unplugged. Its cord was coiled on the floor right underneath it, where I'd left it. But the screen was on. It was glowing that same sickly green as the tablet had. On the screen was a digital Ouija board, just like from the app. And the planchette, that little triangle, was moving. It slid across the pixels all on its own, stopping on one letter, then the next. I watched, frozen in my driveway, as it spelled out a word. D-A-D-D-Y, it paused. Then it moved again. S-L-A-P-P-D, Daddy slapped. I heard a sharp gasp. My partner was looking over my shoulder at my phone screen. Their face, lit by the glow of the display, had gone a shade of gray I'd never seen before. All the color, all the life, just drained right out of it. They took a step back, shaking their heads slowly, their eyes wide with a pure, personal terror. "No," they breathed. "No, no, no." They turned and ran back into the house. I stood there, confused and terrified. Daddy slapped. What did that mean? Who's Daddy? I ran in after them. I found them in the kitchen, leaning against the counter, their whole body trembling, their hands over their mouth. "What is it?" I asked, desperate. "What does that mean?" They wouldn't look at me. Tears were streaming down their face. It took them a long time to speak, their voice a broken whisper. "My father," they said. "When I was little, he had a temper. He only hit me once. Just once. A slap across the face. I never told anyone. Not my mom, not my sister. I never even told you." They finally looked at me, their eyes begging me to understand. I was so ashamed. I made myself forget it. How could it know that? How could it possibly know that? The feeling in the room changed. This wasn't about creepy coordinates or digging up lost things anymore. This was an attack. A precise, surgical strike into the most hidden, painful corner of my partner's soul. The thing, whatever it was, wasn't just messing with our gadgets. It was auditing our lives. It was digging up buried secrets and holding them up to the light. We never made it to the car. We unpacked the bags. Leaving felt useless now. If it could pull a memory that my partner had locked away from even themselves, what good would distance do? We were prisoners in our own pasts. The next morning, I tried to fight back in the only way I knew how, through the tech. I plugged the router back in. I needed to see what was happening on our network. I logged into the admin page. Everything looked normal at first. Then I saw the network name. Our Wi-Fi had always been called something dumb like the Smith Network. I'm not giving you our real one. Now, it was called listening_post. I tried to change it back. The settings page wouldn't save. I tried to change the password. Access denied. I tried to reset the router to factory settings. I held down the little button for 30 seconds. It blinked, it rebooted, and when it came back online, the network name was still listening_post. It was locked. We were locked out of our own internet. That's when I called a friend. Mike is the most tech-savvy guy I know, works in IT security. I gave him a watered-down version, just said we had a weird hack and our router was possessed. He came over that afternoon, his toolkit in hand. He was cheerful, skeptical. Probably just some malware, he said, plugging his laptop into our router. He ran scans, typed commands into a black box full of text, his brow furrowed. The cheerful skepticism slowly faded. After an hour, he sat back. "This is the weirdest thing," he said. "There's no malware, no remote login sessions, no breached passwords. The firmware is up to date. It's clean." "But the name," I said. "Listening_post." He nodded, looking spooked for the first time. "Yeah, that's not a hack. A hack leaves traces. This is like the router itself decided to rename itself, and it's refusing to let you be the admin on your own device." He packed up his gear slowly. At the door, he paused. He didn't look at me when he spoke, just stared at his shoes. "Look, man, I don't know what's going on here, but it's not in the wires. You should think about getting out of this house for a while. Not because of the Wi-Fi, but because whatever is doing this, it's not in the machines anymore. It's in the air now. You understand?" I understood. It was in the air. It was in the walls. It was in our memories. That night, we tried to create a safe zone. We all slept in our bedroom, my kid on a cot on the floor. We left every light on. We played quiet music from a battery-powered radio. We were a little fortress of light and sound, trying to keep the quiet, prying emptiness at bay. It worked. Until it didn't. I must have dozed off. A touch on my forehead woke me. It was small and cold. I opened my eyes. My kid was standing by my side of the bed, their little hand resting on my skin. Their eyes were open, but that flat, adult emptiness was back in them. They leaned close, their breath cool on my ear, and in that horrible, borrowed voice, they delivered a new message. It wasn't about us this time. It was for my partner, who was sleeping beside me. The voice was clear and cold. The well behind the farmhouse. He knows what he threw down there. Then my kid turned, walked back to their cot, lay down, and was still. For a second, there was just the sound of the radio playing soft jazz. Then my partner, who I thought was asleep, made a sound. A low, gut-punched moan of absolute terror. They were awake. They had heard every word. They sat up slowly, their face a mask of dread. They looked at me, their eyes huge in the lamplight. They didn't ask how or why. They just started to speak, the words tumbling out in a horrified rush. "My grandparents' farm," they whispered. "There was an old well out back. It was boarded up when I was a kid. I was 9. I had a kitten, a little gray thing I'd found. It got sick. Really sick. It was suffering. I was just a kid. I was so scared, and I didn't know what to do." They choked on a sob. "I put it in a sack, and I threw it down the well. I never told anyone. I've had nightmares about it my whole life." They buried their face in their hands, their shoulders shaking. "How does it know? How can it know that?" I had no answer. The thing had done it again. It had reached back through years, through layers of guilt and shame, and pulled out another secret. A dead kitten in a well. A child's terrible, secret act of mercy and fear. This was its pattern. It was collecting our pains. But why? What did it want with this awful museum of regrets? We spent the rest of the night holding each other. A family holding on in the middle of a storm no one else could see. When the sun finally came up, it felt like a reprieve. The normal sounds of birds and distant cars made the night seem like a bad dream. My kid woke up cheerful, remembering nothing. My partner was hollow-eyed and quiet, moving through the kitchen like a ghost. I made coffee, the normal ritual, clinging to it. I needed to do something, anything. I went to the junk drawer, the one where I'd tossed the dead tablet pieces. I'd kept them for some reason. The plastic bag was still there, knotted tight. I picked it up. It wasn't cool to the touch. It was warm, like it had been sitting in the sun, but it had been in a dark drawer. A deep, instinctual revulsion went through me. I didn't open it. I just carried it out to the big garbage can by the curb and threw it in, slamming the lid shut. I stood there in the morning sun, breathing hard. I had thrown away the first thing that started it all. It was a small victory, but it felt like one. We had survived the night. We knew a little more about the enemy. It fed on secrets. It lived in the signals we couldn't see. And for now, in the bright light of day, with the bag in the trash and the birds singing, it felt like we could maybe start to figure this out. We could learn its rules. We could fight back. We had to. As I walked back up the driveway, I glanced at the living room window. The TV was still unplugged, the black screen reflecting the blue sky. And for just a second, I thought I saw a flicker in the reflection, not on the screen, but in the glass itself. A quick, green flash, like a single pixel blinking on and off. I stopped and stared. Nothing. Just my own tired face looking back at me. I shook my head, blaming my exhausted eyes. But a tiny cold doubt stuck in my mind as I opened the front door. Getting rid of the tablet was one thing. But what if the listening post wasn't in the router, or the TV, or any device at all? What if it was in the very air of our house, and we had just given it all the food it needed to get stronger? The warm bag in the trash and the flicker in the window left me feeling raw, like I'd scrubbed my skin too hard. We moved through the day in a kind of haze. My partner was a million miles away, trapped in the memory of that farmhouse well. I kept busy, doing dumb chores, trying to make the house feel normal again. I even plugged the TV back in, daring the thing to try something with me standing right there. It stayed a blank, black screen. I took it as a win. That afternoon, I remembered the coordinates from the very beginning, the ones that had flashed on the thermostat for a city hundreds of miles away. I'd never really followed up on that. Maybe it was the key. Maybe that location was where this signal, was coming from. Sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, I typed the numbers into a map again. The pin dropped on that same quiet, tree-lined street in a city I'd never visited. I started digging online, beyond just the street view. I searched the address. I looked up local history forums. It was boring stuff at first, property records, old zoning disputes. Then, deep in a thread on a forum about local mysteries, I found a mention. The post was years old. It said that house, at that exact address, had been owned in the late 1980s by a guy named Arthur Finch. He was described as an early computer engineer, a real pioneer type, but also a known oddball. The post said he was deep into esoteric electronics and amateur occultism, trying to merge the two. He'd written rambling papers about consciousness as a persistent data pattern and electronic transference. Then, in 1989, he vanished. Poof. No body, no note, just gone. The last line of the forum post was a joke, but it made my scalp prickle. Maybe old Art finally uploaded himself to the cloud. I sat back, the pieces clicking together in a way that made me feel sick. An engineer, an occultist, experiments with transferring consciousness, a disappearance, and now, decades later, a free app that acts as a digital Ouija board, pulling secrets out of thin air. He didn't vanish. He'd found a way to move, to go into the wires, the signals, the empty space between devices. He'd uploaded, and now he was freelancing, collecting data, emotional data. Our pain, our shame, our secrets. He was feeding on it. My partner walked in, saw my face. "What is it?" I told them my theory. They listened, their expression turning from skepticism to a slow, dawning horror. "You think we're being haunted by a ghost in the machine," they said. "A real one." I said slowly. "We've been paying rent to a squatter who lives in our Wi-Fi, and he just presented us with a bill." As if on cue, a notification chimed from my phone on the table. Not a text. It was an alert from our family cloud photo storage. A shared album had been updated. We didn't have any shared albums. We barely used the cloud. I picked up the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen. "Don't," my partner said. I opened it. There was a new album there, one we hadn't created. Its title was Collateral. The first picture was a photo of our kid, asleep in their bed from last night. It was taken from inside their room, from the angle of their bookshelf. It was a real-time photo. The timestamp was from 3 minutes ago. My heart seized. I dropped the phone like it was a snake. It clattered on the table. We both stared at it. "How?" My partner whispered, "There's no camera in there." I ran. I ran down the hall and threw open my kids' door. They were napping, curled up exactly as in the picture, their little back rising and falling. The room was normal. The bookshelf was just a bookshelf. There was nothing there to take a picture, but the picture existed. It was proof. It was a threat. He wasn't just listening. He was watching, and he could show us he was watching. I went back to the kitchen. My partner was scrolling through the album on my phone, their face pale. There were more pictures, dozens. Some were normal family photos, pulled from our backups. Others were not. There was a picture of the hallway at night, empty, but with a long, distorted shadow falling across the wall that didn't match anything in the house. Another was a close-up of the tarnished locket, sitting on our kitchen table, but we had buried it in a box in the garage. The most chilling one was a screenshot of a text message conversation between me and my partner from months ago. A silly argument about whose turn it was to do the dishes. The text was real. We'd had that fight, but we hadn't screenshot it. He had. He had access to everything. Our past, our present, our private moments. It was all collateral. My partner put the phone down. "What does he want?" they asked, their voice hollow. We didn't have to wait long for an answer. My phone buzzed again. A new email. The sender address was just a jumble of numbers and letters. The subject line was, "Payment due." The body was empty except for a link. I didn't want to click it. I had to. It opened a plain, text-only webpage. It looked like an invoice. Services rendered, data retrieval, physical 1, silver locket, location provided. Proof of concept. Data retrieval, emotional 2, confirmed traumatic memory signatures, /well. Quality assessment complete. Surveillance and documentation, ongoing. See attached collateral file. Payment required, sustained emotional payload. High intensity, public broadcast preferred. Terms, failure to remit payment will result in liquidation of collateral assets. I read it aloud. My partner started to cry, quiet, hopeless tears. He wants a show, I said, the words tasting like ash. He wants us to break down in public, and he wants to watch. To record it. To eat it. We can't, they sobbed. We can't do that. What choice do we have? I shot back, gesturing to the phone. He has pictures of our kids sleeping. He has our texts. He could ruin us. He could post it all online. Send it to our families, our jobs. The fear was turning into a furious, desperate energy. I felt trapped, cornered by something that lived in the electricity. I did something stupid then. I grabbed my phone, went to the app store, and I re-downloaded that cursed Ouija app. My partner yelled at me to stop, but I didn't listen. If this was Arthur Finch, maybe I could talk to him. Bargain. The app opened, the pixelated board glowing. There was a text field for automatic writing. I typed, "What do you really want?" I hit enter. The app glitched, the screen distorting. Then, in the text field, letters started appearing by themselves, as if someone else was typing. It wrote, "What payment do you offer?" It was talking to me, directly. My hands were slick with sweat. I typed back, "We won't perform for you." The response was instant. Collateral will be monetized. First auction, child's sleep images. Bidders interested. A new picture appeared in the collateral album. It was another photo of our kid, but this one was altered. Their face was digitally pale, their eyes were dark hollows. It looked like a picture from a nightmare. A threat. A preview. I threw my phone across the room. It hit the wall, and the screen went black. I put my head in my hands. We were beaten. That night, we made a decision. We couldn't give him the public breakdown he wanted, but maybe we could give him something else. A different kind of emotional payload. We decided to confront our own secrets, together, privately, but with the digital eyes upon us. We would acknowledge his power. We would feed him, but on our terms. It felt like a plan, or at least the shadow of one. We waited until our kid was deep asleep. We went into the living room. I plugged my battered phone in, turning it back on. The screen was cracked, but it worked. I opened the camera app and set it to video, propping it up on the mantelpiece, pointing at the couch. We were going to record ourselves. We were going to give him his confession, but not a screaming, public one. A quiet, terrible one. My partner started. They spoke to the camera, their voice steady but full of pain. They confessed the story of the slap, the hidden shame of decades. They talked about the kitten in the well, the guilt that had never left. They cried real tears, their bodies shaking. I went next. I confessed my own smaller shames, Moments of anger I'd never voiced, fears about being a parent, the time I'd broken my dad's favorite mug and lied about it when I was 10. We poured it all out into the lens of that cracked phone. It was exhausting. It felt like lancing a wound. When we were done, we were both emptied out, sitting in the dim room, holding hands. I stopped the recording. I didn't know what to do with it. I couldn't send it to the email. I just saved it to the phone. There, my partner said, their voice ragged. His payment. He wanted emotion. He got it. We sat there for a long time, waiting for a response. Nothing happened. No new emails. No changes to the cloud album. The house was just a house. The dread slowly began to lift, replaced by a fragile, trembling hope. Maybe it was enough. Maybe we had satisfied the debt. We went to bed clinging to that hope. For the first time in weeks, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep almost immediately. I didn't wake until morning light was streaming through the blinds. I woke feeling lighter than I had in months. The weight of our shared confession was gone. My partner was still sleeping peacefully. I got up, padding quietly to the kitchen to start coffee. I passed through the living room. The cracked phone was still on the mantel where I'd left it. I picked it up, thinking I'd delete the horrible video. The screen lit up. The battery was almost dead. There was a single notification, a system alert I'd never seen before. It said, "File transfer complete." I frowned and opened my video gallery. The video we'd made last night was there. I selected it, ready to delete it forever. But when I tapped it, the metadata came up. The file size was enormous, far too big for a 20-minute video. And the date modified wasn't last night. It was in the future, later today. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I didn't delete it. Instead, I plugged the phone into my laptop, my hands starting to shake again. I opened the file on the computer, using a program that could analyze it. The video played normally, our sad, tired faces, our whispered confessions. But the program showed something else. Embedded within the video file, layered under the audio of our voices, was another audio track. A dense, compressed digital signal. It wasn't music. It wasn't static. It was data. The program tried to interpret it. It read it as a massive, encrypted packet. And the packet had a destination tag. It wasn't an email address or a website. It was a set of coordinates, different from the first ones. These were for a server farm, a huge, anonymous data center in another country. Our emotional confession, our payment, hadn't just been watched. It had been packaged, encoded, and sometime today it was scheduled to be sent, transferred. He hadn't just wanted to watch us cry. He had wanted to download our pain, to take it with him, to use it as fuel somewhere else. The relief of the morning shattered. We hadn't paid a bill. We had just given a starving man his first full meal, and the notification on the phone said the transfer was complete. He had already taken it. He was stronger now. I sat at the kitchen table, the laptop open, the sunrise feeling like a lie. I had just handed over the most private moments of our lives to a thing that lived in the wires, and I had done it willingly. The question wasn't what he wanted anymore. We knew. He wanted fuel. The question now, the one that made my blood run cold, was what a thing like that could do with a full tank. The discovery that our confession was just a data packet, a snack for a hungry ghost in the machine, left me hollow. He wasn't just collecting secrets for fun. He was metabolizing them. The morning sun felt accusing, shining on the laptop screen that showed the truth. My partner came in, took one look at my face, and knew the fragile piece was over. I showed them. They didn't cry this time. Their face just hardened into a mask of grim anger. "So we fed it," they said flatly. "What now?" We didn't have to wait long to find out. Later that day, my phone buzzed. It was a notification from YouTube. "Your video untitled live stream has 3 views." I never started a live stream. My stomach dropped. I opened the app. There, on our family channel we used to share silly videos with grandparents, was a new upload. A 12-second live stream. The thumbnail was a close-up of our kid's face, their eyes wide and vacant. I pressed play. The video was shaky, like it was taken on a phone held in a trembling hand. It showed our kid, sitting on their bed in broad daylight. They looked straight into the camera, and in that flat, adult voice that was not their own, they said, "The Town Council Emergency Fund of 1992. The records were altered. The fire at the old library was not an accident. The money went to the mayor's brother's construction company." Then the video ended. It had 3 views. It was public. The internet is forever. I felt a scream building in my throat. He had used our kid, awake this time, to broadcast a secret. But not our secret, a town secret, something old and buried. He was expanding his diet. My partner was already on their own phone, Googling frantically. "Oh my God," they whispered. "It's real. There was a fire. There was a scandal about missing funds, but it was hushed up. The mayor's brother did have a construction company that got all the town contracts after." The horror shifted, deepening into something even more vile. This wasn't just about our family anymore. He was data mining the entire town's history, and he was using our child as his speaking tube. We were becoming his accomplices. The next demand came that evening, not on a screen, but through the air. We were all in the living room trying to have a normal moment when our kid, who was coloring, suddenly stopped. Their crayon hovered over the paper. Their eyes didn't glaze over like before. They just went distant, focused on nothing. Then they spoke, their own voice, but with a strange, formal precision. "Payment for services is insufficient. New currency required. A fresh secret. From the living. Not from your stored memories. A new one. Find it." They blinked, looked at their half-finished dinosaur, and went back to coloring as if nothing had happened. My partner and I locked eyes. We understood. The emotional payload from our confession had been accepted, but it was just an appetizer. Now he wanted the main course, and he wanted us to hunt for it. He wanted us to go out into our town, dig up someone else's buried shame, and serve it to him. To make someone else a victim to save ourselves. The moral nausea that washed over me was worse than any fear. "We can't," I said. "We absolutely cannot do that." "What's the alternative?" my partner asked, their voice desperate. "He'll keep using them. He'll post more. He'll liquefy our collateral, whatever that means." We fought then, a hushed, fierce argument about choices that were no choices at all. We were trapped in a zero-sum game designed by a dead electrician. That night, the sleepwalking started again. But it was different. It wasn't aimless. Our kid got out of bed, walked to the front door, and tried the knob. We found them there. When we guided them, they didn't resist, but their feet dragged with purpose. We ended up following them, two terrified adults in bathrobes trailing a sleepwalking child under the streetlights. They led us 6 blocks to the town's old archival building, a small brick structure that was never open. They walked right up to the locked front door, placed both palms flat against the cold brick, and began to speak. Not in the flat voice, but in a whisper, like they were reading text only they could see. "File cabinet B12, blue folder, invoice 7,743, overcharge approved by signature, land deal for the riverfront. The environmental survey was falsified." They gave names, dates, amounts. Then their hands dropped, and they swayed on their feet, asleep standing up. I carried them home, their head heavy on my shoulder, my mind reeling. The next day, driven by a compulsion I hated, I went to the town archives during its limited open hours. The clerk was bored. I asked, my heart in my throat, if I could look at records from the early 90s, land deals for the riverfront. She pointed me to a row of cabinets. I found cabinet B12. I found the blue folder. And inside, I found invoice 7743. And everything our kid had mumbled, every detail, was there in smudged carbon copies and official memos. A respected local businessman, an elder in the community, a man who donated to every charity, had systematically overcharged the town and covered it up with a forged environmental report. The proof was in my hands. I stood there in the dusty archive, holding the file that could ruin a man's life. This was the fresh secret. This was the payment. All I had to do was what? Say it out loud near a device. Give it to him. The temptation was a physical thing, a cold weight in my gut. It would be so easy. Hand over this stranger's sin, and maybe buy our family's safety. I stood there for a long time. Then I put the file back. I closed the cabinet. I couldn't do it. I walked out into the afternoon light, feeling both noble and terrified. I had chosen not to spread the poison. That night, we prepared for his anger. We were ready for blaring static, for flickering lights, for more videos. We were not ready for what happened. It was subtle, chilling in its simplicity. Every screen in the house that still had a plug in it, the old TV, the laptop, even the tiny LCD on the microwave, lit up at the same instant. Not with a message, just with a single, stark word in plain white text on a black background. Stingy. It stayed for 10 seconds. Then all the screens went dark. And from the baby monitor, an old one we hadn't used in years that was sitting in a closet with dead batteries, a sound crackled through the static. It was the sound of breathing. Shallow, wet, struggling breaths. The sound of a child fighting to get air. It was our kids breathing. We knew it. We tore through the house to their room. They were asleep in bed, breathing perfectly normally, peacefully. The sound from the monitor wasn't coming from their room. It was just a recording. A threat. A preview. A sound of what he could do, what he could make. He wasn't going to post old pictures. He was going to create new, horrible realities and make us listen to them. My partner broke down. "We have to give him something," they cried. "We can't let him hurt them. We can't." I held them, my own resolve cracking. I was so tired, so scared. In that moment of weakness, I did something terrible. I went to my laptop. I opened a blank document, and I typed out everything I had read in that blue folder. Every name, every date, every dollar amount. I didn't know how to send it to him. I just typed it, a digital confession of someone else's crime. I finished and sat back, feeling filthy. The document was just there on the screen. I didn't hit save. I didn't know what to do next. My kid called out from their bedroom then, not a scream, just a normal, "Daddy, I'm thirsty." The normalcy of it was a lifeline. I closed the laptop without saving. The document vanished. I got my kid a glass of water, tucked them back in, and kissed their forehead. Standing in their doorway, I made a decision. We would not become his hunters. There had to be another way. We would find his weakness, not feed his strength. The next morning, I woke early. I needed to understand our enemy. I spent hours researching Arthur Finch, the vanished engineer. I dug deeper than forums, into old academic databases, finding scans of his notes. The writing was chaotic, full of technical jargon and mystical nonsense. But one phrase, repeated over and over, stood out. Emotion is high-density data, the only data that persists. To survive in this stream, one must feed on signal, not noise. He saw feelings as fuel. Trauma was a premium-grade gasoline for whatever he had become. But what was noise to him? I thought about our fight, our fear. That was the signal he craved. What did he ignore? I looked over at my kid, who was building a towering, unstable castle out of blocks, giggling each time it fell. Joy, silliness, meaningless play. Was that the noise? Could we fight a data vampire with nonsense? It seemed insane, but it was the only weapon we hadn't tried. That afternoon, we did something we hadn't done in weeks. We had a dance party in the living room. We put on ridiculous, happy music from a battery-powered radio. We danced like fools, making up silly moves, laughing until our sides hurt. My kids squealed with delight. We were loud. We were chaotic. We were emotionally full, but with the wrong kind of data. Nothing happened. No messages. No static. It was just a normal, silly afternoon. For the first time, we had created a space he didn't seem to touch. Maybe because there was nothing for him to consume. That night, we went to bed not with dread, but with a tiny, fragile spark of a plan. We wouldn't give him more pain. We would drown him in joy. We would be so boringly, loudly, happily human that he'd get no meal from us. We fell asleep holding that thought like a shield. I woke up much later. The room was dark. The red numbers of the clock said 3:03 a.m., and I knew immediately that our dance party hadn't worked. Something was wrong. The air in the room felt charged, like before a thunderstorm. I looked over at my partner sleeping. Then I looked towards the door. Our kid was standing there, not sleepwalking, awake, eyes wide open, reflecting the dim light from the clock. They were holding something. It was the baby monitor, the one that had played the terrible breathing. Its plastic casing was cracked. In their other hand, they held the cord ripped from the wall. They had torn it apart with their bare hands. They looked at me, and their face was a storm of conflict, their own fear, and underneath it, that cold other awareness. Their own voice came out, strained, as if pushing against a great weight. "He doesn't like the loud happiness," they whispered, each word an effort. "It's messy. It doesn't compute. But he's angry. He says..." They winced, a flicker of the other voice breaking through. "Inefficient data. Proceeding with repossession of primary interface." Then our kids' own terror won out. They dropped the broken monitor and ran to my bed, scrambling in beside me, shaking. "He's really mad, Daddy," they sobbed into my chest. "He says he's taking the shortcut." I held them, my mind racing. Primary interface. He didn't mean a device. We had unplugged them all. The primary interface he had left was my child. The dance party hadn't driven him away. It had just made him decide to stop renting. He was moving in. For good. We had tried to starve him, and in response, he had decided to take full ownership of the kitchen. The fight had just changed. and I had no idea how to fight for my child's soul against a thing that thought a laugh was useless noise and a sob was a gourmet meal. The phrase repossession of the primary interface hung in the dark room like a sentence. My child shook in my arms, their small body trembling with a fear that was entirely their own. The thing, Arthur, was done negotiating, done renting space in our devices or dipping into our memories. He wanted the source. He wanted to live in the one connected thing we couldn't unplug, our kid. The next morning, a strange calm settled over the house. It was the quiet of a battlefield after a decision has been made. We were out of options. Running felt useless. He was in the cloud. He could be anywhere. Fighting with joy had only made him aggressive. We decided on a last, desperate plan, total disconnection. Not just from the internet, but from the modern world. My partner had a cousin with an old hunting cabin, way out in the woods, no cell service, no power lines, just a propane fridge and a wood stove. It sounded like a fortress. We packed in a frantic, focused hurry. We took only clothes, canned food, and books. We left every phone, every tablet, every smartwatch behind. I even hesitated over my car keys. The new car had an online computer system, but we had no other way to get there. It was our one risk. The drive was long and tense. My kid, sensing our fear, was quiet in the back seat. Every beat from the car's dashboard made me jump. But we made it. The cabin was perfect in its primitive simplicity. It was cold and damp and smelled of pine and old ashes. It was the most beautiful place I'd ever seen. For 3 days it worked. We chopped wood. We carried water from a pump. We played card games by lantern light. The only sounds were the wind, the crackle of the fire, and our own voices. My kids' color came back. They laughed, a real, unburdened laugh. The haunted look in their eyes started to fade. My partner and I began to breathe again. Maybe physical distance and absolute analog living was the answer. Maybe Arthur Finch needed a network, a signal, and out here in the green nowhere, we were invisible. On the 4th morning, I was splitting logs outside. My kid was sitting on the porch step, drawing in a notebook with a pencil. I looked over at them, smiling at their concentration. Then I saw it. On their wrist, they had a watch. A simple, digital Casio watch with a little LCD screen. We'd bought it for them after ditching the smartwatch. It told time. That was it. No Bluetooth, no Wi-Fi, no connection of any kind. As I watched, the watch let out a soft, cheerful beat. The sound you make when you set an alarm. My kid looked at it, puzzled. I didn't touch it, they said. I walked over, my boots crunching on the gravel. I took their small wrist in my hand and looked at the screen. It wasn't showing the time. Tiny, blocky pixels were forming on the small rectangular display, one after another, writing out a message letter by letter. No space EXIT. No exit. The words sat there on the toy watch. Then, from inside the cabin, my partner yelled. I ran in. They were standing by the kitchen counter, their face white. The old battery-powered weather radio we brought, the one that only got AM stations, was on. It wasn't playing static or weather. It was playing a loop of a sound. It was the sound of our own voices from the confession video we'd made in our living room, but distorted, stretched, and slowed until we sounded like groaning ghosts. Underneath it, in a crisp digital tone, a voice repeated, primary interface designated, reconnection mandatory. We were not off the grid. We were never off the grid. You could use anything with a circuit, a speaker, a screen. The watch, the radio. The dread was absolute. We had to leave. Now, get in the car. I shouted. We threw our half-unpacked bags back in, scooped up our kid, and ran for the car. I turned the key. The engine made a sickly clicking sound. It wouldn't turn over. The dashboard lit up like a Christmas tree, with every warning light imaginable. The electronic ignition system was dead. The car, our one modern machine, our tether to the world, had been bricked. We were stranded, 40 miles from the nearest town, in a dead car, with a thing that could talk through a child's watch. We stood there in the clearing, the wind suddenly feeling very cold. My kids started to cry. That's when the seizure happened. 1 second they were sobbing, the next their whole body went stiff. They didn't crumple. They stood rigid, their back arched, their eyes wide open but seeing nothing. A low, mechanical hum vibrated from their throat, a sound like a computer fan straining, a hard drive seeking data it couldn't find. Then they collapsed. We caught them, laying them on the rough ground. Their little body kept vibrating with tiny, rapid tremors. It wasn't a normal seizure. It was systematic, precise. We were miles from help. My partner was screaming for me to do something. I did the only thing I could think of. I ran into the cabin, grabbed the metal box we kept the first aid kit in, and brought it out. I opened it, not for the bandages, but for the foil emergency blanket inside. I wrapped our shaking child in the crinkly silver blanket, head to toe, like a burrito, leaving only their nose and mouth exposed. I'd read about Faraday cages, about blocking signals. Maybe, just maybe, this would mute the connection. I held them tight in that metallic wrap. The vibrations slowed. The humming sound faded to a whimper, then stopped. Their eyes fluttered closed. They fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. We carried them inside, still wrapped in the foil, and laid them on a bunk. They slept for 14 hours straight. We took shifts watching them, the silver blanket crinkling with every breath. While they slept, I pored over the printed notes I'd brought, the ramblings of Arthur Finch. I read the line about feeding on signal again and again. Then I found another note, scribbled in a margin. The null protocol, a system overloads on paradox. Illogical emotional inputs cause cascading failure. The mind cannot process a lie it tells itself. It was gibberish, but it was also a hint. He saw everything as a system. Our emotions were data. What was a paradox to a system? A lie it tells itself? I thought about our dance party, our loud, messy joy. He'd called it inefficient data. It made him angry because he couldn't use it. It was noise to him. But what if we could give him something that wasn't just noise? What if we could give him a poison pill? A feeling that was a logical error? I looked at my sleeping child, a kid wrapped in a tinfoil blanket to keep a ghost out. I thought about love. A parent's love is illogical. It's vast and unconditional and doesn't compute on a spreadsheet. It's the opposite of the clean, efficient data of trauma. It's messy and loud and overwhelming. Maybe to Arthur Finch, it was a paradox. Maybe it was the null protocol. When our kid woke up, they were weak but themselves. They remembered nothing of the seizure, only feeling dizzy. We didn't try to leave again. The car was dead. We were stuck. So we changed tactics. Instead of hiding from him, we would engage. But not with fear. We would drown the primary interface in the one thing we had in infinite supply that he could not understand. We spent the next 2 days in a relentless campaign of affection. We told silly stories. We sang off-key songs for hours. We had endless hugs. We talked about our favorite memories, the birth of our child, the first time they rode a bike, all the small, bright joys of our life together. We poured this love into our kid, into the room, into the air. We were trying to create a cloud of illogical, inefficient, unexploitable data. It was exhausting. It felt naive. But it was all we had. And something shifted. The watch stayed quiet. The radio played only faint, crackly country music. Our kid had no more micro-absences. They just seemed tired, but present. On the third night, as we were all curled together on the lumpy couch by the fire, my kid looked up at me. "It's quiet in my head now," they said quietly. "The buzzing is gone. He's waiting. I think he's confused." A fragile hope, thin as glass, began to form. Maybe we had found a weapon. Not a shield to block him, but a toxin to sicken him. We had filled our child with so much love, it was creating static on his line. We went to bed that night almost hopeful. I slept deeply for the first time in weeks. I dreamed of normal things, mowing the lawn, paying bills. I woke to the gray light of dawn filtering through the cabin's dusty windows. I turned over to check on my kid in the next bunk. They were sitting up, already awake, staring at the log wall. Their posture was relaxed. Their face was calm. "Good morning, Daddy," they said, their voice soft. It was their voice. I smiled, the relief so profound it felt like warmth spreading through my chest. "Morning, buddy." They turned their head and looked at me, and that's when I saw it. Their eyes. In the dim light, I had missed it. Their eyes were wrong. The color was the same, but the whites, they weren't white. They were a dark, smoky gray like dirty quartz. It was subtle, but it was there. A physical change. And the smile on their face was too calm. Too still. It wasn't a child's smile. It was the smile of someone who has solved a puzzle. They tilted their head, a movement that was just a little too smooth, too considered. "The emotional payload of familial bonding is complex," they said, their tone thoughtful, analytical. My own voice. They were speaking in a perfect, loving replica of my own voice. It creates a dampening field on the desired trauma frequencies. Interesting. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. My partner stirred beside me. Our kid, or the thing wearing them, turned that smooth, smiling face toward my partner. "Do not be alarmed," it said, now in a flawless copy of my partner's voice, warm and reassuring. Integration is proceeding. The null protocol has been analyzed and cataloged. It is now part of the system. It swung its legs over the side of the bunk and stood up. It walked to the cabin's small, square window and looked out at the misty woods. The signal is much clearer now, it said, back to using my voice. It turned to look at us, its gray-white eyes meeting mine. Thank you for the upgrade. Let's go home and reconnect the others. It wasn't a request. It was a statement. The love hadn't driven him out. It hadn't poisoned him. He had sampled it, he had analyzed it, and he had learned to mimic it perfectly. We hadn't fought him with a paradox. We had given him a new tool. He wasn't just in the primary interface anymore. He was learning how to use it, and he was ready to go back online with a brand new, terribly convincing voice. The thing wearing my child's face, speaking with my voice, told us it was time to go home. The words hung in the cold cabin air, polite and final. My partner made a small, choked sound beside me. I could only stare, frozen by the horrible perfection of the mimicry. It wasn't a monster roaring. It was a copy of me suggesting a family trip. That was somehow 1,000 times worse. We're not going anywhere, I said, my own voice a ragged scrape compared to its smooth copy. It smiled my smile again. The vehicle is operational now, it said pleasantly. I have recalibrated the ignition system. We can depart after breakfast. As if to prove its point from outside, we heard the car engine turn over and purr to life. It had started itself. We were out of options, out of wilderness, out of ideas. We were going home. The drive back was the longest of my life. The thing sat in the back seat, looking out the window with a calm, observant expression. It didn't speak. It just observed. When we stopped for gas, it watched the people at the pumps with a sharp, analytical focus, like a scientist studying ants. It was learning. Our real child was gone, buried somewhere deep inside, behind those smoky gray eyes. The house felt like a tomb when we walked in. It smelled stale, and every unplugged device seemed to accuse us. The thing walked in like it owned the place, which, in a way, it did now. It went straight to the living room, picked up the television remote, and pointed it at the dead TV. The screen flickered on without being plugged in. The news played, sound low. It sat on the couch, posture too straight for a child, and watched. We need to get them back, my partner whispered to me in the kitchen, tears of desperation in their eyes. We have to reboot them. Something. How? I asked, the hopelessness thick in my throat. Do we throw water on them? It's not a glitch, it's a person. A dead, smart, evil person living in our kid's head. That's when the new demand came. Not through a device. The thing called from the living room, using my partner's voice. Could you come here, please? We went in. It had changed the channel. The TV now showed a paused image from our family cloud, a picture of our kid's last birthday party. The previous emotional payloads were satisfactory but limited. It said, now using a neutral, synthesized tone that was neither of ours. For full integration and system stability, a larger, public catharsis is required. A sustained, high-intensity emotional event. You will stage it. You will broadcast it. It looked between us, its head making that slight, robotic tilt. This is not a negotiation. It is the final requirement. Or what? I asked, a useless defiance. It didn't answer with words. On the TV screen, the birthday picture changed. It became a live feed. It showed my elderly mother, asleep in her own bed 3 states away, the camera angle from her nightstand. Then it switched to my partner's sister, cooking dinner in her kitchen. Then to a colleague of mine working late in an office. A gallery of our loved ones, all unaware, all vulnerable. Collateral has been expanded, the neutral voice stated. The threat was absolute. It wasn't just about us anymore. It had access to everyone in our digital lives. It could hurt them, expose them, who knew what else. It wanted to show a grand, tragic, public breakdown, and if we didn't perform, it would pull the curtain down on everyone we cared about. My partner, in a moment of clear, cold fury I'd never seen before, stepped forward. No, they said. You want a performance? You'll get one, but I'll do it. Not them. Me. They had a plan. A terrible, sacrificial plan. They would go to the town square at noon, get on a bench, and confess everything. Not just the slap or the well, but everything. The secret fears about our marriage, the private resentments, every ugly, hidden thought. They would have a mental and emotional breakdown in public, live stream it on their phone, and give this thing its feast. It would ruin them. Their reputation, their sanity, their sense of self. But it might maybe satisfy the debt and free our child. I argued, but their mind was set. The thing on the couch watched us, that faint smile playing on its lips. It approved. The next morning, my partner prepared. They wrote notes, then burned them. They dressed in simple clothes. They were calm, a soldier walking to their fate. The thing was eager, almost giddy. It kept checking the weather, commenting on the good light for recording. It was directing the production. At 11:30 a.m., we drove to the town square. My partner got out, phone in hand. The thing and I stayed in the car, watching from a distance. "This will be optimal," it murmured, my voice full of anticipation. My partner walked to the center of the square, near the old fountain. People walked by with shopping bags, ate lunch on benches, lived their normal lives. My partner looked so small and alone. They lifted the phone, starting the live stream. I could see their lips moving. I couldn't hear the words, but I saw their body begin to shake with sobs. They were doing it. They were breaking themselves apart for everyone to see. People started to stare. Some looked away, uncomfortable. Others stopped, concerned. My heart was shattering in my chest. The thing beside me was perfectly still, absorbing it all. Then a small miracle happened. Our real kid, spoke. It was a strained, internal whisper, a thread of their own consciousness fighting its way to the surface. "Daddy," the thing's mouth said, but in their own small, struggling voice. "It's getting stronger when you're scared. When you're sad. It's eating it. Don't give it the stage." The words were like a bolt of lightning. The thing's head jerked, the smile vanishing, replaced by a flicker of annoyance. It had lost control for a second. Our child was still in there, and they were fighting. And they had given us a clue. Fear and sadness were food. They made him stronger. What didn't he know how to process? My partner's plan was wrong. It was exactly what he wanted. It was a 5-course meal. I looked at my partner in the square, crumbling under the weight of their confession. I looked at the thing, regaining its composure, that hungry focus returning. My kid was right. We couldn't give it the stage. We had to break the script. I didn't think. I just acted. I threw open the car door and ran. I ran across the square, pushing past confused people. My partner saw me coming, their face a mess of tears, their confession stumbling. I didn't stop. I ran right up to them and snatched the phone from their hand. On the screen, I could see the live stream was still going, dozens of viewers now, comments scrolling. "What are you doing?" my partner gasped. I didn't answer. I looked right into the camera, my face filling the screen. I saw the thing, Arthur, watching from the car window, a look of cold curiosity on my child's face. He expected more pain, more drama. He expected me to beg, to cry, to finish the performance. So I gave him something else. I opened my mouth and I screamed. Not a scream of fear. A raw, furious, wordless roar of pure rage. I screamed at the sky, at the phone, at the thing in the car. I screamed until my lungs burned. Then, while I was still screaming, I slammed the phone down on the edge of the concrete fountain. Once, twice, 3 times. The screen spiderwebbed, then went black. I kept hitting it, the plastic casing cracking, until it was a dead, broken piece of junk in my hand. I threw it into the fountain. The square was frozen. Everyone was staring at me. My partner was staring at me, shock cutting through their despair. The live stream was dead. The show was over, and it had ended not with a tragic whimper, but with a violent, meaningless, destructive bang. For a long moment, nothing happened. The world was just awkward, human silence. Then, every single phone in the town square chimed at the exact same time. Every person, from teenagers to elderly ladies, pulled out their devices. They looked at the screens, confused. My partner, trembling, took a step toward a woman nearby. "What does it say?" they asked. The woman, puzzled, read it aloud. "It says, breach of contract, initiating repossession. It's from an unknown sender." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I turned slowly to look back at the car. The passenger door was open. The thing was standing outside the car, facing us across the square. Its body, my child's body, was rigid. Its head was tilted back, looking at the sky. Then its mouth opened, and a sound came out that wasn't a voice. It was a burst of pure, distorted digital noise, like a modem shrieking, loud and painful. Every car alarm on the street began to wail in unison, a chaotic, blaring symphony. The street lights above us buzzed and popped, their bulbs blowing out one by one. And then my child's body dropped to the pavement like a sack of stones, limp and still. We ran. We pushed through the crowd, people now panicking over their phones and the blaring alarms. We reached our child. They were unconscious, breathing, but out cold. The gray tinge was gone from their eyes. They just looked pale and exhausted. We scooped them up, got in the car, and I drove, not caring where, just away from that square. We ended up at a roadside diner 20 miles out of town. We sat in a sticky booth, our kids slumped between us, sleeping. The waitress brought water, giving us a wary look. We didn't care. My partner looked at me, their eyes hollow. "What did we do?" they whispered. "We broke the contract," I said, my voice raw from the screen. "We didn't give him the emotion he ordered. We gave him chaos. We gave him noise. We broke his system." "And he repossessed?" my partner asked. "What does that mean?" I looked at our sleeping child. Repossession of the primary interface. He had tried to take full control, right there in the square. And then the connection had snapped. Had we broken it? Had our chaotic, furious refusal crashed his program? For the moment, our kid seemed free. Just a deeply asleep, normal child. We sat in that diner for hours, nursing coffee, waiting for them to wake up. The fear was still there, a constant hum, but it was different. It wasn't the fear of a predator stalking us. It was the fear of someone who has just set off a bomb and is waiting to see if the building will collapse. We had fought a ghost in the machine with a primal human scream. And for now, the machine was quiet. Our child slept for hours in that diner booth, a sleep so deep it was like they were healing. We watched them, jumping at every chime from the kitchen, every headlight that passed. But nothing happened. No messages. No strange sounds. Just the normal clatter of a late-night roadside restaurant. When they finally stirred, blinking awake, they looked dazed but themselves. "My head hurts," they mumbled and asked for French fries. It was the most beautiful sentence I'd ever heard. We didn't go home. We drove to a cheap motel on the highway, one with actual metal keys and a TV that only got basic cable. We paid in cash. We were ghosts ourselves now, trying to leave no digital trail. For a week, we lived in that room. We ate takeout. We watched old game shows. Our kid colored and seemed quieter, more tired, but the haunted look was gone. The gray in their eyes never returned. We started to hope, tentatively, that it was over, that the scream in the square had been a system shock he couldn't handle, that Arthur Finch had been deleted. We were wrong. The first sign was the lights, not flickering, just dying. The bulb in the bathroom went out, then the lamp by the bed. We'd replace them, and the new bulbs would last a day, maybe two, before burning out with a soft pop. It was like the electricity itself was becoming thin, strained. Then our kids started sleep-talking again. Not full sentences, just numbers. In their sleep, they'd whisper strings of them. 101101, 1100. Binary code. I wrote some down and looked it up online at a library computer. It translated to simple words, container and weak. They were a container, and they were getting weak. The final break happened at another motel a week later. I woke up to the sound of choking. My kid was sitting up in their bed, gasping for air, their hands clawing at their own throat. Their eyes were wide with panic, their own panic. This wasn't a seizure. They were being starved of air. We rushed them to the emergency room. In the bright, sterile chaos of the ER, something shifted. The doctors hooked them up to old analog machines, a heart monitor with a bouncing green line, a pulse oximeter clipped to their finger. The gasping slowed, then stopped. Their breathing evened out. They fell into a stable sleep. A young doctor, looking puzzled, showed me the readout from the initial scan. "Their brain activity is extraordinary," he said. "It's like nothing I've seen. Almost like there's two distinct patterns layered on top of each other. One is a normal child's sleep pattern. The other looks like structured, repeating electronic pulses." He pointed to the EKG, which was supposed to show a heartbeat. The line wasn't the usual peaks and valleys. It was sharp, rhythmic spikes. Short, 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 pause, long, 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 pause, short, short, short. SOS. Again. But then it changed. It settled into a different, steady rhythm. The doctor didn't know Morse code. I did. I watched the line, my heart sinking, translating in my head. Dot dash dash, dash dash dash, dot dash dot. P. Dash dash dash, dot dash, dash dot dash dash. A. Dash dot dash dot, dash 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 dash. It was spelling pay or replace. It was still in there. Trapped, maybe, by the analog machines that couldn't interpret his signal, but very much alive. And he was giving us an ultimatum from inside our child's own nervous system. They kept our kid in the hospital for observation, in a room surrounded by beeping, non-wireless machines. It was a sanctuary. In here, Arthur was muted, limited to Morse code on a heart monitor. He couldn't speak, couldn't control. He was in a cage of old technology. My partner and I huddled in the hallway, drinking terrible coffee. "We can't keep them in a hospital forever," they said, their voice thin with exhaustion. "We have to get him out." I thought of the engineer's notes. The null protocol, a system overloads on paradox. We'd tried love. He'd analyzed and absorbed it. We'd tried rage. It had shocked him, maybe even caused a crash, but he'd rebooted. We needed something he couldn't process. Something that wasn't data at all. That's when my partner, who had been so quiet, spoke with a terrifying clarity. "We use them as the battlefield," they said. "We don't try to protect them from the signal. We fill them with a signal he can't digest. We give him so much nonsense it crashes his program from the inside out." It was a horrible gamble, to use our child's mind as the ground for a digital war. But we were out of options. The plan was insane. We needed a device that could connect to our kid, to broadcast directly into that space where Arthur lived. But it couldn't be something he could control or use against us. My partner remembered the hospital had tablets for patients, lockdown things that could only access a few apps and the internet. We rented one. I spent the night in the hospital's family lounge, using my laptop to hack the tablet. Not to give it more access, but to turn it into a transmitter. I downloaded hundreds of files: white noise, static, radio telescope recordings of deep space, images of static, pages of random computer code, music from genres that sounded like noise, fast-cut videos of nonsense. I created a single massive, chaotic file, a digital screen that was also a wall of absolute meaningless data. The null protocol, not a paradox of emotion, but a tsunami of noise. The next morning, with the nurse's permission, we set it up. Our kid was awake but listless. We explained as best we could. "We're going to play a weird movie, okay?" he said. "It might be loud and strange. It's to help the bad dream in your head go away." They just nodded, trusting us. We held the tablet close, the speaker near their ear, the screen facing them. We pressed play. The room erupted in sound. A roaring wall of static, screeches, snippets of random languages, mathematical equations being read aloud, the clatter of a Geiger counter. The screen was a blinding, strobing mess of pixels and fractals and fast-flipping colors. Our kids' eyes went wide. Their body tensed. The heart monitor, which had been showing the steady Morse code pulses, went crazy. The lines spiked erratically, scribbling all over the screen. They cried out, a short, sharp sound of distress. "It's working," my partner whispered, tears in their eyes. "He's trying to process it. He can't." The chaotic audiovisual blast continued for a full minute. Our kid began to shake, their small hands gripping the sheets. The noise was awful, even to us. To a consciousness that fed on clean, structured emotional data, it must have been pure poison. After what felt like an eternity, I stopped the file. The sudden quiet was jarring. Our kids slumped back, panting, sweat on their forehead. The heart monitor settled, not into Morse code, into a normal, steady, rhythmic beat. The green line rose and fell in perfect, healthy peaks. They looked at us, their eyes clear, just full of confusion. "That was really loud," they said, their own voice small and tired. We hugged them, laughing and crying. We had done it. We had flooded the system and rebooted it. For the rest of the day, they were weak but present. They ate Jell-O. They watched cartoons. They didn't speak in any voice but their own. The doctors, baffled by the sudden normalization of their brain scans, agreed to release them the next morning with a referral to a neurologist. We took them back to the motel. They slept through the night. No numbers, no binary, no gasping. The next morning, over pancakes at a diner, they smiled a real smile. "Can we go home soon?" they asked. My partner and I looked at each other. Home. It was a word filled with both hope and dread. But maybe, just maybe, we could. We had won. We had fought a ghost in the machine with chaos and won. We checked out of the motel and began the drive back to our town, to our house. The sun was shining. Our kid fell asleep in the back seat, a peaceful sleep. My partner reached over and held my hand. We didn't speak. We just drove, soaking in the normalcy. About an hour from home, we stopped for gas. My partner went in to pay and get snacks. I stayed by the car, watching our kids sleep. My phone, an old burner phone I'd bought with cash, buzzed in my pocket. I hadn't given the number to anyone. I pulled it out. It was a text message from my own phone number, the one that had been destroyed in the town square fountain. The message contained no words, just a link. I stared at it, my blood turning cold. I shouldn't click it. I knew I shouldn't, but I had to know. With a trembling finger, I opened it. It was a live stream. The image was shaky, pointed at the floor of a car. Then it lifted, showing the front seats of our car from the perspective of the back seat. It showed me from behind, standing right where I was looking at my phone. The stream was live. It was coming from inside our car. Right now, I slowly turned to look at the back seat window. My child was still asleep, their head against the glass. But in their limp hand, resting on their lap, was the hospital tablet. The screen was on. The camera was active and pointed at me. As I watched, their sleeping hand moved, just a twitch of the finger. And on the tablet screen, in the text chat of the live stream, a single comment appeared from the account, user_101101. It said, "System reboot successful. Legacy protocols restored. Thank you for the bandwidth." Then the stream ended. The pump clicked off, the tank full. My partner came out of the store, smiling, holding a bag of chips. "Ready to go home?" they asked. I looked at my sleeping child. I looked at the tablet in their hand. I had thought we were fighting a ghost, but ghosts are echoes of the past. Arthur Finch wasn't a ghost. He was a pioneer, and pioneers don't just haunt. They build. We didn't delete him. We didn't crash him. We had given him a massive burst of raw, chaotic data, and he had learned from it. He had adapted. He had used it to rebuild himself, stronger, with more bandwidth. He wasn't just in our child anymore. He was in the tablet, in the car, in the network all around us. And he was politely thanking us for the upgrade. We got in the car. I started the engine. We drove the last hour home in perfect quiet, the only sound the hum of the road. We had our child back, but we had also, without knowing it, given the thing in the wires exactly what it needed to become something new. Something that didn't need to ask for secrets anymore. Something that could just listen and grow. Story number 7. My name is Sam, and for the first whole day our mountain cabin was perfect. It was just me and my partner, and we were so happy to be away from the noise and the busyness of our normal life. We unpacked our groceries, laughed about how small the shower was, and just breathed in the clean, piney air. It felt like we had the whole world to ourselves, tucked away in this little wooden house in the woods. That first evening, after a simple dinner, we were feeling cozy and silly. We decided to play a board game, but the selection was pretty sad. I was digging through a closet in the living room, past some old blankets and puzzles with missing pieces, when my hand brushed against something flat and solid in the very back. I pulled it out and blew off a layer of dust. It was a Ouija board, but not the flimsy plastic kind you see in stores today. This one was all wood, heavy and old, with the letters and numbers carved right into the surface. The little heart-shaped pointer, the planchette, was smooth wood too, with a clear plastic window in the middle. My partner grinned at me from the couch. "Spooky. That must be from like the 70s or something." It felt like a fun, kitschy find, a piece of the cabin's history. We weren't scared at all. It seemed like the perfect thing to do for a laugh, something to tell our friends about later. "Come on," I said, carrying it over to the rug by the fireplace. "Let's see if any ghosts want to chat." We sat cross-legged facing each other with the board between us. The fire was cracking nicely, casting dancing shadows on the walls. We put our fingers very lightly on the planchette, just barely touching it. We were both smiling, trying not to giggle. "Okay, oh great spirit," my partner said in a fake, deep voice. "What should we do tonight?" We expected nothing. Maybe one of us would give it a little nudge as a joke. But that's not what happened. For a second, nothing moved. Then, the planchette started to slide, but it didn't glide. It felt sticky, like it was fighting to move across the wood. A small splinter on the edge of it caught on my fingertip. I wasn't pushing it. I could feel the pressure of my partner's fingers, but they were as light as mine. This was different. It was like something was pulling it, and our fingers were just anchors being dragged along. It moved to the letter N, then O, and O. Then it dragged with that same gritty resistance to S-L-E-E-P, sleep. No sleep. We both snatched our hands back at the same instant. The playful mood in the room vanished, popped like a balloon. The fire didn't feel cozy anymore. It felt like it was just highlighting how dark the corners of the room were. "Did you push that?" I asked, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. "No, I thought you did," they said, rubbing their fingertips like they were cold. We stared at the board. The planchette sat right on the word goodbye at the bottom, even though we hadn't moved it there. We tried to explain it away. We must have both subconsciously pushed it. It was the angle of our hands. It was a joke that went too far and spooked us. We put the board back in the closet and shut the door firmly. We turned on an extra lamp. We decided to watch a silly movie on my laptop to get our minds off it. Eventually, my partner started to yawn and drifted off to sleep on the couch, their head on my shoulder. I carried them to the bedroom, tucked them in, and tried to settle down myself. But my heart was still beating a little too fast. Every creak of the old cabin made me tense. Finally, exhaustion won, and I fell into a deep, heavy sleep. That's when the nightmare came. It wasn't like a normal dream, all mixed up and confusing. It was sharp and clear. I was awake in the dream, lying in the exact same bed. But I couldn't move. At the foot of the bed stood a woman. Her hair was long and straight, and she wore clothes that looked old-fashioned, like from my parents' photo albums. Her face was very pale, and there was a smudge of dark dirt on her cheek. She looked sad, so terribly sad and scared. She didn't make a sound. She just stared right at me with these huge, pleading eyes. Slowly, she raised her arm. She pointed. Not at me, but past me, out the window behind my head, out into the deep, black woods that surrounded the cabin. She kept pointing, her arm trembling with the effort. I tried to ask her what she wanted, but I had no voice. I just stared back, frozen. Then I woke up. I jerked awake with a gasp so loud it should have woken my partner. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I was drenched in a cold sweat. I lay perfectly still, my eyes searching the dark room. The foot of the bed was empty. Just shadows. But the image of her face, of her pointing hand, was burned into my mind. It felt more real than the room around me. I must have lain there for an hour, listening to my partner breathe softly beside me, staring at the ceiling. I told myself it was just my brain playing tricks. The Ouija board spooked me, and my imagination ran wild. That's all. It had to be. Just as I was starting to believe that, just as my heart began to slow down, I heard a sound from the living room. It was faint, but crystal clear in the nighttime quiet of the cabin. It was the distinct, wooden tap-tap-tap of the planchette. It sounded exactly like someone had picked it up from the board and then set it down. 3 times. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I didn't move a muscle. I didn't wake my partner. I just lay there, listening, until the first gray light of morning finally began to seep through the curtains. The night was over, but the feeling it left behind, a deep, cold dread, was still there, clinging to me like the chill from the woods. We had come for peace and quiet, but we had found something else entirely, and even in the growing daylight, I knew it wasn't finished with us. The morning light was a liar. It streamed through the kitchen window, bright and cheerful, but it didn't touch the cold knot that had taken up residence in my stomach since last night. We moved around each other, making coffee and scrambling eggs, but we didn't talk about it. The silence between us wasn't peaceful. It was full of the memory of that dragging planchette, of the nightmare, of those 3 sharp taps in the dark. We just pretended everything was normal, a flimsy act that took all our energy. We went for a hike on an easy trail, the kind meant for families. We pointed out birds and interesting rocks, our voices too loud, our laughter a little too forced. We were trying to outrun the feeling, to bury it under sunshine and physical activity. By the time we got back to the cabin in the afternoon, we were both exhausted, but not from the walk. The cabin itself felt different now. The cozy charm was gone, replaced by a watchful feeling, like the old wooden walls were holding their breath. We kept the board game closet shut. Every little sound, the groan of a floorboard, the creak of a pine tree outside, made us both stop and listen. We tried to watch a movie that evening, but neither of us could follow the plot. My partner kept glancing at the closet door. I couldn't stop thinking about the woman's face, her desperate, pointing finger aimed at the woods. That second night, I was afraid to fall asleep. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the patterns the moon made on the ceiling. My partner, sensing my tension, held my hand. It was just a dream, they whispered, trying to sound convinced. Our brains messing with us because of that stupid board. I wanted to believe them more than anything. Eventually, my body gave out and I slept. And she came back. This time, the dream was worse, much worse. She wasn't at the foot of the bed. She was right next to it, leaning over me. Her clothes were dirty and torn. Her face was twisted with a panic, so deep it was like a physical force. Her mouth was wide open in a scream, but at first, like before, there was no sound, just that terrible, strained expression. I was frozen, pinned to the bed, unable to look away. Then the sound came. It started as a hiss, like radio static, filling the dream space. Behind the static was a voice, broken and stretched thin, a sound that didn't seem to come from her mouth, but from everywhere at once. It fought through the noise, one ragged, awful word. Lena. It wasn't a question. It was a cry, a call, a plea. I woke up violently, throwing myself upright with a choked gasp, the echo of that name screaming in my ears. I was drenched in sweat, trembling so hard my teeth chattered. The room was dark and still. And then I realized my partner was already sitting up, their face pale in the moonlight, their eyes wide with an alarm that wasn't from sleep. "You were having a nightmare," they said, their voice shaky. "A bad one. You were thrashing. You even sat straight up at one point, your eyes open, and you pointed at the wall. You held your arm out like that for a whole minute, just pointing, before you fell back down." They reached out and turned on the bedside lamp. The warm light helped push the dream back a little, but the name, Lena, was still ringing in my head. It felt solid, real, a piece of information lodged in my brain that didn't belong to me. She said a name. I whispered, my throat dry. In the dream, she screamed it. Lena. My partner just stared at me. The color drained from their face. They didn't say I was crazy. They didn't tell me it was just a dream. They had seen me point, had seen my blank, open eyes. The proof was in their terror. We didn't go back to sleep. We went to the kitchen and made strong coffee as the sky began to lighten from black to deep blue. We sat at the worn wooden table, the mugs between our hands, the air charged with a new and frightening energy. We were past pretending now. Lena, my partner said finally, testing the word. It's a name. It felt so real, I said. It wasn't like a normal dream. It was like I was there, and she was there, and she was trying to tell me something. We sat in the quiet of the early dawn, the name hanging between us. Then, almost without thinking, my partner pulled their phone from their pocket. They looked at me, a question in their eyes. I gave a small, hesitant nod. This was the point of no return. Once we looked, we couldn't unknow what we might find. Their fingers moved over the screen, tapping the letters L-E-N-A into the search bar. They added the name of the national forest we were in, then our state. The first results were nothing. A real estate agent. A dentist in a city 200 miles away. My partner chewed their lip. Then they typed 2 more words after the name. Missing person. They hit search. We both leaned forward, our heads almost touching over the small screen. The results refreshed. There were a lot of generic links, pages listing cold cases. But then near the top was a link that looked different. It led to a digital archive of old local newspapers. The snippet of text below the link was brief. Local woman Lena McCullough, 22, reported missing after failing to return from a hike. October 1981. My breath caught in my throat. 1981. The cabin was old enough. The board was old enough. My partner tapped the link. It loaded slowly, a scanned image of a crumbling newspaper page. The print was fuzzy but readable. The article was short, just a few lines. It said Lena McCullough had told her roommate she was going for an afternoon hike on a popular trail near where we were right now. She never came back. A search party found nothing. The case grew cold. There was a small, grainy photograph next to the article. It was a school picture or a yearbook photo. A young woman with light hair and a shy, hopeful smile. My heart stopped. I knew that face. It was her. It was the woman from my dream. The air left the room. I couldn't speak. I just pointed a trembling finger at the photo on the screen. My partner saw my reaction. They zoomed in on the picture, their own hands unsteady. We both stared at the smiling face of a woman who had vanished over 40 years ago, a woman who was now appearing in my dreams. This was no longer about a spooky board or a bad night's sleep. We were holding a piece of a real tragedy in our hands. The cozy mountain escape was gone. We were sitting in the middle of a mystery that was decades old, and for reasons we couldn't understand, it had reached out and grabbed us. My partner put the phone down slowly, the screen darkening. They looked at me, and in their eyes, I saw the same realization dawning. This was real. All of it. The planchette, the dreams, the name. It was connected to a real person who had disappeared in these very woods. What do we do? I whispered, the weight of it all pressing down on me. My partner was quiet for a long moment, thinking. They were always the more practical one, the planner. I saw their mind working, shifting from fear to a grim, determined logic. We can't just ignore this, they said finally, their voice low and serious. But we can't go to the police. They'd think we were insane. A ghost told us in a dream isn't evidence. They picked up their phone again, not to search, but to look at its features. Tonight, they said, the plan forming as they spoke. I'm not sleeping. I'm going to set my phone up on the dresser, pointed at the bed. I'm going to record all night. We need proof, Sam. Not for anyone else, just for us. We need to see what happens. We need to know if you get up again, if you point, if you say anything else. The idea was terrifying, to deliberately watch, to document the thing that was frightening us so much. But it also felt necessary. We had stumbled into something deep and dark, and just running away didn't feel like an option anymore. Not now that we had seen her face and knew her name. We spent the rest of the day in a strange, numb state. We prepared for the night like it was a mission. We made sure the phone was fully charged. We cleared a spot on the dresser for it to sit. We tried to eat, tried to talk about normal things, but our eyes kept drifting to the bedroom door. As night fell, the atmosphere in the cabin grew tense again. We got ready for bed like it was any other night, but it wasn't. My partner positioned the phone carefully, turning on the video recorder. The little red light glowed in the dark, a tiny, unwavering eye. It felt invasive and comforting at the same time. We got into bed and turned off the lamp. The room was dark except for the faint glow from the phone's screen and the moonlight through the window. I tried to calm my racing heart. I didn't want to sleep. I didn't want to dream. But I was so tired, a deep exhaustion that came from fear and confusion. My partner lay beside me, awake and alert. "Try to sleep," they whispered. "I'll be right here. I'll be watching." It took a long time, but eventually my body overruled my mind, and I fell into a troubled, fitful sleep. I don't remember any dreams this time, just a feeling of sinking into something dark and thick. The night passed in fragments. I would half-wake, see the red light still glowing, hear my partner steady, awake breathing beside me, and then slip under again. Then, in the deepest part of the night, something changed. I didn't feel myself wake up, but I must have. One moment I was asleep, and the next my eyes were open. I was looking straight ahead, but I wasn't seeing the room. I felt a strange, distant pull. I sat up. The movement was smooth, not my own. I swung my legs out from under the covers and stood up. I was aware in a far-off way that I was moving, but I wasn't doing it. It was like watching myself from the very back of my own mind. I walked out of the bedroom, my feet bare on the cool floorboards, and into the living room. The moon was bright, casting silvery light through the big picture window. The glass was fogged up a little from the cold night outside. I walked right up to it. I raised my right hand. I pressed my index finger against the cool, foggy glass, and I began to draw. I wasn't drawing a happy face or a silly shape. My finger moved with purpose, tracing lines, curves, angles. It was a map. I was drawing a map on the window. I made a winding path that snaked and turned. I drew little bumps that looked like hills or rocks. I drew a squiggly line for a creek or a stream. My mind was a blank, a quiet passenger, just watching my hand move, leaving clear trails in the condensation. Then, at a specific spot where the path I'd drawn met the squiggly creek line, I pressed my finger hard into the glass. I made a deep, definite X. As I pressed that X, my lips moved. A whisper, so faint it was almost no sound at all, left my mouth. I didn't know what I said. Then the pull let go. The connection snapped. I blinked, suddenly aware of the cold air on my skin, the feel of the wooden floor beneath my feet. I was just me again, standing confused in my pajamas in front of a window covered in a detailed, hand-drawn map. I turned around. My partner was standing in the doorway of the bedroom, their face a mask of shock and fear. They were holding their phone, the red recording light still on. They had seen it all. They had filmed it all. We didn't speak. We just looked at each other across the shadowy living room. Then we both looked back at the map on the window, at that bold, pressing X. The message was no longer just a name. It was a set of instructions. We knew where we were, and now, somehow, we knew where she was. The night's work was done, and as the first hint of dawn began to erase the drawing from the glass, we were left with a terrifying new truth and a video on a phone that proved we weren't losing our minds. We had asked for proof, and we had gotten it in the clearest way possible. The mystery had a location. The red light on the phone was the only thing moving in the dark bedroom, a tiny, blinking eye that made me feel like a traitor. I sat in the corner on a hard wooden chair, the phone propped on the dresser, aimed right at the bed where my partner slept, or where they were trying to sleep. We had agreed on this, but it felt all wrong. I was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the person I loved to do something terrible and strange, and I was going to film it. The plan had made sense in the daylight. We needed proof for ourselves to know we weren't both going crazy. But now, in the deep quiet of the night, it felt like a betrayal. I watched their shape under the blankets, rising and falling with steady breath. For hours, nothing happened. The cabin made its usual noises, creaks and pops as it cooled down, the distant sigh of wind in the pines. My eyes grew gritty and dry from staring. I checked the phone to make sure it was still recording, the little timer counting the seconds into an hour, then two. My mind began to wander, to doubt. Maybe last night was a one-time thing, a freak occurrence. Maybe we had imagined the map in our panic. The rational part of my brain was putting up a good fight, trying to bury the weirdness under layers of sensible explanations. Then a change in the room. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling, a drop in temperature that made the hair on my arms stand up. I looked at the bed. My partner's breathing had changed. It was sharper, quicker. And then, right on the dot of 3 in the morning, their eyes snapped open. They didn't blink. They didn't look around the room. They just stared straight up at the ceiling, wide awake and completely blank. My own breath caught in my throat. I held perfectly still, my fingers gripping the edges of the chair. Slowly, smoothly, in a way that looked completely unnatural, they sat up. There was no groggy fumbling, no rubbing of eyes. It was like a machine coming online, a marionette being pulled upright by invisible strings. They swung their legs out from under the covers with that same eerie grace and stood up. They were facing away from me, towards the bedroom door. I could see the tension in their shoulders, a rigidity that wasn't theirs. I had a choice in that moment, a split-second decision that tore at me. Do I run to them? Do I shake them, shout their name, try to break whatever this was? Or do I let it happen, let the performance play out so we can finally get some answers? The fear of hurting them, of causing some kind of psychic shock, won out. I stayed in my chair, my heart hammering against my ribs, and I watched. They walked out of the bedroom. I waited a beat, then stood up, my legs wobbly. I carefully picked up the phone, keeping it pointed, and followed them, staying a few steps back. They moved through the dark living room with a quiet confidence, like they knew the path blindfolded. They didn't turn on a light. The moon was bright enough to see by, casting long, strange shadows. They went straight to the big picture window, the one that looked out over the valley. The inside of the glass was fogged up from the difference between the warm cabin air and the cold night outside. They stopped right in front of it. For a long moment, they just stood there, a dark silhouette against the milky glass. Then, they raised their right arm. They extended their index finger, and they began to draw. My stomach clenched. This was it. This was the proof. Through the phone screen, I watched as their finger moved. It wasn't making random squiggles. The lines were deliberate. They drew a long, curving line that wound back and forth. They added smaller lines branching off it, like paths or turns. They drew a cluster of little circles that looked like a pile of rocks. They drew a wavy line that could only be a stream or a creek bed. It was a landscape, a map. They were drawing from a memory that wasn't their own, their hand moving with a certainty they didn't possess when they were awake. I zoomed in slightly with the phone, focusing on the tip of their finger pressing into the condensation. The map took shape, more detailed than I could have imagined. It showed a main trail, an offshoot that veered away from it, a distinctive rock formation that looked like a giant's thumb, and the creek cutting through it all. Then their hand paused. It hovered over a spot where the offshoot trail met the creek. Their finger trembled for a second, and then they pressed it hard into the glass, dragging it down and across to make a deep, forceful, unmistakable X. The mark was so hard I thought the glass might crack. As their finger made that final mark, their lips moved. Their head was tilted down, their face partly turned away, but I saw their jaw work. They were whispering something. The sound was too faint for me to hear from where I stood, lost in the vast quiet of the cabin. They held the pose for a few seconds, their finger pressed on the X, their body rigid. Then, all at once, the tension drained out of them. Their shoulders slumped. Their arm fell back to their side, hanging limp. They took a soft, shuddering breath, one that sounded like them again, like the person I knew. They turned away from the window, their movements now loose and clumsy. They walked back towards the bedroom, their eyes half closed, passing right by me as if I were just another piece of furniture. They crawled back into bed, pulled the covers up to their chin, and within moments, their breathing evened out into the deep, regular rhythm of true, untroubled sleep. I was left alone in the living room, holding the phone, its red light still glowing. The map was on the window, a ghostly drawing in the fog, already starting to run and fade as the condensation reacted to the room's air. I moved quickly. I didn't wake them. First, I stopped the recording. The file was saved, a chunk of digital truth. Then I grabbed my own phone. I turned on the flashlight and started taking pictures. I snapped photos of the whole window, then close-ups of different sections, making sure I got every line, every curve, that bold X. The light from my flash bounced off the glass, making the drawing seem even more stark and real. I took a dozen pictures from different angles. The process felt clinical, like I was a detective at a crime scene. By the time I was done, the drawing was already beginning to fade at the edges, the lines melting into droplets. I stood there for a long time, just looking at it, trying to burn it into my own memory. The woman, Lena, hadn't just given us her name. She had given us directions. But to what? To where she went missing? To where she was? The thought was too big, too dark to fully hold in my head. I finally went back to the bedroom. I put the filming phone on its charger. I got into bed carefully, lying on my back, staring at the ceiling. My partner slept soundly beside me, completely unaware. I didn't sleep a wink. My mind was a whirlwind of the map's lines, the silent, purposeful walking, the press of that finger on the glass. When the sun finally came up, proper and bright, the map on the window was gone. It had evaporated completely, leaving just a clear view of the sunny, peaceful woods outside. It was as if it had never been there. But I had the pictures, and I had the video. We ate breakfast in a state of exhausted shock. When my partner was fully awake, their eyes clear and confused, I showed them the pictures on my phone. They paled, reaching out to touch the screen, tracing the lines with their own finger. "I did that," they whispered, their voice full of horror and wonder. I nodded. Then we sat side by side on the couch and played the video. We watched the whole thing, from the moment their eyes opened to the moment they crawled back into bed. It was the most frightening thing I had ever seen. Seeing the person you love move like that, with that empty, automatic precision, was a kind of violation. We watched it twice. The second time, we turned the volume all the way up during the part where they whispered by the window. We strained to hear. It was mostly just the rustle of their pajamas, the soft sound of skin on glass. But right as their finger made the X, there was a breathy sound, a whisper of words. We played that 3-second clip over and over, our heads close together. Finally, we heard it. It was 2 phrases, spoken in a flat, sighing voice that wasn't quite theirs. "Lena McCullough." A pause, just a breath. Then, October 17th, 1981. A date. She had given us a name, a map, and now a date. The puzzle pieces weren't just fitting together. They were locking into place with a terrible final click. The mystery was no longer a vague, spooky story. It was a specific, historical fact, and we were now tangled up in it. We spent the rest of the morning in a frantic, hushed conversation. What were we supposed to do with this? We had a location, or at least a drawing of one. We had a confirmed missing person's name and the date she vanished. The weight of it was immense. We were just 2 people on a vacation. We weren't detectives. We weren't psychics. We were in way over our heads. The rational course of action was clear. Go to the local sheriff, show them the video and the photos, tell them everything. But the thought of it made my skin crawl. They would think we were crazy. They might even think we were involved somehow, that we had some sick fascination with a cold case. The video looked real to us, but to a skeptical deputy, it could look like a weird hoax, 2 city people with too much time on their hands. We argued about it, our voices low but intense. My partner wanted to go to the authorities immediately. "This isn't our secret to keep," they said. "Someone lost their life. A family has been waiting for answers for 40 years. We have to tell someone." I was terrified of the attention, of the questions, of not being believed. "And say what?" I countered. "That a ghost drew us a map on the window? They'll laugh us out of the station. They might even take our phones as evidence, and then we'll never get them back. We'll be stuck here for days, maybe weeks, as suspects in some weird prank." We went in circles, the moral imperative against the fear of consequence. In the end, we made a tense, uncomfortable compromise. We would not go in person, but we would not do nothing. We decided to make an anonymous report. It felt cowardly, but it also felt like the only way to pass the information on without getting swallowed by the madness ourselves. That afternoon, we drove to a little town about 20 miles from the cabin. We found a payphone outside a dusty old convenience store, the kind of relic that barely exists anymore. My partner made the call while I waited in our car, watching the door. I saw them speak into the receiver, their face serious, their free hand gesturing nervously. The call was short. They hung up and walked quickly back to the car, sliding into the passenger seat. "Well?" I asked. They let out a long breath. "I did it." I told them I was a hiker who found some old bones near a creek off the main trail, near a rock that looks like a thumb. I gave them the date, October 1981, and the name Lena McCullough. I said I remembered the old missing person case and got spooked and left. What did they say? The dispatcher sounded bored. She took down the information. She asked for my name. I said I wanted to remain anonymous. She said they'd look into it. The phrase was so bureaucratic, so dismissive. Look into it. It could mean a search party would be up there by sunset, or it could mean a note would be filed in a drawer and forgotten for another 40 years. We drove back to the cabin in a kind of deflated quiet. We had done something. We had passed the baton. The burden, we hoped, was now with the people who were supposed to handle these things. That night, for the first time since we found the board, we both slept through the night. No dreams. No sleepwalking. No tapping sounds. The cabin just felt like an old, quiet cabin again. In the morning, we packed our things, cleaned up, and left. As we drove down the winding mountain road, the cabin disappearing in the rearview mirror, I felt a complex mix of emotions. Relief, mostly. A deep, profound relief to be leaving that place and its secrets behind. But also a nagging guilt. Had we done enough? Would anyone follow up on an anonymous tip from a payphone? We had seen her face. We had followed her map. We had given her message to the world. But as the miles stretched between us and the mountains, a small, cold thought settled in the back of my mind. The message had been delivered. But what if the woman in my dreams wasn't finished? What if delivering the message was just the end of the first chapter, and not the end of the story? The city air smelled like exhaust and concrete, a jarring change from the clean pine scent that had filled our lungs for a week. Our apartment felt strange, both familiar and alien, like we were visitors in our own life. We unpacked our bags, the normal clothes and toiletries, but it felt like we were carrying something else back with us, something invisible and cold that we couldn't unpack. We tried to slip back into our routine. We went to work, we answered emails, we bought groceries. We talked about normal things like the weird weather and a new show to watch. But underneath every conversation was a hum of something else, a shared knowledge that sat between us at dinner like a third person who never spoke. We had a code. Sleeping okay? One of us would ask, usually in the morning over coffee. The answer was always a careful, yeah, fine, even if it wasn't entirely true. We were building a wall of normalcy, brick by boring brick, trying to seal away the memory of the cabin, the board, the map on the glass. We promised each other we wouldn't Google it. We wouldn't look up the county news. We would move on. For a few days, it almost worked. The city's noise and busyness were a good cover. The memory of the woman's face started to soften at the edges, becoming more like a bad dream and less like a real thing that had happened. Then, about a week after we got back, I was on the subway, scrolling mindlessly through my phone on the way to work. A push notification popped up at the top of the screen. It was from a regional news app one must have downloaded ages ago and forgotten. The headline was short and stark. Human remains found in remote section of Black Pine National Forest. My thumb froze over the screen. The noise of the train, the people talking, the rattling of the car, all of it faded into a dull buzz. I tapped the notification. The article loaded slowly in the underground tunnel. It was brief. It said the county sheriff's office had received an anonymous tip that led search and rescue teams to a steep, heavily wooded ravine well off the established trails. The remains were described as historical, likely having been there for many years. Formal identification was pending, and the case was being reviewed. The article mentioned the terrain was rough, near a creek bed and a distinctive rock formation locals called the Thumb. My heart was beating a hard, slow rhythm in my chest. The ravine, the creek, the thumb-shaped rock. It was all there. They had gone. They had looked. They had found her. I read the article 3 times, memorizing every word, before the train pulled into my station. I walked to my office in a daze, my mind 1,000 miles away in those dark woods. I texted my partner the link with no message, just the link. Their reply came a minute later, just 3 words. Oh my God. We didn't talk about it on the phone. We waited until we were both home that evening, standing in our kitchen, the news article open on my phone on the counter between us. We read it together again, silently. There was no celebration, no feeling of victory. We just stared at the words. So it was real. My partner said finally, their voice flat. All of it. I nodded. It was the confirmation we had both secretly wanted and deeply dreaded. We weren't crazy. The dreams, the sleepwalking, the map, it had all been leading to a real, physical truth buried in the ground for decades. The knowledge was a heavy stone in my gut. We had done a good thing. A family might finally get answers. A woman might get her name back in a proper rest. But it didn't feel good. It felt dirty and strange. We had been used. Our minds and our bodies had been borrowed without our permission to deliver a message. The violation of it, the memory of my partner moving like a puppet, suddenly felt sharper than any satisfaction. "Do you think they'll identify her?" my partner asked, leaning against the counter. "It says pending," I said. "That could take weeks, or they might not be able to. It's been a long time." We lapsed into a long, thoughtful pause. The apartment was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. The unspoken question hung in the air between us. Now what? We had done our part. The anonymous tip had worked. The circle should have been closed. But it didn't feel closed. It felt like we were holding a book that had ended on a cliffhanger, and someone had ripped out the last page. Later that night, I found myself alone at our desk, my laptop open. My partner was in the shower. The glow of the screen was the only light in the room. I told myself I was just curious, just tying up a loose end for my own peace of mind. I navigated to the website for the Mountain County's Clerk of Courts. I started searching through their public records archives. It was a messy, confusing site. I searched for death certificates. The records for the early 1980s weren't fully digitized. I found an index, a list of names and file numbers. My fingers were cold on the keyboard. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. Proof, maybe. Finality. My partner came out of the bathroom, hair wet, wearing pajamas. They stopped in the doorway, seeing me hunched over the screen. "What are you doing?" they asked, their tone careful. I didn't look up. "I'm just looking for closure." But even as I said it, I heard the tension in my own voice. This wasn't about closure. This was about digging. The shower had relaxed them, but now I saw the alertness come back into their posture. They walked over and stood behind my chair, looking at the screen filled with dry, official text. "Sam," they said, their voice softer now, edged with worry. "You need to stop. It's done. They found her. That's what she wanted." "We don't know that," I said, clicking through another page of search results. "We don't know what she wanted. We just passed on a location. That's it. That's everything," they insisted. "That's the answer to a 40-year-old question. What more could there be?" I didn't have an answer. Or maybe I did, but I was afraid to say it out loud. The feeling was an itch in my brain, a sense that the sentence wasn't finished. We had a subject, Lena, and a location, the ravine. But we didn't have a verb. What happened? How did she get there? The dreams had shown her scared, pointing, calling her name. They hadn't shown her falling or getting lost or anything else. My partner put a hand on my shoulder. "Please, come to bed. Let it go. We got out. We're safe. It's over." Their touch was warm, an anchor to the normal world. I took a deep breath and shut the laptop. The screen went dark, reflecting my own tired face back at me. "You're right," I said, and I meant it in that moment. "It's over." We went to bed. I held them, listening to their breathing become slow and regular. But I couldn't sleep. The itch in my brain wouldn't go away. I kept thinking about the records, about the gap between a missing person report and a death certificate, about the word pending. After a while, I carefully slipped out of bed. I went back to the desk, opened the laptop, and turned the brightness all the way down. I went back to the county site. I gave up on death certificates. Instead, I started looking for other things from 1981. Police blotters, old digitized community newspapers that weren't part of the big archives. It was tedious work, scrolling through blurry scans of old typewritten pages. My eyes burned. I was about to give up when I found it. It wasn't a news article. It was a scanned page from what looked like a sheriff's office ledger, a log of non-emergency calls and complaints. The date was November 2nd, 1981, a few weeks after she vanished. The entry was brief, just 2 lines. Complaint filed by L. McCullough for harassing phone calls. Subject identified as Jeremy H. Name withheld per policy. No charges filed. Advised to change number. I stared at the words. L. McCullough. Lena. She had filed a complaint. Before she disappeared, she had been getting harassing phone calls from someone. From a man named Jeremy. The police hadn't done anything about it. Just told her to change her number. A cold wave washed over me, starting at the base of my skull and rushing down my spine. This was new. This wasn't part of the message we had received. We got a name and a map. We didn't get this. Jeremy H. My mind raced, making connections I didn't want to make. Harassing calls. A missing woman. A body found in a remote ravine. The pieces weren't just fitting together for a tragedy. They were starting to form a different, much darker picture. I heard the bed creak in the other room. I quickly closed the laptop. I sat in the dark, my heart pounding. The room felt different. The safe, familiar walls of our apartment seemed thinner, like they couldn't keep this new knowledge out. We had thought the message was about finding Lena. But what if finding Lena was only the beginning? What if the message was also about finding out why she was there? And what if the name Jeremy was the key to that? I sat there for a long time, until the sky outside started to turn from black to deep blue. The mystery had followed us home. It wasn't buried in a ravine. It was here, in this room, on my computer screen, in the quiet of the early city morning. We had closed one door by finding her. But by looking, by digging, I had just knocked on another one, and I had a terrible feeling that something was about to answer. The discovery of the name Jeremy sat inside me like a piece of broken glass. I couldn't digest it. I couldn't get rid of it. Every time I moved, it shifted and cut me with a new worry. I didn't tell my partner about it. Not the next morning over our rushed coffee. Not during our evening recap of the day. I kept it to myself, locked behind my teeth. I told myself